Manhattan's Riverside Drive was once lined with palatial mansions, cliffside castles, and manors nestled in an idyllic setting. But what happened? Who built these stunning residences, and where did they go? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Riverside's lost mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into an extra long episode of This House. Riverside Drive, one of Manhattan's most scenic boulevards, owes its inception to a visionary idea from the mid-19th century. In 1865, Central Park Commissioner William R. Martin proposed creating a park along the Hudson River, a concept that gained momentum under the leadership of Commissioner Andrew Haswell Green. By 1873, the renowned landscape architect Frederick Law Olmsted, celebrated for his work on Central Park, was brought in to design both Riverside Park and the adjoining avenue. Olmsted's approach to Riverside Drive was both innovative and sensitive to the natural landscape. Instead of a straight boulevard, he envisioned a curving road that harmonized with the area's natural topography, reducing the need for extensive retaining walls and preserving the natural beauty where the cliffs met with the water. Initially named Riverside Avenue, this 100-foot wide thoroughfare featured tree-lined paths for pedestrians and horses, offering a serene escape from the urban hustle and bustle. Olmsted's vision was further refined by his frequent collaborator Calvert Vaux. Together, they introduced picturesque elements to enhance the scenic quality of the drive. Key to their design were the overpasses at 79th and 96th Streets, which ensured seamless connectivity with maintaining the landscape's aesthetic integrity. The construction of Riverside Drive was not without its challenges. The area's rugged terrain required meticulous planning and execution. By 1876, Olmsted had adapted his plans to accommodate a more practical paved road, though he departed the project the following year. Despite this, other designers and engineers carried on his principles, ensuring the drive remained true to his vision. When Riverside Drive officially opened in 1880, it quickly became a favorite route for pedestrians, cyclists, and automobile enthusiasts, but perhaps most notably, it became known for its mansions. The New York Times once said, "In architectural design, richness of decoration, and completeness of details, this structure is calculated to surpass in luxury and magnificence any city home in America, if not the entire world." This quote was describing the residence of Charles Schwab. He was born into poverty and started off as a grocery store clerk before becoming a laborer at a Carnegie steel mill. He quickly rose through the ranks with a natural-born talent for leadership and innovation, and by adulthood, he had become president of U.S. Steel and had amassed a fortune to rival the wealthiest barons of industry. Schwab set out to build a modern home equipped with groundbreaking technology on a scale that would dwarf the mansions along Fifth Avenue. He purchased a lot on Riverside Drive between 73rd Street and 74th Street, where he would build his modern chateau. Schwab's wife, Urana, was not keen to the idea of moving so far away from her friends. She was a socialite who regularly attended balls around Central Park and became worried that she would never see her friends again. But Charles reassured her that their house would be so grand that her friends would not be able to deny an invitation. Over the course of 4 years, the mansion would be completed with construction of the house racking up a grand total of around $3 million, and the furnishings then doubling that price, coming in at the modern-day equivalent of over $200 million. The 75-room mansion was so impressive that Schwab's former boss Andrew Carnegie would say about it, "Have you seen that place of Charlie's? It makes mine look like a shack." The architect of Schwab's mansion would not allow any pre-made materials into the house. Everything being brought in had to be commissioned and custom-made for the home. Over 100 artists, designers, and engineers were brought in to create the finishing details. Even great works of art would be replicated by this crew. The pillars in the house were carved from marble, and mahogany would be brought in from South America to create the wood paneling. He would have a custom chapel built in his house, which was large enough to have an entire orchestra perform for a live audience. He also had a bowling alley installed with a glazed brick pool in the basement with one of the largest, if not the largest in-home gyms to be built to date. Other marvels of the home included a power plant, air conditioning, and 6 elevators. None of these features were common in even the most prominent of homes from the era, making it an ultra-modern house for its time. The Schwabs lived like royalty in the Riverside Chateau until the stock market crash of the Great Depression. Charles' fortune was wiped out overnight, and he desperately tried to sell the house but was unable to find a buyer. Without money to pay his servants, the house became impossible to live in. In 1939, he packed up his bags and moved into a tiny apartment along Park Avenue. The following year, he passed away with nothing more than a few pennies to his name. The abandoned mansion sat empty for many years before it was demolished and replaced by a utilitarian apartment building, ironically bearing the name Schwab House. As acclaimed as Schwab's mansion might have been, it was hardly the only mega mansion to line Riverside Drive. Winding about the tree-lined streets, dozens, if not hundreds of beautiful homes could be found looking out over the river, though these houses all took second stage. Patrno Castle is our next destination, outshining its neighbors and demanding the social spotlight. Charles V. Patrno, originally a medical graduate from Cornell University, turned his focus to real estate after his father's death. Along with his brother Joseph, he took over the Patrno Construction Company, which gained a reputation for producing luxurious, architecturally conservative apartment buildings. By 1905, Patrno had amassed enough wealth to purchase 7.5 acres in the Inwood section of Manhattan. Inspired by a European castle and reminiscent of the Fort Washington area, he commissioned architect John C. Watson to bring his vision of a romantic, Rhineland-like castle to life. Perched 125 feet above the Hudson River, the 4-story castle was clad in white marble for the exterior, a decision that set his castle apart from the other granite structures of the time. The mansion, which stood at approximately 185th Street, featured large towers and an entrance accessible via a 75-foot underground passageway. The castle's design was both innovative and luxurious. The underground passage led guests to a mushroom vault and a wine cellar, creating an enchanting and somewhat mysterious entry. The basement housed a Turkish bath, massage rooms, and a swimming pool fed by pumps from the Hudson River. At 80 feet above street level, the main reception hall opened into various themed rooms, a Louis XV-style parlor, a colonial dining room, and an Asian-inspired library. One of the castle's most unique features was a conservatory with a fireplace. This all-glass, great hall was filled with tropical plants year-round and hosted guests for games of tropical billiards and other Edwardian delights. The second floor housed the bedrooms, each with its own vestibule, a nursery, and a sewing room. And the third floor was dedicated to entertainment, featuring an immense banquet hall and ballroom, both with 20-foot ceilings and balconies offering stunning views of the Hudson River. The roof garden, with its aviary, solarium, and large conservatory, provided a serene retreat for guests. Despite its grandeur, Patrno Castle's existence was relatively short-lived. By the late 1930s, the economic landscape was changing, and Patrno recognized the need to adapt. In 1938, he demolished the castle to make way for the Castle Village apartment complex, which still occupies the site today. This move was driven by the increasing residential development in the area and the demand for modern housing solutions. Although the castle itself no longer stands, several remnants of Patrno's castle remain. The guest house, known locally as the Pumpkin House due to its orange glow at night, still exists. Additionally, the 75-foot retaining wall built to protect Riverside Drive, now safeguarding the Henry Hudson Parkway, is another surviving piece of the estate. These bits of remaining architecture hint at the character of the neighborhood, even if some of the homes that boasted the most character have since been lost, such as the homes of Mr. Bayne. In the late 19th century, Samuel Gamble Bayne, an Irish-born millionaire, was a true urban pioneer on Riverside Drive. In 1887, he commissioned architect Frank Freeman to design a brick and stone Romanesque revival mansion at 360 Riverside Drive. Bayne, a banker and oil industry pioneer, foresaw the potential of this undeveloped area with its stunning Hudson River views. Bayne's belief in the area's future was so strong that he began buying up lots on the entire block to the south. In 1890, he sold his original residence for $130,000 and set out to build an even more impressive mansion at 355 Riverside Drive. Bayne brought back Freeman to design his new residence, which would become a harmonious yet more grandiose counterpart to his former home. The second house was a masterpiece of Romanesque architecture, featuring a blend of brick and stone with a red-tiled roof. Freeman's design alleviated the often heavy feeling of the Romanesque style with a soaring 4-story corner pavilion, rows of closely grouped openings, and a sweeping southern roofline. Balconies and bays added dimension, while several dormers provided additional character. The massive entrance arch and the squared angles of the corner porch created an interesting architectural juxtaposition. Always keen to the market, Bayne sold his mansion to a developer in exchange for a pile of cash and a penthouse apartment at the same address. Back when the neighborhood was overflowing with character, it also had its characters. Along Manhattan's Riverside Drive, where every square inch of real estate is a prized luxury, there once sat a 25-acre equestrian estate daring to defy the concrete jungle. After a long and arduous 14 years of working, C.K.G. Billings decided to retire at the age of 40. He had been the president of the People's Gaslight and Coke Company in Chicago and owned a controlling interest in the company. Realizing he could still make a fortune without doing any work, he decided to sit back while the money came pouring in. Now retired at the age of 40, C.K.G. was able to pursue his hobbies. He had long been an avid sportsman and had helped to found various athletic clubs. He could now focus all of his time on sports, especially trotting, in which he won several trophies and ribbons. Being an outdoorsman, he began searching for an equestrian property, and to his family's surprise, he thought Manhattan would be the perfect place to move to. At this time, Manhattan wasn't exactly known for its rolling pastures and nature trails. It was the metropolitan heart of America's largest city, a place where the wealthiest barons of industry spent unimaginable sums of money to build mansions with shared walls and no yards. He purchased a city mansion, blending in with high society. Then he purchased 25 seemingly undevelopable acres along the Hudson River in Washington Heights. The site, which was formerly Fort Tryon, consisted of steep, choppy cliffs 250 feet above sea level, one of the highest points on the island. C.K.G. then hired architect Guy Lau and landscape architect Charles Downing Lay to design for him a grand equestrian estate. After 2 long years of regrading the terrain and slow, tedious construction, the first phase of the estate was complete. In 1903, the 25,000 square foot stable complex was finished. Sources vary on the exact number, but most agree there were between 60 and 75 stalls for horses inside. There were also a few bedrooms and a large casino where C.K.G. could entertain friends. To celebrate the monumental achievement, he sent out invitations to a dinner party. It was leaked to the press that guests would be required to sit on a hobby horse all night, and that the entire dinner would become quite the spectacle. As journalists began gathering outside of the front gate, C.K.G. had his party relocated to Sherry's restaurant in town. The restaurant's 4th-floor ballroom was filled with hay, and all 36 guests were required to remain seated atop rented horses while dinner was served. News quickly spread about Manhattan's newest, most eccentric millionaire, but C.K.G. was just getting started. Finally, after 5 long years of construction, the cliff had been transformed into a gentle hill, and sitting atop it in the center was a fortress constructed from solid granite blocks. The 25,000 square foot mansion had been designed in the Chateauesse style and faced in limestone. As we rotate about the mansion, we will notice a tower rising 80 feet into the air. The views from the top were said to be unobstructed, and while it was far from the tallest building, it rivaled New York's tallest skyscrapers of the time in height above sea level. The driveway alone took more than 100 men a full year to construct, carving out the granite cliffs and reusing the stone to build retaining walls, including the grand arcade which was dubbed the Roman roadway. Inside, the entire mansion was planned for entertainment, with the fountain room echoing the owner's eccentricities. While waiting for C.K.G. to show us around, we would first take a seat in the reception room, where a full-time musician would play only the current hits on the piano. Next, we will make our way into the living room, clad in rich wood paneling. As we look around, we will find antiques from dozens of countries, and at this point, we might start to believe that C.K.G. is sophisticated, unlike the words we've read about him in the newspapers. But then we hear him hollering for us as he splashes around in the indoor pool, discarding the rigid social standards of the time. As we hear pins crashing in the bowling alley, we start to realize that Tryon Hall is perhaps the most lavish man cave in existence. Though not all of the rooms could be so fun, Mrs. Billings ensured that the mansion had a proper dining room for formal dinners, though the breakfast room, offering panoramic views of New York from the tower, was where C.K.G. chose to bring most of his friends for shared meals. Mrs. Billings, who had the same dining set reproduced, chose to eat her informal meals separately in the conservatory. While we're here, we can peek our heads outside to see the swimming pool carved into the bluff itself and overflowing with water into the terraced garden below. There are no known photos of the stair hall, so let's resume our tour from the 2nd floor stair landing, which has been staged as the library, a true afterthought in the design of the mansion. From here we can make our way into the billiards room, where C.K.G.'s trotting trophies are on full display. Nearby we will find the Billings bedroom, where, as customary for the time, they each had their own separate beds. Tryon Hall became the center of New York's social scene amongst the athletic men of high society. What was meant to be a family mansion quickly turned into a boys' club, with Mrs. Billings choosing to spend much of her time at their other properties. By 1917, C.K.G. had had his fun and grew bored of the property. He purchased a 21-room apartment in town and set out to build multiple estates all around the country, but that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, John D. Rockefeller Jr. was building his legacy and was enticed by the opportunity to purchase Tryon Hall. Not only did he buy the Billings mansion, he purchased 2 adjoining estates and merged the land together in the hopes of founding a park. Unfortunately, John Jr. did not have the pull he thought he did in the city, and it was nearly impossible to get the local government on board with the creation of a new park. Nevertheless, he held on to the properties, renting out the house to an acquaintance while he waited for a decision from the city. After 9 years of his tenant renting the mansion, it caught fire. According to the various newspapers of the time, this disaster was of epic proportions. Not only were the hydrants too far away from the house, but the hoses weren't long enough to get within 50 feet of its walls. Firemen had to race down to the river to fetch water in tanks and bring it all the way up the drive. By the next morning, the fire was under control, but the mansion and everything inside of it had been reduced to ash. Among the most grieved incinerated items were 2 paintings by Rembrandt, a handful of European tapestries, and the plans to one day turn the house into a New York history museum. By the following year, Rockefeller had cleaned up the mess and reorganized the grounds with the aid of Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. Finally, with a finished park, the city was ready to accept Rockefeller's donation. While the mansion no longer exists, you can still find bits and pieces of the estate scattered about Fort Tryon Park, blending into the scenery. One of the other estates which Rockefeller had purchased for this park was known by two names. Libby Castle, originally named Woodcliff Castle, was an iconic Gothic Revival mansion perched on the hills near Tryon Hall. Built in 1855 by Augustus C. Richards, an importer, the castle was designed by the renowned architect Alexander Jackson Davis. With its towers and massive stone walls, the castle stood as the most prominent structure on the northern Manhattan skyline for decades. Over the years, the castle changed hands multiple times, each owner adding to its storied history. In 1869, Union Army General Daniel Butterfield purchased Woodcliff Castle. Butterfield, credited with composing the bugle call Taps, owned the castle for less than a month before financial scandal forced him to sell it. The notorious Tammany Hall leader William Boss Tweed was the next owner. Tweed's tenure was also brief, and he never lived in the castle. Instead, he sold it to his son before fleeing to Europe to escape fraud charges. Tweed's downfall began in 1871, and he died in jail in 1878. In 1872, the castle was bought by department store magnate A.T. Stewart. After Stewart's death in 1876, his business partner William Libby acquired the estate. Under Libby's ownership, the castle underwent significant renovations and expansions, once again overseen by its original architect, Alexander Jackson Davis. The castle, now known as Libby Castle, finally became a luxurious year-round residence for the first time since it had been built. William Libby and his wife Elizabeth enjoyed their home until William's death in 1895. The castle remained in the family until around 1905 when it was sold to former New York City Mayor Hugh J. Grant. Grant, the city's first Catholic mayor, maintained the castle's grandeur, which brings us back to 1917, when Rockefeller began acquiring land in the Fort Tryon area, including Libby Castle, to develop into Fort Tryon Park. And as you can probably guess, it was demolished for the park in 1939. Of course, when these grand mansions were built, no one really knew what the neighborhood would someday become. Perhaps none were as modest in their predictions as John H. Matthews. He was known as the Soda Water King and amassed a tremendous fortune through his family's soda water manufacturing business. His grandfather, also named John Matthews, had patented machinery for producing soda water, making the family one of the wealthiest in the industry. By the time Matthews began construction on his Riverside Drive house, he was already a prominent figure in New York's high society. Located at 176 Riverside Drive, his house was an architectural gem in the heart of Manhattan. Designed by the firm of Lamb & Rich, the mansion was completed in 1891 and stood out for its unique shingle style, a bold choice for an urban setting. Unlike many other contemporary city mansions that favor classical and showy styles, this house embraced the rustic charm of shingled surfaces, combined with vibrant shapes, angles, and contrasting materials, and would have been more at home in the middle of an open field than in the center of America's most populated city. His taste in architecture weren't the only thing that set him apart. Unlike many of his contemporaries who indulged in yachting or horse racing, Matthews had a passion for breeding bulldogs. He served as the president of the Bulldog Club, and his dogs were often seen accompanying his daughters on walks. His prized bulldogs, Bathos and Dolly Tester, were considered some of the finest in America. The mansion changed hands several times, with real estate operator Franklin Petit selling it to Mrs. Mary B. Pell in June of 1910. Mary Pell, who owned the neighboring mansion, purchased the property to prevent the construction of an apartment building next door, and lived there until her death in 1913. Despite initial fears that the mansion would be demolished after Mary Pell's death, the house survived until late 1921. On November 5th of that year, the New York Herald reported that Harry Schiff had secured a loan to construct a 13-story apartment building on the site. The new structure, designed by Schwartz and Gross, was completed in 1922 and still stands today, marking the end of an era for the blissfully out-of-place Matthews Mansion. One of the other neighbors who had helped spur the area's initial development was Cyrus Clark. In fact, the development of the Upper West Side into a modern suburb was significantly driven by Cyrus Clark, a man whose vision and persistence earned him the title, the Father of the West Side. After amassing a fortune from his wholesale silk business, Clark turned his attention to real estate development, specifically focusing on the rocky, hilly region of the Upper West Side. His tireless advocacy for infrastructural improvements such as mass transit, sewer lines, and gas street lamps laid the foundation for the area's transformation. In 1870, after studying real estate development in Europe, Clark began purchasing undeveloped land on the Upper West Side. He played a pivotal role in the establishment of Riverside Drive along Riverside Park. By February of 1884, he co-founded the Citizens West Side Improvement Association, later incorporated as the West End Association in 1889. As its longtime president, Clark's relentless efforts ensured the Upper West Side's growth and prosperity. By 1883, Clark and his family had moved into their new home on the southwest corner of Riverside Drive and 90th Street. Designed by architect Henry F. Kilburn, the mansion was an impressive blend of French Renaissance and Romanesque revival and featured a rough-cut stone facade, a tile-covered hip roof, towers, dormers, and clustered chimneys. Numerous porches capitalized on the location's river breezes and spectacular views. The Clark Mansion quickly became a prominent fixture on Riverside Drive. However, by December of 1891, Cyrus Clark and other mansion owners voiced concerns over the maintenance of Riverside Drive, accusing the park commissioners of neglect and allowing nuisances to invade the area. They argued that the commissioners' negligence led to failing property values and threatened legal action to address the construction of unsightly factories along the riverfront. The next owners, the Parsons, would have been affectionately known in today's terms as NIMBYs as well. The Parsons sued to stop the construction of the Soldiers and Sailors Monument because it partially obstructed one of their views through one of their windows. They lost in court and the house changed hands several times, eventually being replaced by yet another apartment building. However, there was another Clark in the neighborhood, one with a more pleasant reputation. In 1896, Elizabeth Clark stood among the wealthiest widows in America. She had married Alfred Corning Clark, heir to the Singer sewing machine fortune in 1869. Together they had 4 sons and managed vast real estate holdings, including the iconic Dakota apartment building. Alfred's untimely death in 1896 left Elizabeth in control of a substantial estate, which she used to further her philanthropic endeavors and develop significant properties in New York City. Her vision for an architectural landmark materialized when she acquired a prime lot at the northeast corner of Riverside Drive and 89th Street. Architect Ernest Flagg was commissioned to design a mansion that would stand out among the finest residences of New York's elite. The result was a stunning 4-story Beaux-Arts-style mansion completed in 1898, featuring red brick and white marble accents. This grand home was described as one of the most striking residences on that beautiful thoroughfare by the Evening World. The mansion's design reflected Elizabeth's preference for understated elegance. The architectural record praised it, stating, "The house is finished front and back, inside and out, with equal care, and the workmanship and appointments are the best that money can buy. Probably no better built house was ever put up." The residence exuded a sense of permanence and dignity befitting of the Clark family's status. Despite its grandeur, the mansion was also a place of personal significance. Elizabeth's marriage to Bishop Potter brought new life to the residence, which became known as the Bishop Potter residence. The couple's social and charitable activities kept the mansion at the center of New York's elite gatherings. Following Elizabeth's passing in 1909, the house was sold to the Barnard family, who maintained its place in society. However, in 1922, the house was sold and eventually replaced by an apartment building. There were a lot of really beautiful homes, full of interesting people, many of whom led amazing lives full of luxury beyond our wildest dreams. And while we could spend years digging up information and photos to piece together Riverside Drive, I'll leave you with one last lost mansion, the Seaman-Drake Estate. The Seaman family were early American settlers, tracing their roots back to British Captain John Seaman, who settled in Hempstead, Long Island, in the mid-1600s. One of the most distinguished family members was Dr. Valentine Seaman, who introduced the smallpox vaccine to America in the early 1800s and founded the nation's first nursing school. In 1851, Dr. Seaman's son, John, purchased the land for the estate. The Seaman Mansion, with its gleaming white marble facade and ornate cupolas, was a sight to behold. The Italianate villa included numerous outbuildings, all constructed from the same local marble, creating a cohesive and striking aesthetic. The estate was described in 1898 by James Roll Smith as magnificent, with grounds laid out in the Italian villa style, complete with statues, walks, and marble steps flanked by lion statues. Inside, the mansion boasted 30 rooms, including a grand hall extending from front to rear, a richly appointed library with mahogany bookcases and marble busts, and a conservatory filled with exotic plants. The second floor housed a chapel, reflecting the Seaman family's Quaker faith. But as do all things, the estate's grandeur began to fade into the 20th century. In 1905, wealthy contractor Thomas Dwyer purchased the property and used it as his residence and office. Despite his grand plans, the estate slowly declined, and by the 1930s, the once lavish mansion had fallen into disrepair. In 1938, the Seaman Mansion was demolished to make way for the Park Terrace Gardens housing complex. However, the iconic marble gatehouse survived, albeit in a state of neglect. Once a grand entrance, it now stands marred by graffiti and crowded by commercial buildings, though in a way, this is poetic. These mansions, once the epitome of luxury, had been reduced to whispers, telling the tale of the ever-changing landscape of New York City, where history and progress constantly intersect. Thank you all for joining me on this tour through Riverside's Lost Mansions. Leave a comment below and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Old Hollywood was full of stars and glistening glamour, but behind the curtain, one man controlled the spotlight. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're exploring the many mansions of William Randolph Hearst and his mistress, Marion Davies. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. William Randolph Hearst was born into privilege, but it was his ambition and audacity that truly set him apart. From his early days in San Francisco, where his father's mining fortunes provided a life of luxury, Hearst was destined for greatness, or at least for infamy. But greatness, as it turned out, was a double-edged sword. Hearst's early life was one of contrast, wealth and rebellion, privilege and restlessness. At Harvard, he was more known for his extravagant pranks than for his academic prowess. When he was expelled, it wasn't a surprise, rather, it was the first sign of the maverick spirit that would define his career. In 1887, Hearst took control of the San Francisco Examiner, a newspaper his father had acquired on a whim. It was here that he found his calling. With a flair of sensationalism and a nose for scandal, Hearst transformed the paper into a force to be reckoned with. But the Examiner was just the beginning. Hearst had a vision to create a media empire that would span the nation, influencing public opinion and shaping history. Meanwhile, his mother Phoebe had purchased a beautiful tract of wilderness in Pleasanton, California, and intended to build a home for orphans. But after her husband, William's father, passed away, she decided to take some time for herself, leaving her son with a hefty allowance to do as he pleased. Hearst had heard about his mother's plans to build an orphanage and decided to visit the property in Pleasanton, falling in love with the natural beauty of the landscape. Without his mother's permission, nor her consent, he hired architect A.C. Schweinfurth to design him a mansion in place of the planned orphanage. The 53-room hacienda drew inspiration from various architectural styles, including the Moorish, Pueblo, and Mission styles. 4 years into the construction of the mansion, Phoebe decided to visit Pleasanton to get started on the orphanage, only to discover that her son had desecrated the land and had selfishly built for himself on land devoted to vulnerable children. She was furious. She banned William from the property, not allowing him to live in the home he had built for himself, using her money. She never forgave him either. As punishment, William would not receive enough money to build a dream house until it was willed to him upon Phoebe's death. Phoebe hired her favorite architect, Julia Morgan, to try to make sense of the architectural nightmare her son had created. Through a series of renovations and expansions, Julia was able to transform the jumbled maze of a house into a more cohesive mansion. Phoebe was able to make it her own. With an artistic flair, she displayed Navajo baskets in the rafters with 16th century European tapestries. The strange configuration and styling of the home gave her a chance to experiment with various styles and furniture arrangements. The drawing room was just as eclectic in its own right, with damask wallpaper set below exposed beams and European, Asian, and Native American art sharing the same walls. The entire house became a collector's paradise. Even the library was filled with antiques from every inhabited continent, with custom chandeliers strung from beads and seashells, and with fireplaces covered over by tropical plants. Guests sometimes referred to this room as the hall because of the lack of books, questioning whether it could actually be called a library. The dining room was a more intimate space with a more cohesive European style, though there were some oddities, including a fabric chandelier hung over the center of the table and curtains hung between rooms instead of pocket doors. Phoebe's bedroom would fit right in with the current boho trends of today, with dark walls covered in clustered picture frames, ornate furniture from each continent, and assorted knickknacks all set above a Persian rug. Her style was uniquely her own for the time period. She entertained, threw huge parties, and thoroughly enjoyed the property while fulfilling her philanthropic dreams, donating huge sums of money into education. She passed away in her hacienda in 1919, leaving only $10 million, or the modern-day equivalent of about $181 million to her son, who immediately sold the hacienda. But that is getting way ahead in our story. As Hearst's empire grew, so did his influence. He moved to New York City, where he bought the New York Journal and engaged in a bitter circulation war with Joseph Pulitzer's New York World. This was the era of yellow journalism, and Hearst was its master. Crime, corruption, scandal, nothing was off limits. Hearst knew what the public wanted, and he gave it to them in spades. At this point, he began making his own money, eclipsing his father's fortune. He purchased the top 3 floors of the Clarendon, but quickly ran out of space, expanding to 5 floors and later calling the entire building his own home. Entering the apartment, we pass through the reception room with antiques glowing under the multicolored light of a massive stained glass window. This feeds us into the Gothic banquet hall, lined with suits of armor standing guard of antique European tapestries. The South Library almost catches us off guard, as we might expect a man of such grandeur to boast a massive collection of books. Then we turn the corner, and there it is, the main library lined with stacks containing thousands of leather-bound books. And at the very end, a mantel salvaged from a castle stands against oak paneling. But there was more to Hearst than his newspapers and lavish lifestyle. He was a man of contradictions, a populist who believed in opulence, a nationalist who admired European culture, and a public figure who fiercely guarded his private life. His relationship with Marion Davies, a vivacious actress 34 years his junior, was a testament to these contradictions. In 1897, the star who would become Marion Davies was born Marion Dura. She was the daughter of a New York lawyer and grew up in a strict household. By the time she was school-age, she had been sent off to live in a religious convent, far, far away from any distraction. Regardless of her parents' efforts to keep her on the straight and narrow, she had ambitious dreams of becoming famous. She ran away from the convent and changed her last name to become a chorus girl, and as a teenager saw her star role in a Broadway musical. In 1916, at the age of only 19 years old, she caught the eye of Hearst, who was 54 at the time. The eccentric media mogul fell madly in love with the young star. He attended her shows every night for 8 weeks straight, sitting in the front row and sending her gifts backstage. Even though Hearst was married, he had to have Marion, but not just for love, he wanted her talent. From this point on, Marion would become Hearst's mistress for the rest of his life. He moved her into a palatial mansion in Manhattan along Riverside Drive and bought her a country house on Long Island to carry on their affair, but his meddling did not stop there. Hearst seized Davies' career, founding Cosmopolitan Pictures to create more roles for her on the silver screen. He hired paparazzi to follow her around and write about her day-to-day activities for his newspapers, and bought up billboards to plaster her face around Times Square. By 1924, she had become the #1 female star in the box office, and in just a few short years, she had gone from a runaway church girl to the biggest star in Hollywood. While Mrs. Hearst stayed behind in New York, William and Marion lived openly together in California between Hearst's many mansions. Inheriting a vast fortune in 1919, including land in San Simeon, California, Hearst commissioned Julia Morgan to create something a little more comfortable than his family's previous campsite on the same lot. What followed was a collaboration spanning nearly 3 decades, resulting in a sprawling estate that is as much a museum as it is a residence. The castle's grandeur is matched only by the history that unfolded within its walls. During its heyday in the 1920s and 1930s, Hearst Castle was a playground for Hollywood's elite and political luminaries alike. The guest list read like a who's who of the era. Charlie Chaplin, Cary Grant, Winston Churchill, and Calvin Coolidge, among many others, all found themselves captivated by the castle's allure. Guests were treated to lavish dinners in the Grand Refectory, screenings of the latest films in the private theater, and the unparalleled luxury of the estate's many pools and guest houses. In the same year in which work started on Hearst Castle, his mother Phoebe passed away, leaving the estate wind-tuned to her niece. The original idea was to have a castle in McCloud, California, harmoniously blending into its natural surrounding, prompting Phoebe to hire 2 architects to realize her vision, Julia Morgan and Bernard Maybach, who worked in tandem, drawing inspiration from the nearby conifer trees, covering the house with shingles to exaggerate its height with long vertical elements. It sat right in the bend of the river, with trickling water echoing from its blue volcanic stone. The interior of the home boasted exposed timber beams, Gothic arches, and massive stone fireplaces. It was accented by Flemish tapestries hung on the walls, as we can see here in the assembly room. The dining room was more rustic, with exposed stone walls set below timber crossbeams, and the floors were finished out with oversized wood planks. The walls were decorated with tapestries, trophies, and artifacts from the native Wintun tribe who once lived on the land and became the namesake of the estate. In 1919, Phoebe passed away from the Spanish flu while visiting her hacienda. She left Wintun to her niece, Anne Flint. This enraged Hearst, who tried to buy it from Anne, but she refused to sell. Hearst attempted withholding artwork from her, but she still would not sell. Finally, Hearst tasked an entire team of lawyers with taking the estate from Anne, which they did in 1925. She received $198,000 as compensation, or the modern-day equivalent of about $3.5 million. In hindsight, this was actually really good for Anne because the castle and all of its contents were lost to fire in 1929. Without a house on the scenic property, William began planning a 61-bedroom castle to take its place, but the Great Depression was just starting and the man with a seemingly endless fortune had to cut back on spending. He hired Julia Morgan once again to come back to the site and reimagine the land without a castle. He sent her to Germany to research architecture for 1 year, and when she came back, she proposed a Bavarian-style village consisting of 4 homes following the river bend. They would all be arranged in a semicircle around a central foundation with a lawn growing between the conifers. In 1934, the village was completed. One of the houses on this estate was the half-timbered brown bear house, which was covered in colorful murals between the timbers. Walking inside, the door was ornately carved with pointed arches receding in layers above it, all set below hand-carved beams. The staircase rounded out along the wood-paneled walls, leading to a bay window at its landing. This statuary decorated the newel post with niches set in the room's corners for displaying larger statues. On the other side of the circular drive was the Cinderella house, containing a clock in its central gable with bay windows transitioning into pointed towers as they rose from the 2nd to 3rd floors. The Cinderella house was also decorated with murals between its timbering depicting fairy tales, as we can see Cinderella below the clock racing to her carriage while wearing just one glass slipper. The outbuildings on the property included the senior staff Swiss chalet and a river house which had been built with a cantilevered deck above the river. The bridge house, an homage to Phoebe's original home, was covered in shingles and set on the opposite side of the river. The smallest house was known as the Nerve Center, where telegraphs and telephone calls could be received by 3 full-time staff members. While both Wintun and Hurst Castle were being built, he went on a buying spree, purchasing St. Donat's Castle in South Wales as a gift for Marion Davies. Then he headed over to Long Island to purchase Beacon Towers, the former summer home of Alva Belmont Vanderbilt. But for as grand as these residences were, they would not compare to his next gift. He hired none other than Julia Morgan to design a sprawling 110-room party house for his lover on Santa Monica Beach. With 55 bathrooms, guest wings, and several dog kennels, her oceanfront pad became the center of the social scene during the Jazz Age. Marion had a love for historic styles and collaborated closely with Morgan, making sure her home reflected the best of the past. Walking inside, you would be greeted by a grand hall with 2 staircases mirroring each other behind fluted columns, turning at their landings to converge on the 3rd floor with large windows overlooking the surf as each sunset flooded the stair hall with golden light. Her library was finished out with wood paneling, concealing built-in bookcases along with overstuffed furniture mirroring the patterns found in the ceiling's ornate plasterwork. Her parlors were gilded with gold accents, delicately placed on wood-paneled walls above a chevron floor holding enough antique chairs to ensure every guest had a place to rest. Her parties would spill out onto the beach, with hundreds of guests being catered to by a permanent staff of 32 people. Regularly entertaining such large crowds required a remarkable amount of space for servants. She had several kitchens and pantries in each wing of the house, such as this one where we can see her fine collection of china behind glass cabinets. But the feasts were primarily prepared here under the direction of her private chef, using state-of-the-art appliances in a room that Marion probably never set foot in. Despite such lavish amenities, the dining room was meant to be a more intimate space for entertaining only a handful of close friends. Perhaps the most famous event to ever happen at her house was when Hearst rented a carousel from Warner Brothers. When it arrived at the house, it did not fit where it had been planned to be placed, so Hearst instructed that several walls of the house be removed, offering to have them rebuilt after the party. Hearst continued purchasing grand estates, including this one, which was dismantled and moved in the Bay Area to make way for another Julia Morgan creation known as the Western White House. But in his later years, he became less obsessed with the things money could buy. As time went on, Hearst attempted to divorce his wife so he could marry Davies, but his wife would not allow it. The two came to an agreement for the affair to carry on, and so it did. Hearst became increasingly more possessive of Marion, even though she occasionally had romantic relationships with other stars, such as Charlie Chaplin. His jealousy became so intense that he would rewrite portions of her films so that she would never have any kissing scenes nor loving embraces. This left Marion furious because he was now holding her back, but she loved him and ended up not fighting him on such issues. She once wrote to her close friend, Lita Gray, Charlie Chaplin's second wife, "God, I'd give everything to marry that silly old man. Not for the money and security. He's given me more than I'll ever need. Not because he's such cozy company either. Most times, when he starts jawing, he bores me stiff. And certainly, not because he's so wonderful behind the barn. Why, I could find a million better lays any Wednesday. No, you know what he gives me, sugar? He gives me the feeling I'm worth something to him. A whole lot of what we have, or don't have, I don't like. He's got a wife who will never give him a divorce. She knows about me, but it's still understood that when she decides to go to the ranch for a week or a weekend, I've got to vamoose. And he snores, and he can be petty, and he has sons about as old as me, but he's kind, and he's good to me, and I'd never walk out on him. They never did get married, and by the time Marion was in her 40s, she had retired from the silver screen to spend her time taking care of Hearst and providing him with companionship. In 1945, she sold her beach house for $500,000 just to get rid of it, though that value alone was less than what she had paid for the imported fireplaces and antique wall panelings which decorated the rooms. When Hearst died in 1951, he left her a controlling stake in his company. But she did not accept her inheritance. She approached Hearst's widow and offered to sell her the millions of dollars worth of shares for just $1. After Hearst's death, Marion felt lonely, having lost the love of her life while she still had so much more life to live. She developed a terrible drinking habit, almost never having a sober moment. This drove many of her friends away. On a wild night, 11 weeks after losing her lover, she eloped with a sea captain named Horace Brown in Las Vegas. She filed for divorce several times, but Horace refused to sign the papers. This was a major wake-up call for her, and she began to look for purpose again. Her youth had escaped her, and she couldn't return to the spotlight, so she went into real estate development, building hotels and office buildings from coast to coast, increasing her fortune far beyond what she ever made as a movie star or side chick. And unlike the man she had fallen in love with, the one who stole money from an orphanage to build a mansion, the one who sued his own family for a property he maybe visited 3 times, the one who hoarded buildings coast to coast with antiques, the only thing she wanted was to make other people's lives better. The more money she had, the more she donated to charity, especially children's hospitals. All this time, Marion had never put down the bottle, drinking in excess every night until she had a stroke in 1956. She was never the same after the stroke, and many of her old friends claimed the Marion they knew was no longer to be found in her drifting gaze. From here, her health began to take a steep decline. 3 years later, she was diagnosed with cancer and began to wither away. In 1961, she had an emergency operation to remove her bone cancer in an attempt to save her life, but her now frail body couldn't recover, and she died just a few months later in September of 1961. Though she had made an attempt to give away all of her money before she had a stroke, she ended up leaving over $20 million, or the modern-day equivalent of about $210 million, to the sea captain she married while drunk in Vegas. The beach house, which saw the biggest parties of Hollywood's golden age, was used as a hotel for a short while, but with changing times meant changing fashions, and the house was demolished for a newer building to take its place. Of all the houses they built together, the only ones lost to time were Oceanside, the Hacienda, and Beacon Towers. All of the rest continue to stand, either as museums or private residences and apartments. His architectural legacy aside, her story is a complicated one. He was a man who shaped American media, but also a man whose personal life was as sensational as the stories he printed. His relationship with Marion Davies, often misunderstood and misrepresented, was one of the very few constants in his tumultuous life. Together they weathered the storms of scandal, financial ruin in the Great Depression, and public scrutiny. And when Hearst died in 1951, it was Davies who mourned him the most, and even though they bought everything they could ever want, there were never enough treasures in the world to replace the love they had together. But I'll pass it off to you. What are your thoughts on their story? Did any of their mansions stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comment section. I would also like to take a moment to say a huge thank you to my This House supporters for making videos like this one possible. If you would like to show your support for my research and video production, join the membership program today and gain access to exclusive, restored footage and community posts published multiple times every week. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The United States is home to some of the largest mansions ever built, but have you ever wondered which one is the biggest? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the 10 biggest homes ever built in the United States. Hit that subscribe button and let's begin our countdown at number 10, Harbor Hill. Known as Harbor Hill, the mansion said to have inspired the Great Gatsby. Clarence Mackay, born into immense wealth, was the son of John William Mackay, an Irish immigrant who struck it rich in the silver and gold mines of Virginia City, Nevada, with a fortune equivalent to $2.5 billion today. Despite his newfound wealth, John was snubbed by high society, but his children, including Clarence, were welcomed. In 1897, Clarence married Catherine Alexander Dewar, known as Kitty, who came from old money. As a wedding gift, John Mackay gave Harbor Hill to the couple. Situated on 648 acres overlooking Hempstead Harbor in Long Island, the estate was designed by architect Stanford White. The more than 80,000 square foot mansion featured 52 rooms and took 3 years to build, requiring a staff of 126 servants to maintain. The entrance hall, with its oak-paneled walls and Jacobean-styled ceiling, set the tone for the lavish interiors. The grand staircase, adorned with carved banisters and flooded with light, led to the main hall with chevron-patterned floors and a massive fireplace. The drawing room, styled in Louis XV fashion, doubled as a ballroom, while the billiards room and dining room showcased oak paneling and French antiques. The house was adorned with artworks by Botticelli, Raphael, and other Renaissance masters. However, Kitty's affair led her to leave Clarence in 1910. Clarence later fell in love with Anna Case, a soprano at the Metropolitan Opera, and they married in 1930 after Kitty's passing. Harbor Hill hosted grand parties with notable guests like Charles Lindbergh and F. Scott Fitzgerald. The 1925 party for Edward, Prince of Wales, is said to have inspired Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, but the good times quickly came to an end. The stock market crash of 1929 devastated Clarence's finances. He and Anna moved into a small farmhouse on the estate, and Clarence passed away in 1938. Harbor Hill fell into disrepair and was demolished with dynamite in 1947. Then a few years later in 1955, Clarence's son sold the estate to a developer who built 400 homes on the property. Number 9. Meadowbrook Hall. Meadowbrook Hall, a Tudor Revival masterpiece located in Rochester Hills, Michigan, ranks as the 9th largest mansion on our list. Built between 1926 and 1929 by Matilda Dodge Wilson, heiress to the Dodge automotive fortune, and her second husband, lumber baron Alfred Wilson, this grand estate covers over 88,000 square feet and contains 110 rooms. Designed by the architectural firm Smith, Hinchman & Grillis, with William E. Capp as the lead architect, Meadowbrook Hall is renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and architectural significance. Today, Meadowbrook Hall stands as a historic house museum, inviting visitors to explore its grand halls and lush grounds, preserving the legacy of the Dodge and Wilson families and their contributions to American history and architecture. Number 8. Shadow Lawn. Now part of Monmouth University in West Long Branch, New Jersey, Shadow Lawn stands as a testament to the grandeur of pre-Depression estate houses. Built in 1927 for Hubert T. Parson, president of the F.W. Woolworth Company, this mansion is one of the last grand estate houses constructed before the economic downturn of the Great Depression. Designed by the renowned architects Horace Trumbauer and Julian Abel, Shadow Lawn showcases a blend of Beaux-Arts, French chateau, and Italian Renaissance architectural styles, earning its designation as a National Historic Landmark in 1985. This 3-story masonry building spans over 300 feet in width and features a Doric column portico, a dentelated cornice, and a balustrade adorned with sculptures. Inside, the mansion boasts more than 100 lavishly appointed rooms, including a grand main hall with an Aeolian Skinner organ and a 100-foot-long interior courtyard with a skylight. Among its many luxurious amenities, the basement houses a rarely used bowling alley. The original Shadow Lawn estate was developed in the early 20th century by John A. McCall, president of the New York Life Insurance Company. The initial 52-room mansion served as President Woodrow Wilson's summer White House in 1916. After the original house was destroyed by fire in 1927, Parson and his wife Maisie commissioned the construction of the current mansion, sparing no expense. The project, which cost over $10 million, continued on despite the onset of the Great Depression, ultimately leading to financial ruin for the Parsons. Unable to sell the estate, it was taken by the town for a symbolic $100 in 1939. Number 7. Winterthur. Henry Francis DuPont, born into immense wealth, was the son of a senator who had purchased the Winterthur estate, originally a 12-room house that his father expanded to 30 rooms. Growing up in such grandeur, Henry developed a deep love for the estate. After graduating from Harvard with a degree in horticulture, he returned to Winterthur, embracing a simple life connected to nature. Identifying himself as a farmer, Henry raised dairy cattle and meticulously maintained the gardens of the 2,500-acre estate. Upon his father's death in 1926, Henry inherited a vast fortune as the only surviving DuPont son. Unlike many who suffered during the Great Depression, Henry's wealth grew, allowing him to expand Winterthur from 30 rooms to an astonishing 175 rooms, making it the 7th largest home ever built in the United States, covering 96,582 square feet. His vision was to create a museum celebrating early Americana spanning from the 1640s to the 1840s. To achieve this, he purchased entire rooms, architectural salvage, and heirlooms from estate sales across the country. Henry enlisted renowned interior designer Henry Davis Sleeper to help configure period-appropriate displays for each room. Visitors to Winterthur are greeted by a floating staircase spiraling through an oculus to the top floor. The mansion features many wonders, including the Chinese room with wallpaper dating back to 1775, as well as rooms adorned with vintage wallpaper and painted wood panels. Each room offers a glimpse into America's diverse cultural influences, from humble pine-boarded family dining rooms to classically finished spaces with pilasters and wainscoting. The mansion also includes a cobblestone street with colonial and Italianate storefronts, showcasing Henry's collections in recreated historical environments. His library, said to house 87,000 books and 500,000 manuscripts, rivals university archives worldwide. In 1941, Henry opened Winchester to the public, initially limiting tours to a few guests by formal request. By 1951, the DuPont family moved to a smaller home, fully transforming Winchester into a public museum. Henry's dedication to showcasing American heritage earned national recognition, including an invitation from First Lady Jackie Kennedy to oversee the White House renovations in the 1960s. Henry DuPont passed away in 1969, but his dream of Winchester lived on. Today, the estate remains open to the public with over 900 acres of grounds to explore, preserving the legacy of early American history and design. Number 6. Cornelius Vanderbilt II's Mansion. Originally built in 1883, Cornelius Vanderbilt II felt insecure about the size of his mansion. His neighbors along Fifth Avenue were building larger and larger homes, and not wanting to be outdone, he purchased every house on his block and had them demolished. He then hired architect Richard Morris Hunt to expand his mansion so that it would fill the entire block. The 125,000 square foot Chateauette-style mansion boasted 130 rooms spread through its 6 stories above ground, not including any of the space in the several sub-basements. The rambling mansion contained great halls, grand staircases, and perhaps more gold in its gilded rooms than any of the neighboring palaces combined. Cornelius enjoyed the mansion for only 13 years before passing away, at which point the chateau was left to his wife Alice. She inherited a trust fund with more than enough money to maintain the chateau in their smaller 66,000 square foot cottage known as the Breakers in Newport, Rhode Island. By the 1920s, nearly all of the Gilded Age mansions in the neighborhood had been torn down and replaced by skyscrapers. Alice wanted to keep the house, but as time passed by, it became less and less affordable to do so. In 1926, she sold the house for the price of the land which sat below it, fetching a cool $7 million, or the modern equivalent of about $120 million. Before it was introduced to the Wrecking Ball, she opened the house for the public to tour and essentially gave away any and all architectural elements that people could strip from the mansion and repurpose. Today, the only remnant of the largest house ever built in Manhattan is the front gate of the Vanderbilt Chateau, which stands as the 105 Street entrance to Central Park. Number 5. Arden House. Arden House, the 5th largest mansion on our list, is a historic estate located near Harriman, New York. This grand property was owned by the railroad magnate, Edward Henry Harriman. By the early 1900s, the Harriman family owned an impressive 40,000 acres in the area, with half of it comprising the Arden estate. The mansion itself sits atop a mountain, offering sweeping views of the surrounding landscape. Designed by the prominent architects Carrere and Hastings, construction of the house began in 1905. Although Harriman had planned the estate for many years, he lived in it only briefly before his death in 1909. Today, Arden House is operated as a conference center. Number 4. White Marsh Hall. Henry Ford once remarked, "It's a great experience to see how the rich live," about this remarkable estate. Taking the 4th spot on our list, White Marsh Hall was an architectural marvel of its time. Edward Stotesbury, affectionately known as Ned, was born in 1849 and possessed a natural talent for mathematics, which greatly benefited his career as a financier and banker. Teaming up with J.P. Morgan, Stotesbury became one of the wealthiest men on Wall Street. After losing his first wife, he found love again with Eva Bishop Roberts, whom he married in 1912. In 1916, the couple purchased 300 acres in Springfield, Pennsylvania to build their dream home. Architect Horace Trumbauer was hired to design the mansion, which cost a staggering $10 million at the time, equivalent to nearly $300 million today. White Marsh Hall featured 6 stories, including 3 underground levels and 1 hidden by the roof. The main floors boasted 25-foot ceilings, and the mansion's footprint measured 283 feet wide by 100 feet deep. Clad in Indiana limestone, the 147-room mansion was a stunning example of classical architecture, set atop a hill with meticulously maintained gardens. The mansion's grandeur was evident upon entering through 50-foot limestone columns into the entrance hall with a grand staircase. The 64-foot-long ballroom could accommodate 800 guests and featured a pipe organ. The house was decorated with antiques sourced by Joseph Devane and hosted notable guests such as the future King Gustav VI of Sweden. Maintaining the estate cost over $1 million annually, with a full staff managing amenities like in-home movie theater, barbershop, bakery, a gymnasium, and a wine cellar, even during Prohibition. The Great Depression marked the beginning of the end for White Marsh Hall. The estate ceased hosting large parties, and Ned and Ava spent 2 years in Europe. Upon returning, they found life had irrevocably changed. Ned passed away in 1938, leaving Ava with the equivalent of $83 million, insufficient to maintain the estate. Ava sold off antiques, jewelry, and art, but the house continued to drain her finances. She eventually abandoned the estate, donating parts of it to various causes. In 1943, Ava sold the mansion and 45.6 acres to the Pennsylvania Salt Company for $160,000. The remaining property was developed into homes for returning World War II soldiers. The mansion then changed hands multiple times before being demolished in 1980. Today, only the limestone columns and remnants of the stone terrace remain a silent witness to the grandeur that once was White Marsh Hall. Number 3. The One. Coming in as the third largest house ever built in the US is The One in Bel Air, California. This modernist compound boasts over 105,000 square feet and has been featured in dozens of house tour videos across all social media platforms. Because it is so trendy, we'll move on to Number 2. Oheka Castle. Taking the second spot on our list is Oheka Castle, a magnificent estate built by financier and philanthropist Otto Kahn in the early 20th century. Responding to the discrimination he faced with Jews being barred from clubs and golf courses in Morristown, New Jersey, Kahn decided to construct a grand, fireproof mansion. After his previous country home, Cedar Court, was nearly destroyed by a fire in 1905, Kahn was determined to prevent such a disaster from happening again. He hired architects Delano and Aldrich to design Oheka Castle with steel and concrete, making it one of the first completely fireproof residential buildings. Construction began with the creation of an artificial hill, providing the castle with sweeping views of Cold Spring Hills and Cold Spring Harbor. The estate grounds were meticulously designed by the Olmsted brothers, featuring a formal sunken garden with clipped greens, gravel parterres, and water terraces. The 443-acre property boasted an 18-hole golf course designed by Seth Rayner, one of the largest private greenhouse complexes in America, tennis courts, an indoor swimming pool, a landing strip, orchards, and stables. Following Kahn's death in 1934, the estate changed hands several times and served various purposes, including as a retreat for New York City sanitation workers and the Eastern Military Academy, which occupied the house until 1979. Today, Oheka Castle stands as a testament to Kahn's vision and determination, continuing to awe visitors with its grandeur and historical significance. Number 1. Biltmore Estate. Topping our list as the largest mansion ever built in the United States, the Biltmore Estate stands as a testament to the grandeur of the Gilded Age. George Washington Vanderbilt, born into one of the greatest fortunes the New World had ever seen, set out to create his monumental residence. He acquired 195 square miles of land near Asheville, North Carolina, and hired prominent landscape architect Frederick Law Olmsted. Olmsted's task was to design not only the formal gardens and breathtaking vistas, but also to create a self-sustaining estate complete with numerous farms. Vanderbilt then enlisted famed Gilded Age architect Richard Morris Hunt to design the mansion. The result was the Biltmore, boasting over 178,000 square feet with 250 rooms, 35 bedrooms, and 43 bathrooms. To appreciate its scale, envision the rooms spread over more than 4 acres if laid out on a single level. Construction of the 4-story mansion nestled into the hillside began in 1889 and lasted 6 years, employing over 1,000 workers daily. The brick walls were reinforced with a steel frame, and the facade was clad in Indiana limestone brought to the site via a private railroad. Inside, visitors are greeted by the limestone-clad main hall and the light-filled winter garden. The banquet hall, the largest room in the house, stretches 72 feet long with 70-foot-high barrel-vaulted ceilings and a dining table that can seat 64 guests. The room also features a triple fireplace and a built-in pipe organ. Other notable spaces include the more intimate breakfast room, the kitchen, the salon adorned with European antiques, and the library housing over 10,000 volumes with a Baroque design and a ceiling mural imported from Italy. The Biltmore's opulence extends to its upper floors, where George and Edith Vanderbilt's grand bedrooms are located. The basement offers a bowling alley, an indoor pool, and a gymnasium equipped with the finest late 1800s workout gear. Although the estate has been reduced to 8,000 acres, it remains privately owned by Vanderbilt's descendants and welcomes over 100,000 visitors annually, serving as a house museum and showcasing the height of America's Gilded Age architecture and landscaping. And while I did my best to compile this list, there are a few honorable mentions to include. Not every mansion had its square footage recorded before being demolished. Clark's Folly in Manhattan is one such mansion, which boasted an estimated 77,000 square feet to possibly as much as 110,000 square feet. The mansion was started in 1897 and completed in 1911, then demolished shortly afterwards in 1927, only standing for 16 short years. Despite being under construction for 14 years, with some of the world's most prominent artists sculpting its marble and limestone walls, most of the incredible artisan work ended up in a landfill. There is also a mansion which was touted as the second largest house ever built in the United States, though it was never properly measured. Shadowbrook in Stockbridge, Massachusetts was built by Anson Phelps Stokes to be a grand display of wealth. While several sources claim it was second only to the Biltmore, the mansion spontaneously exploded before it could be properly documented. And even though Versailles in Florida is still under construction and is touted as the largest house ever built by many media outlets, it simply would not be in the top 10 no matter how you measured it. So there you have it, the 10 largest homes ever built in the United States. Did you have a favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. While the United States is without royalty and nobility, the Dukes of America built some of the most palatial homes ever known in the country. From Manhattan mansions to lavish country estates to a seaside villa in Hawaii, today we are exploring 3 generations of the Dukes' opulent estates. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore some magnificent homes in a special episode of This House. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1820, Washington Duke was born in the rural landscape of East Orange County, North Carolina, in what is now Durham County. The 8th of 10 children, Duke's early years were marked by the hard labor of a tenant farmer. In 1842, he married Mary Carolyn Clinton, and with their union came a gift of 72 acres of land from her father. It was on this plot that Duke began his journey as a subsistence farmer, a humble start that would lay the foundation for a remarkable future. The couple's happiness was short-lived. Mary died in 1847, leaving Duke to care for their 2 young sons. In 1852, he married Artelia Rodney, and they built a new homestead together, welcoming 3 more children into their family. At the outbreak of the Civil War, Duke, then 40 years old, found himself too old for the initial conscription, but was eventually enlisted in the Confederate Navy. After a brief imprisonment, he made a long and arduous journey back home, walking 134 miles from New Bern to his farm. Upon returning from the war, Duke decided to abandon farming and venture into the tobacco business. In 1865, with nothing but a converted corn crib as his factory, he established W. Duke Sons & Company and began producing pipe tobacco under the brand Pro Bono Publico. The enterprise was a family affair, with Duke and his sons, Ben and Buck, producing between 400 and 500 pounds of tobacco daily. As their operation grew, they constructed a larger 2-story factory on their homestead. By 1874, the Duke family had moved to the burgeoning city of Durham, where they built a factory on Main Street. In 1880, at 60 years old, Washington Duke sold his share of the company to Richard Harvey Wright, a local farmer. Under Buck Duke's leadership, W. Duke Sons & Company flourished, eventually merging with other companies to form the American Tobacco Company in 1890, which would become the largest tobacco manufacturer in the world. Around this time, his sons began building their first mansions in Durham, though they would be compared to doghouses later on when they built their mega mansions. Finished in 1883, Brody, the eldest son of Washington, built the stately Italianate mansion in Durham County. He was Buck's half-brother and did not end up with nearly as large of a fortune, but nonetheless, his home is still worth a mention. Buck's full brother Ben built the stately house just up the road from his father's mansion, which he named the Terrace, though he would soon find the house to be too small, choosing to start over by building a second mansion in the area known as 4 Acres. Unlike Brody's clapboard house, Benjamin's was constructed from granite blocks with cutting-edge technology built into the home, including radiator heating and electricity. The interior was finished out with imported wood, European and Asian antiques, as well as plush carpets, allowing him to have his first taste of luxury. All 4 acres of the aptly named property were curated by his full-time groundskeepers to maintain its park-like setting. Even though this property was beyond what 99% of the population could afford, it would pale in comparison to what would come next. Now with Buck running the family business, Washington immersed himself in politics and devoted significant time to philanthropy. A devout Methodist, he generously supported local churches as well as educational institutions. His most notable contribution was his role in relocating Trinity College to Durham in 1890. Facing financial difficulties in 1896, the college received a lifeline in the form of $100,000 from Duke, contingent upon the institution admitting women on an equal basis with men. Although the college offered to rename itself in his honor, Washington modestly declined, though nearly 2 decades after his passing, it was renamed in his honor as Duke University. Washington Duke passed away in 1905 at the age of 84 years old, and the first major transfer of wealth in the Duke family followed. Backing up a bit, in the early 1880s, Buck and Benjamin took over their family's tobacco business. Buck's visionary approach quickly became evident. In 1885, he secured a license to use James Albert Bonsack's revolutionary cigarette rolling machine. This device could produce 133 cigarettes per minute, dramatically reducing production costs and enhancing uniformity. By 1890, Buck Duke's company supplied 40% of the American cigarette market. Recognizing an opportunity to dominate the industry, Buck orchestrated the consolidation of 4 major competitors into one powerful entity, the American Tobacco Company. This strategic move allowed him to control over 90% of the American cigarette market, establishing a near monopoly. Buck's ambition extended beyond American borders. In the early 1900s, he sought to conquer the British market, challenging the then divided British manufacturers. His aggressive tactics forced them to merge into the Imperial Tobacco Company. The intense competition led to a settlement where American Tobacco controlled the U.S. market, Imperial Tobacco dominated British territories, and a new cooperative venture, the British American Tobacco Company, was formed to handle the rest of the world's trade. During this period, Duke's business practices drew scrutiny and legal challenges. Just 1 year after Washington's passing, the American Tobacco Company was found guilty of antitrust violations, leading to its breakup in 1911 into 4 separate entities: American Tobacco Company, Liggett & Myers, also known as L&M, R.J. Reynolds, and P. Lorillard Company. Despite these setbacks, the British American Tobacco Company remained under Duke's control. Along for the ride was his brother Ben, and together, the Duke brothers achieved a level of wealth their father would have had a hard time ever imagining, becoming one of the wealthiest families not just in the US, but in the entire world. Ben and Buck moved to Manhattan and began building their first palatial mansions, but before we check those out, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring this video. Now, let's explore the Duke's Manhattan mansions. Finished in 1901, Benjamin's first Manhattan mansion stood at 1009 Fifth Avenue. Even though the copper-clad brick mansion rested on a regal limestone base, the 12-bedroom house wasn't enough for him. He began purchasing lots further up Fifth Avenue at 89th Street and hired famed architect C.K.G. Gilbert to design for him a more refined limestone mansion. The interior of the second mansion was completed with a grand marble staircase winding through the 6-story residence. We'll begin exploring its sumptuous interior through the foyer hall on the second floor. Behind us is the drawing room, clad in gilded wall panels with ornate plasterwork soaring above us on the ceiling. Opposite from the drawing room is the dining room, where he once again incorporated both Asian and European antiques. As we travel further up in the house, we come across the library, boasting half-height bookcases to match the wainscoting and all set below a coffered ceiling. His wife's suite was fit for royalty, as we can imagine her waking up every day being waited on by 9 servants. Unfortunately, this mansion would be torn down mere decades later to make way for the Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum. Meanwhile, Buck had been busy building his own mansion at the corner of 5th Avenue and 78th Street. By this time, the area around Central Park was fully developed, leading Buck to demolish the former Henry Cook mansion to make space for his own. Finished in 1912, Buck and his wife moved into their 40,000 square foot mansion, ready to start their new lives together with their daughter Doris. The interior was every bit as sumptuous and refined as you might imagine, with a grand marble stair hall teeming with tropical plants reaching towards the skylight overhead. Each room was given the utmost care and planning, while introducing period styles ranging from Louis XV to Louis XVI. The Dukes enjoyed their palatial Manhattan mansion together, as well as their various country estates, including the 2,700-acre Duke Farms in New Jersey. In 1925, Buck passed away, leaving a legal nightmare for his daughter and wife to sort out. All the properties were to be sold and the funds divided amongst 14-year-old Doris and Buck's widow, but he had also provided a provision that gave his widow lifelong tenancy in his properties. When all was said and done, Doris, still a child, inherited the bulk of Buck's estate, including all of his real estate holdings, earning her the title the richest girl in the world. It is estimated that she inherited as much as $100 million, worth the modern-day equivalent of nearly $1.8 billion. Doris Duke's life was a blend of extraordinary wealth, diverse interest, and significant philanthropic efforts. At 18, she was presented to society as a debutante at Rough Point, the family residence in Newport, Rhode Island, which she had inherited. Rough Point had originally been built for Frederick Vanderbilt in 1892 along Newport's cliff walk. Her father had famed Gilded Age architect Horace Trumbauer completely renovate the mansion before his passing, setting the scene for her entrance into high society. Over the years, her vast inheritance allowed her to explore various passions. Doris's interests ranged from arts to athletics. She studied singing in New York City and briefly worked as a foreign correspondent during World War II. Her adventurous spirit led her to become the first non-Hawaiian woman to engage in competitive surfing. While in Hawaii, she commissioned her Honolulu estate known as Shangri-La. The construction of Shangri-La began in 1936, following Doris Duke's honeymoon through the Islamic world. Inspired by her travels, Doris spent nearly 6 decades collecting over 4,000 objects to adorn her Hawaiian retreat. Designed by architect Marion Smith Wyeth, Shangri-La reflects the diverse artistic traditions of countries such as Iran, Morocco, Turkey, Spain, Syria, Egypt, and India. Shangri-La's vibrant collection of Islamic art features gilt and painted ceilings from Morocco, intricate ceramics from Iran, painted wooden interiors from Syria, and textiles spanning from Spain to India. The outdoor landscape of Shangri-La is equally captivating, with terraced water features, a Hawaiian fish pond, tropical gardens, and stunning views of the Pacific Ocean. Her love for horticulture expanded to the creation of Duke Gardens at Duke Farms, an elaborate public display inspired by her travels and the grandeur of DuPont's Longwood Gardens. This project, which began in 1958, featured 11 interconnected gardens, each with a distinct theme, reflecting her dedication to botanical beauty. Doris Duke's properties were as diverse as her interest. Besides Duke Farms, she spent summers at Rough Point and winters at Shangri-La. She also owned Falcon Lair in Los Angeles, once home to Rudolph Valentino, and maintained luxurious apartments in Manhattan. Doris Duke's personal life was marked by notable marriages and relationships. Her first marriage to James H.R. Cromwell in 1935 ended in divorce. She later married a Dominican diplomat, but the marriage was dissolved within a year. Doris had several high-profile romances, including with film stars Errol Flynn and General George S. Patton. Her relationships combined with her immense wealth and luxurious lifestyle kept her in the public eye. Doris Duke's philanthropic endeavors were vast and impactful. She established Independent Aid at 21 years old to manage her charitable contributions and later funded the Newport Restoration Foundation, preserving over 80 historic buildings. Her foundation, Independent Aid, eventually became the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation, supporting diverse causes such as medical research, child welfare, and the performing arts. The foundation also oversees her residences, ensuring her legacy endures. Doris Duke died on October 28th of 1993 at her Los Angeles home, Falcon Lair. Her fortune, estimated at over $1 billion, was largely left to charity, with her will designating substantial funds to various foundations. Despite legal challenges and accusations of misconduct by her trustees, Duke's charitable legacy continues to support numerous causes, reflecting her lifelong dedication to philanthropy. Unfortunately, many of the Duke family's mansions have been lost to time, with the only ones remaining being the first Benjamin Duke mansion in Manhattan, along with his brother Buck's Manhattan mansion. Duke Farms was torn down somewhat recently, though the gardens remain, and Rough Point and Shangri-La continue to welcome visitors as per Doris Duke's wishes. Thank you again, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's extra-long video. Make sure to check out the link in the video description to learn more about their upcoming tours. What did you think about the Dukes of America and their palatial mansions? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Rejecting his royal duties for a life of escapism, the fairy tale king of Bavaria built some of Europe's most iconic castles and palaces, each its own world where reality was never welcomed. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the many palaces of King Ludwig II. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1845 in the magnificent Nymphenburg Palace, Ludwig II arrived into a world of grandeur and expectation. As the eldest son of Maximilian II of Bavaria and Maria of Prussia, Ludwig was destined for royalty, yet his childhood was marked by an unusual blend of strict discipline and wild imagination. His father, King Maximilian II, intended to mold Ludwig into a ruler from an early age, but the young prince often escaped into a world of fairy tales and legends at Hohenschwangau Castle, where murals of heroic sagas adorned the walls and sparked his vivid dreams. In 1864, at just 18 years old, Ludwig ascended to the throne, unprepared for the weight of kingship but armed with a vision that would captivate the world. His reported charm and striking good looks won him immediate popularity, but Ludwig's heart was not in politics. Instead, he was drawn to the arts, particularly the music of Richard Wagner, whom he summoned to his court almost immediately. This meeting would ignite a lifelong patronage and friendship that would shape Ludwig's reign and ignite a lifelong pursuit of fantasy. King Ludwig II, often feeling constrained by the political intrigues and formalities of court life in Munich, yearned for a place of solace and creativity. The rugged beauty of the Bavarian Alps near the Austrian border offered the perfect retreat. Overlooking the serene Alpsee and Schwansee lakes and standing above a charming village, Neuschwanstein was envisioned as a private sanctuary where Ludwig could escape from the demands of kingship and indulge in his passion for art and mythology. The inspiration for Neuschwanstein came from Ludwig's visits to Patrno Castle and the Château de Pierrefonds in 1867. These journeys ignited his desire to create a castle that embodied the romantic ideals of the Middle Ages and celebrated the musical mythology of his beloved composer. His vision was grandiose, a medieval knight's castle brought to life with modern technology and an artistic flair. Ludwig personally oversaw every detail of the design, which was drafted by the stage designer Christian Jank and realized by the architect Eduard Riedel. The king's influence was so pervasive that Neuschwanstein is often seen as his personal creation. The castle was meant to be a theatrical setting, reflecting themes from Wagner's operas and offering a stage for Ludwig's own fantasies. Construction of Neuschwanstein began in 1869, with the foundation stone being laid on September 5th. Despite initial plans for a modest structure, Ludwig's ambitions grew and the castle's design evolved into an elaborate Romanesque revival masterpiece. The construction site was bustling with activity, employing hundreds of craftsmen and laborers. Ludwig's meticulous demands and frequent changes led to delays and escalating cost. The castle's exterior, built from white limestone, and the interior, adorned with frescoes, intricate woodwork, and rich tapestries, reflected Ludwig's romantic vision and his dedication to creating a perfect medieval fantasy. Neuschwanstein's architecture is a blend of Romanesque, Gothic, and Byzantine styles, with each element meticulously designed to create a harmonious whole. The gatehouse, with its red brick exterior and yellow limestone accents, serves as the entrance to the lower courtyard. From there, visitors ascend to the upper courtyard, where the rectangular tower and the knight's house evoke the grandeur of a medieval fortress. The palace, or main building, is the heart of Neuschwanstein. Inside, the throne hall dazzles with its gilded columns, intricate mosaics, and grand chandelier. This hall, inspired by Byzantine churches, was intended to symbolize Ludwig's divine right to rule, though perhaps, in a poetic foreshadowing, the throne itself was never completed. The Hall of Singers, another highlight, was designed for grand musical performances, reflecting Ludwig's love for Wagner's operas. With its ornate stage, gallery, and murals depicting scenes from Wagner's work, this hall is a celebration of art and legend. Even with so much grandeur, all set on such a fantastical scale and never being completed, Ludwig II would set out to expand his fairy tale empire. Linderhof Palace, completed in 1878, is a dazzling reflection of his obsession with the opulence of French Rococo. The story of Linderhof begins with a modest hunting lodge, which Ludwig inherited from his father. The young king, familiar with the serene landscape from hunting trips, saw the potential for something extraordinary. In 1869, Ludwig embarked on a journey to transform the hunting lodge into a new palace. By 1874, he had relocated and expanded the original lodge, encladding the wooden exterior with elegant stone facades, creating the Rococo-inspired palace we see today. Ludwig's admiration for the French Sun King, Louis XIV, is evident throughout Linderhof. The palace's design, though on a smaller scale, draws inspiration from the opulent grandeur of Versailles. The interior design, however, reflects the mid-18th century Rococo style of Louis XV's Petit Trianon. Everywhere, the sun motif, symbolizing absolute power, can be found, echoing Ludwig's ideal for a divine monarchy. Despite its grandeur, Linderhof has an intimate, almost private atmosphere. The palace contains only 4 rooms with specific functions, a masterpiece of design and opulence, though the true magic of the site lies beyond the palace's walls. The gardens surrounding Linderhof are considered masterpieces of garden design, blending Renaissance and Baroque formal elements with the natural beauty of the English landscape garden. Designed by court garden director Karl von Effner, the gardens are divided into sections adorned with allegorical sculptures representing the continents, the seasons, and the elements. One of the most enchanting features of Linderhof's park is the Venus Grotto, an artificial cave inspired by the first act of Wagner's Tannhäuser. Built between 1875 and 1877 under the direction of an opera set designer, the grotto features a shell-shaped boat, a waterfall, and a rainbow projection device. Ludwig would be rowed around the grotto's artificial lake while musicians played Wagnerian motifs, creating an immersive, otherworldly experience. Hunting's Hut, inspired by Wagner's Die Walküre, and German's Hermitage from Parsifal are other fantastical structures within the park. These rustic buildings allowed Ludwig to live out scenes from his favorite operas celebrating Germanic legends and medieval chivalry. Reflecting on Ludwig's fascination with the exotic, the Moorish kiosk and Moroccan house add an oriental flair to Linderhof's landscape. The Moorish kiosk, with its stunning peacock throne, and the Moroccan house, originally built for the Vienna International Exhibition, were both reassembled in the park, providing Ludwig with even more imaginative retreats. Now with 2 palaces under construction, the king wanted to outdo even the most impressive palaces in Europe by creating a replica of the Palace of Versailles, but on a larger scale. In the serene waters of the Chiemsee Lake, nestled in the heart of Bavaria, lies Herreninsel, an island shrouded in history and grandeur. Once the site of a humble Augustinian monastery, this island was destined for transformation once Ludwig acquired it in 1873. His vision was to create a monumental homage to his idol, King Louis XIV of France. Thus began the story of Herrenchiemsee Palace, the grandest and last of Ludwig's architectural dreams. Ludwig's fascination with the Palace of Versailles was no secret. In 1867, he traveled to France, yearning to see the splendor of Versailles. Though he was called back to Bavaria before he could visit, his obsession with the Sun King's residence only grew. Ludwig envisioned a Bavarian Versailles and tasked his court architect with designing a palace that would rival the French masterpiece. Construction began in 1878, and Ludwig personally supervised the progress. The new Herrenchiemsee Palace was conceived as a private retreat, a tribute to Louis XIV, and a statement of Ludwig's royal aspirations. Unlike the medieval-themed Neuschwanstein, Herrenchiemsee was a neo-Baroque marvel, a testament to Ludwig's admiration for French grandeur. Schloss Herrenchiemsee was designed to be a sprawling complex, yet only the central portion was completed. The palace's architecture and interior were meticulously crafted to emulate Versailles, but with modern innovations. The Hall of Mirrors, the centerpiece of the palace, mirrored its Versailles counterpart with 17 arches and 25 frescoes depicting Louis XIV's glory, though Ludwig's Hall of Mirrors was designed to be longer. Technological advances such as central heating, running water, and toilets were incorporated, reflecting nearly 2 centuries of progress since Versailles' construction. The palace's grand facade and elaborate interiors were intended to celebrate the divine right of kings, with Ludwig casting himself in the role of a Bavarian Sun King. The dining room featured an elevator table, and the world's largest Meissen porcelain chandelier adorned the ceiling. Yet despite its splendor, Herrenchiemsee was never intended to host a royal court. It was Ludwig's personal sanctuary, a place where he could live out his royal fantasies in solitude. The gardens of Herrenchiemsee, designed to complement the palace's magnificence, are filled with fountains, statues, and meticulously manicured lawns. The Latona Fountain, a replica of the one at Versailles, stands as a testament to Ludwig's dedication to his vision. Statues inspired by antiquity and romanticism, reminiscent of Wagner's operatic themes, adorn the gardens, creating a landscape that is both classical and fantastical. As Ludwig's architectural dreams grew, so did his distance from the mundane realities of governance. He shunned public appearances and state affairs, preferring the solitude of his castles and the company of his imagination. His nocturnal sleigh rides through the Bavarian countryside, often stopping to converse with astonished peasants, became the stories of legend. These whimsical escapades earned him the moniker the Fairy Tale King, but they also strained his relationship with ministers who grew increasingly concerned about his extravagance and eccentricity. By 1885, Ludwig's relentless spending had plunged him into deep debt. Desperate and alarmed, his ministers sought a way to depose him. They conspired to declare Ludwig insane, presenting a dubious medical record that concluded that he was unfit to rule. On June 10th of 1886, a government commission arrived at Neuschwanstein to deliver the deposition order. Forewarned, Ludwig had the castle guarded and the commissioners turned away at gunpoint. The castle, which once felt like a sanctuary, now became a fortress against his own government. The standoff was brief. Just 2 days later, Ludwig was captured and taken to Burg Castle. The following evening, he and his doctor, Bernhard von Guden, went for a walk along Lake Starnberg, and just a few hours later, their bodies were found in shallow water. The official cause of death was ruled as self-inflicted by drowning, but the lack of water in Ludwig's lungs and marks on Guden's body sparked endless speculation about the true circumstances of their demise. Construction immediately ceased on both Neuschwanstein and Schloss Herrenchiemsee, with Linderhof being the only palace to have been completed before the king's mysterious death. Ludwig left behind more than just magnificent castles, he left a legacy of enchantment and mystery. His creations, once seen as symbols of madness and financial recklessness, are now celebrated as architectural marvels that attract millions of visitors each year. Neuschwanstein in particular stands as a testament to Ludwig's dream, inspiring everything from Disney's Sleeping Beauty Castle to the imaginations of countless admirers worldwide. Today, Ludwig is remembered not as the Mad King, but as a visionary whose fantastical dreams continue to captivate and inspire. His life, filled with beauty, mystery, and tragedy, remains one of history's most intriguing stories, a true fairy tale brought to life by the fairy tale king of Bavaria. What did you think about King Ludwig's palaces? Did you have a favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. American colonial architecture spans a variety of styles that reflect the diverse origins of the early settlers in what would become the United States. Each style, from the simple saltbox homes of New England to the grand Georgian mansions of the mid-Atlantic, tells a story of adaptation, resourcefulness, and the blending of old-world traditions with the challenges of the new frontier. Hi everyone, Ken here. Let's take a journey through the various types of American colonial homes, exploring their unique characteristics by region, historical context, and going in depth for some notable examples. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The harsh winters and dense forests of New England shaped the early colonial homes in this region. The Saltbox House is one of the most iconic, recognized by its long, sloping rear roof that gives it a distinctive asymmetrical profile. This style evolved from the need for easy, practical construction that could withstand the New England weather. A prime example is the Parson Capen House in Topsfield, Massachusetts, built in 1683, which showcases the simplicity and sturdiness of the saltbox design. Another quintessential New England style is the Cape Cod House, characterized by its steep roof, central chimney, and rectangular 1.5-story composition. These homes were designed for efficiency, with low ceilings and small windows to retain heat during the long, cold winters. The Dutch settlers who arrived in the Hudson River Valley and parts of New Jersey brought with them traditions from Holland and Flanders. Dutch colonial homes are easily identified by their gambrel roofs, which allow for a full second story without the need for excessively high walls. These homes often featured stone or brick construction, reflecting the Dutch preference for sturdy, durable materials. The Bronk House, also known as the Peter Bronk House, is one of the oldest surviving buildings in upstate New York, built in 1663 by Peter Bronk, a Swedish settler with Dutch ties. Located in Greene County near Coxsackie, this historic house is a well-preserved example of early Dutch and Swedish colonial architecture. Originally, the house was a simple, sturdy structure with thick stone walls and a steep gambrel roof. Over time, the Bronk family expanded the home. In 1738, Peter's grandson added a large brick house, connecting it to the original structure with a brick passageway. Another addition followed in 1792, using construction techniques similar to the original building. In rural areas, however, the Dutch farmhouse became a common sight, with its long, linear plan and wide overhangs designed to protect the walls from the elements. The Hankinson-Moreau-Covenhoven House in Freehold, New Jersey is a classic example, blending Dutch architectural elements with later Georgian influences. However, in the warmer climates of the southern colonies, homes took on a different character. The southern colonial style is often associated with large, sprawling plantations, but also influenced smaller homes throughout the region. These houses typically featured large porches or verandas which provided shade and a place to catch breezes during the hot summer months. Completed by the early 1750s in Charleston, South Carolina, there is perhaps one of America's best remaining examples of this substyle of residential architecture. Drayton Hall, named after the Drayton family who called this grand estate home for 7 generations, encapsulates the Palladian style not only on its exterior but within its exquisite interior. Before we enter the mansion, let's take a look at some of its drawings, noting how each room is anchored to the first floor's great hall. Furthermore, in this section, we can see how carefully proportioned each room is, following a strict grid not only for its layout, but for its decorative elements as well. When exploring a grand manor, there is no better place to start than the entrance itself. Arriving at the threshold, we can look up to layers of ornate molding framing the double doors. Upon entering, there is a rapid expansion of space as the ceiling soars 2 stories overhead, with a grand double staircase gracing the painted paneled walls. No surface is left unadorned, from hand-lathed newel posts to intricate carvings decorating the risers. We can imagine how grand the Draytons must have appeared standing at the balcony, framed by an elaborate, classically styled door surround as guests arrive through the front door. From here we can continue from the stair hall into the Great Hall, where we are met by exquisitely carved wood paneling. In this historic photo of the room, we can more accurately visualize just how little has been eroded by time. Even with fading paint and cracked plasterwork, the timeless, unrelenting beauty of the room's classically styled and mathematically proportioned elements persist. The windows, with their deep sills, are framed by fluted pilasters with egg and dart molding in their capitals. And of the window surrounds that are still intact, we find festoons, rosettes, and various tiny details in the woodwork, reflecting the natural fauna just beyond the glass panes. If we take the passageway just to the left of the grand fireplace, we will find the Ionic Room. This room, which serves as a parlor, was aptly named for its strict adherence to the classically inspired Ionic order. Each of the pilasters in this room is topped with an Ionic capital that flares out at a slight angle before scrolling back in on itself. We find an enlarged but mathematically similar scrolling composing the broken pediment on the fireplace's upper mantle. Let's step back once again to appreciate the symphony of these tiny details coming together to create a beautiful space. Traveling back into the Great Hall, we will hook around the fireplace to find the library glowing in the afternoon sunlight. While the design on the wall panels is cohesive with the adjoining rooms, all of the distractions of intricate detailing have been phased out so that only a single decorative band of egg and dart molding continues across the wood-paneled walls. This simplicity in the library aligns with the philosophy tied to the Palladian style, remembering the primary purpose of the room is for reading, writing, and thinking and should not impose distractions. Cutting across the Great Hall diagonally, we find the dining room through the passage on the right. For the first time, we see red introduced into the paint scheme with creamy, off-white paneling, further tied together by the pigment found within the fireplace's marble surround. Just beyond the dining room's fireplace, the first floor chamber mirrors its color scheme with different, complementing decorative elements. While Drayton Hall might appear to be the epitome of luxury for this time period, there is more to uncover as we delve deeper into the colonial era. Caught somewhere between the Northeast and the South, we find the Pennsylvania colonial style to be a blend of influences, reflecting the diverse population of the region, which included English, German, and Swedish settlers. Early homes in this area often adopted the Georgian style with its formal symmetry and classical proportions. Hope Lodge in White Marsh Township, Pennsylvania, built in 1750, is a fine example of Georgian architecture in the colonies, with its balanced windows, central doorway, and brick construction. However, not all homes in Pennsylvania follow the Georgian model. The Swedish settlers introduced the log cabin to America, a form that became popular throughout the frontier, expanding westward as settlers planted their roots, carrying with them the simple, hardy style of construction even into the mid-1800s, where we find this style still being built in Missouri. Though the simple log cabin design reached the Midwest later, there were other colonial-era styles that preceded it. Backing up to when the American colonial style was taking root along the Atlantic coast, French settlers in the deep interior of North America developed the French colonial style, which was well suited to the hot, humid climate of the Mississippi River Valley. These homes often featured broad, hipped roofs and wraparound gallery porches, which provided shade and helped to keep the interior cool. The Beckett-Ribot House in St. Genevieve, Missouri, built in 1778, is a classic example of this style, with its timber frame construction and steeply pitched roof. In New Orleans, the French colonial style evolved to incorporate elements of Caribbean architecture, resulting in the unique Creole cottages and townhouses that still define the city's historic districts. The Madame John's Legacy in the French Quarter, built in 1788, is a well-preserved example of a Creole townhouse with its characteristic high ceilings, large windows, and Louvre shutters. And yet there was one more major influence under the broader umbrella of American colonial. The Spanish colonial style is perhaps the most diverse of the substyles, reflecting the vast geographical area it covers from Florida to California. In Florida, the earliest Spanish colonial homes were simple, one-room structures made from coquina or tabby, materials that were readily available in the region. The Gonzalez Alvarez house in St. Augustine, Florida, built in 1723, is a beautifully preserved example of early Spanish colonial architecture, with its thick walls, wooden shutters, and interior courtyard. In the Southwest, Spanish colonial homes often featured adobe construction, drawing influence from native building techniques, along with flat roofs and enclosed courtyards, creating a cool, private retreat from the harsh desert sun. Perhaps there is no better example than the Spanish Governor's Palace in San Antonio, Texas. The keystone above the front entrance, adorned with a double-headed eagle from the coat of arms of Spanish King Ferdinand VI, proudly dates the building to around 1749. The palace itself is a marvel of 18th century Spanish colonial architecture. Its U-shaped design, built from brick and covered in stucco, encapsulates a traditional Spanish patio and courtyard, offering a serene glimpse into the past. Here we can imagine wandering about the tiled walkway through the lush gardens, flanked by arcades as we make our way over to the well to fetch fresh water for the day. Our journey through the courtyard is a tranquil escape from the city beyond its walls. As the lines between indoor and outdoor living become blurred, we find a private patio under the shade of a pergola. The exterior finishes continue inside, with terracotta tile floors resting below exposed wood-beam ceilings. The dining room was designed to be large enough to host grand dinner parties in the light of a flickering fire. And nearby, the governor's staff would have been hard at work in the kitchen preparing meals, making everything from scratch. Taking a closer look, the wood-burning oven and cooktop give us a better idea of what working in this space was like. The palace continues on with large rooms, sparsely but effectively decorated with objects of purpose. As we wind our way through, we can imagine dozens of people spread all throughout, working at writing desks and bustling about. Being part of the mission, the palace had an education room to further the crown's influence. The first bedroom we will see was perhaps the most lavish in all of Spanish Texas. Though others were simple by comparison, they were still luxurious compared to life outside the palace. While we have covered the larger subcategories of American colonial, there remains a variety of regional designs as cultures blended together in the New World, reinventing domestic architecture. The intent of this video was to focus on the purest, most definitive categories of American colonial, and on that note, it's worth mentioning the first period homes, which represent the very earliest phases of English settlement in America, from about 1607 to 1700. These homes were often built with steeply pitched roofs, small casement windows, and massive central chimneys, reflecting the medieval building traditions that the settlers brought with them from England. The Fairbanks House in Dedham, Massachusetts, built around 1637, is the oldest known surviving timber frame house in North America and a prime example of first period architecture. American colonial homes are as varied as the people who built them, reflecting a wide range of influences, climates, and available materials. Whether it's the rugged simplicity of a New England saltbox, the stately elegance of a Georgian mansion, or the cool, shaded galleries of a French colonial house, each style tells a story of adaptation and innovation. These homes are not just relics of the past, they are living examples of American architectural heritage, still admired and preserved for their beauty, practicality, and historical significance. Which style is your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. Few names are as intertwined with the opulence and intrigue of America's Gilded Age as the Astor family. Among its many storied members, William Waldorf Astor stood out for not only his vast wealth, but for his ambition to redefine luxury and his role in creating one of New York's most iconic landmarks, the Waldorf Astoria. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of William Waldorf Astor. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1848, William Waldorf Astor entered the world as the only child of John Jacob Astor III, one of the wealthiest men in America. His family owned vast tracts of land in New York, especially on Manhattan Island, where the population was growing exponentially. From an early age, William was groomed for greatness, receiving a world-class education in Germany and Italy under private tutors. By 1875, he had earned a law degree from Columbia Law School and briefly practiced law, though it quickly became apparent that his true inheritance lay not in legal prowess, but in managing the family's colossal fortune. The Astor family's wealth was matched only by its infighting, particularly the infamous feud between William and his aunt, Caroline Webster Skimmerhorn Astor, the self-styled queen of New York society. Caroline insisted on being the Mrs. Astor, a title she had wrestled from her sister-in-law, William's mother, years earlier. William, however, was determined that his wife, Mary, would claim the title, sparking a battle of social supremacy that escalated in ways neither could have foreseen. Upon inheriting his father's fortune in 1890, William embarked on a bold, and some might say spiteful venture. He razed his family's mansion on Fifth Avenue and commissioned the Waldorf Hotel in its place. Designed by Henry J. Hardenberg, the 13-story structure was a masterpiece of Renaissance Revival architecture and a direct affront to his aunt, whose home stood next door. The construction disrupted Caroline's serene social enclave, replacing the quiet clop of horse-drawn carriages with the din of construction and the bustle of travelers. The Waldorf opened in 1893, showcasing unprecedented luxury with 530 rooms, 350 private bathrooms, and opulent public spaces. The restaurant became an instant success, where high society could be found dining on any given night. And the ladies' drawing room, inspired by Marie Antoinette's apartment, set new standards for elegance, which the public took note of. Every room imaginable was packed into the hotel, from a library with thousands of leather-bound books to a reading room where guests could spread out and enjoy a quiet atmosphere. Men could freshen up at the barber shop before making a stop at the florist to pick up flowers for their lady guest. From there, couples might head into the palm room for an intimate meal before making their way over to the ballroom where they could dance into the late hours of the night. Yet the other side of the family would outdo this level of luxury. When Caroline's son, John Jacob Astor IV, decided to construct an even grander hotel, the Astoria, on the side of their family mansion, the feud reached its zenith. The Astoria put the Waldorf to shame in every way imaginable. The rooms were larger, with more gilding than most countries had in gold reserves, so it was said. Paintings by the masters were within arm's reach in the photo studio, where guests could get an up-close look at works they had only ever read about. The Astoria's restaurant quickly stole the high society crowd, becoming the finest dining experience in the Western Hemisphere. A room larger than the Waldorf's ballroom was simply referred to as the gallery, though it could be staged for a banquet. The actual ballroom became the largest in New York City, with everything from marble cladding, gold plating, and electric lights to dazzle. One night you could be dancing, the next you could be watching a live performance after staff had converted the ballroom into a theater. With some back and forth one-upping each other, in 1897 the two rivals struck a truce, merging their hotels into the Waldorf Astoria. Connected by the Peacock Alley, the combined complex boasted 1,300 rooms, making it the largest hotel in the world. Its grand ballrooms and cutting-edge amenities included electricity and private bathrooms throughout, solidifying its reputation as the epitome of cutting-edge modern luxury for the time period. The family's drama and the relentless scrutiny of New York society proved too much for William. While all of this was unfolding, in 1891 he relocated to England, where he purchased and restored estates like Cliveden and Hever Castle, embracing the life of an English aristocrat. In 1899, he renounced his American citizenship, becoming a British subject, and his philanthropic contributions during World War I earned him a peerage, first as Baron Astor in 1916 and later as Viscount Astor in 1917. But that is all getting a bit ahead in our story. Before we head overseas and explore as many mansions, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. In 1890, Astor took his taste for grandeur to France, acquiring the Château de Brissac in the heart of the Loire Valley. This towering masterpiece of French architecture, steeped in nearly a millennium of history, offered Astor the perfect stage to blend European elegance with his uniquely American penchant for opulence. Originally built in the 11th century by the Counts of Anjou, Château de Brézac had weathered centuries of turmoil from the Hundred Years' War to the French Revolution. By the time Astor acquired it, the chateau had undergone numerous transformations, including a dramatic 17th century reconstruction which left it the tallest chateau in France, boasting 7 stories of Baroque magnificence. Mr. Astor, never one to leave well enough alone, embarked on an ambitious refurbishment, aiming to restore the chateau to its full splendor while adding his personal flair. The interiors became a celebration of French artistry, featuring sumptuous Louis XV furniture, hand-woven tapestries, and crystal chandeliers that bathed each room in golden light. Frescoes adorned the ceilings, while gilded panelings and intricate carvings lent an air of regal sophistication. Though the chateau was admittedly more rustic than the life he had been accustomed to, it still provided him with every luxury he had grown up with. His staff would keep the home perfectly presentable, without a speck of dust in sight. The kitchen is where they would prepare every meal and banquet, sometimes serving food to hundreds of guests. He continued acquiring paintings by the greats, which he proudly displayed in his art gallery, though portraits and landscapes still found themselves seeping into every corner of the house. Even the bedrooms were adorned in centuries-old tapestries. Though for as grand as Château de Brézac may be, it was only the start of his European architecture collection. William's vision for opulence found an embodiment in 2 Temple Place, a neo-Gothic marvel nestled along the Victoria Embankment in London. Constructed in 1895, this extraordinary structure was far more than a simple office or residence. It was a monument to Astor's immense wealth, love of literature, and penchant for architectural splendor. Designed by renowned architect John Loughborough Pearson, 2 Temple Place was one of the most ambitious projects of its time. William envisioned 2 Temple Place as both a functional estate office and a secure retreat for his family during their time in England. The Portland stone facade exudes strength and elegance, with intricate carvings by Nathaniel Hitch, including a remarkable weather vane modeled after Christopher Columbus' Santa Maria. Astor's personal connection to transatlantic discovery was symbolized in this detail, nodding to his ancestor John Jacob Astor and the shared heritage of the United States and Europe. The interior is a treasure trove of artistic and literary references. The stair hall, a central feature of the building, is adorned with carvings by Thomas Nichols depicting characters from Alexander Dumas' The Three Musketeers, one of Astor's favorite novels. Nichols brought these figures to life in elaborate mahogany sculptures capturing moments of intrigue and romance that mirrored Astor's fascination with storytelling. Around the hall's gallery, additional carvings pay homage to Shakespearean characters and American literary figures, creating a whimsical yet dignified space. Moving on to the next property, Astor acquired Cliveden in 1893, transforming the storied English country estate into a jewel of Edwardian splendor. Perched high above the River Thames, this Roman cement-made masterpiece, designed by Charles Barry in 1851, featured sweeping terraces, manicured gardens, and panoramic views. Astor's influence brought an infusion of grandeur, with oak-paneled halls, gilded ceilings, and the opulent French dining room adorned with 18th century Rococo paneling from Château d'Anzier. Mr. Astor's Cliveden became a social hub, hosting glittering gatherings attended by royalty and luminaries, including Winston Churchill and Charlie Chaplin. Beyond its beauty, the estate's storied history, from its role in the Profumo affair to its later incarnation as a National Trust property and luxury hotel, cements Cliveden as one of Astor's most iconic legacies. In 1903, he acquired Hever Castle, a crumbling yet storied 13th century fortress nestled in the Kent countryside. As the childhood home of Anne Boleyn, Hever carried immense historical weight, but centuries of neglect had left it in dire need of restoration. Astor, drawn to its romantic Tudor heritage, embarked on a monumental project to transform the castle into a personal sanctuary that paid homage to its illustrious past while elevating it to new heights of grandeur. His restoration preserved Hever's defining medieval features, including its iconic moats, towers, and the original portcullis, the oldest working example in England. He spared no expense in reimagining the castle as a Tudor-inspired retreat, meticulously filling its interiors with antique furniture, tapestries, intricately carved wooden panels, and artifacts that echoed the lives of its historic residents. Each room, from the grand halls to the cozy chambers, was designed to immerse visitors in a bygone era, blending authenticity with Astor's distinct Edwardian sensibilities. The dining room, though clad in dark wood paneling, was livened up by colorful tapestries and upholstery, and the drawing room was made to feel cozy, with low ceilings and overstuffed furniture arranged conversationally. Beyond the castle walls, Astor expanded the estate into a showcase of horticultural and architectural splendor. He added the Tudor village, a cluster of picturesque guest cottages, and the celebrated Italian garden, which displayed his extensive collection of statues and sculptures. The grounds were further enhanced with features like the yew maze, planted in 1904, and a tranquil lake that completed the estate's transformation into a storybook landscape. While all of his estates in Europe remained standing, the same could not be said for the Waldorf Astoria Hotel back in Manhattan. By the late 1920s, the Waldorf Astoria's prime location had become a liability as Midtown Manhattan evolved. The Astor family sold the property, and in 1929, the Grand Hotel was demolished to make way for the Empire State Building. Its legacy, however, endured in the new Waldorf Astoria built on Park Avenue in 1931. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Waldorf Astoria? Did you have a favorite house? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Make sure to check out their website, which is linked down below in the video description, and become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Imagine a boulevard that rivaled the Champs-Élysées in Paris, or even New York City's Fifth Avenue, lined with opulent mansions, manicured gardens, and monuments celebrating national heroes. This was Paseo de la Reforma during its golden age, the pride of Mexico City and the stage where the country's elite flaunted their wealth and power. But today, much of the grandeur is gone, replaced by towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and the hum of modern life. But what happened to the mansions that once lined this grand avenue? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore Mexico City's Millionaire's Row in a special episode of This House. To understand the story and find out exactly what happened, we must first delve into the era that gave rise to the opulent mansions, the Porfiriato. The Porfiriato, named for Porfirio Diaz, who ruled Mexico almost uninterrupted from 1876 to 1911, was a period of dramatic transformation. Much like America's Gilded Age, it was marked by rapid modernization, enormous economic growth, and glaring social inequalities. Diaz pursued a policy of order and progress, welcoming foreign investment and prioritizing industrialization and infrastructure. Railroads expanded, telegraph lines crisscrossed the country, and Mexico City emerged as a modern metropolis. Yet this progress came at a cost: the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few and widespread exploitation of the working class, an aspect of this period that would prove to be of great importance later on. For Mexico City's elite, this was an age of unprecedented wealth. Inspired by European aesthetics, the upper class embraced French culture from their fashions to their architecture. The result was the construction of lavish homes along Paseo de la Reforma, a boulevard originally conceived by Emperor Maximilian during the short-lived Second Mexican Empire. Modeled after the great European boulevards like Vienna's Ring Road, it connected Chapultepec Castle, the imperial residence, to the city center. Renamed after the fall of the empire, the Paseo de la Reforma became a symbol of Mexico's aspirations to modernity and grandeur. By the late 19th century, Paseo de la Reforma had evolved into the ultimate address for Mexico's wealthiest families. Mansions here were not merely homes, but architectural statements. Influenced by French Beaux-Arts, Gothic Revival, and other European styles, these homes showcased intricate facades, expansive courtyards, and imported materials. Inside, they boasted grand staircases, crystal chandeliers, and walls adorned with fine art. Each property told a story of ambition and affluence, serving as a tangible expression of its owner's success. But these homes were not built in isolation. They were part of a broader narrative of urban transformation under Diaz. Alongside the mansions, monuments were built to commemorate key figures and events in Mexican history. The boulevard itself was a masterpiece of urban planning, with wide pedestrian paths, ornamental trees, and traffic roundabouts centered on statues like the Angel of Independence. The Milos Rivas House, later known as the French Embassy, stood as a prominent architectural and historic landmark in Mexico City's Colonia Juarez. Built in 1891 on an expansive plot at the corner of Lisboa and Roma Streets, the stately residence was initially the home of Don Salvador Malo Rivas. Its design, distinguished by a 5-level lookout tower, terraces, and intricate wrought iron detailing, embodied the eclectic European-inspired style of the Porfirian era. In 1907, the house was transformed into the French Embassy, playing a pivotal role in Mexico's diplomatic history. By 1910, during the centennial celebrations of Mexican independence, Ambassador Paul Lefebvre hosted numerous events in its opulent interiors, characterized by plasterwork, brocade drapes, and gilded mirrors. The residence became a hub for high-level diplomacy, including critical discussions during Mexico's turbulent political transition. Eventually, it was replaced by an apartment building. Nearby, the Gonzalo Ferreno house was built in 1898 as a striking example of late 19th century eclectic architecture. Likely influenced by Richardsonian Romanesque styles, the house featured a rusticated stone facade, battlements, and a distinctive tower. Commissioned by Colonel Carlos Gonzalez for his wife Maria, it served as a family residence until her untimely death in 1911. In 1912, the house gained prominence when President Madero and U.S. Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson unveiled a statue of George Washington in the adjacent Plaza Dinamarca, renamed Plaza Washington. Following turbulent years, including the upheavals of the Mexican Revolution, the property was sold in the 1930s, demolished, and replaced by the Washington Apartments, which were themselves later replaced by a modern 6-story building. In 1906, a nearly identical house was built at the corner of Pueblo and Veracruz for the Armour family. Though just like the previous mansion, this one only stood for a few decades before being demolished in the 1940s. Next, we'll travel over to number 1 Plaza de la Reforma. Commissioned by Ignacio de la Torre Mir, a wealthy sugar magnate and son-in-law of President Porfirio Diaz, the home was a striking example of Beaux-Arts architecture designed by military engineer Ignacio de la Barra. Its elegant symmetrical facade, mansard roof, and opulent interiors made it a symbol of elite status in Mexico City. The house gained notoriety not only for its architectural beauty, but also for its association with the infamous Dance of the 41, a scandal implicating Ignacio in 1901. Despite social controversies, the mansion hosted numerous high-profile events, including the Italian embassy's delegation during Mexico's independence centennial celebrations in 1910. Following the Mexican Revolution, the mansion was confiscated, serving as a military headquarters and later as the headquarters of the National Lottery. By 1932, the once stately residence was demolished to make way for a modern National Lottery building, marking the end of an era. I covered this one a while back, so we'll have that video linked at the end of this one if you haven't seen it yet. In the meantime, let's move over to the Martin House at number 245 Paseo de la Reforma. In breaking with what we've seen so far, this house is thankfully still standing, though the interior has been significantly altered for adaptive reuse. The Casa Torres Isabel, later expanded and transformed into the Barreras Gonzalez estate, once stood as a grand residence at 347 Reforma, overlooking the iconic Angel of Independence. After years of serving as a symbol of wealth and prestige, the site was ultimately replaced by the modern HSBC Tower in 2006, leaving only memories of its storied past. By 1907, once among the most iconic and eclectic of these mansions was constructed for Don Dante Cusi-Castoldi. Thankfully, this one also survived both the impending revolution and the relentless march of progress. The elegant mansion built in 1892 for Delfín Sánchez and Felicitas Huertas, daughter of President Benito Juárez, also graced the stretch of Paseo de la Reforma now occupied by the Sevilla Palace, the Continental Building, and the Hotel Reforma. Designed by Silvio Contri, it featured Italian Renaissance-inspired architecture and lush gardens. Over time, the property was subdivided, leading to the creation of modern structures that replaced the historic home. Today, the site bears no resemblance to its illustrious past, save for the statue of General Mariano Jimenez standing in quiet remembrance across the avenue. The house at 131 Paseo de la Reforma, originally belonging to the Encana Jorientina family, was rebuilt in 1897 by Don Pedro Enrique Lestrada as a grand French-inspired residence. Later acquired by Dr. Manuel Mestre, it became a cultural and historical landmark with ties to revolutionary politics and the celebrated dancer Gloria Mestre. By the mid-20th century, the home was heavily altered, losing its original architectural elegance as the area shifted toward commercial development. In 1979, the building was demolished, and the site now houses the access staircase to the Senate of the Republic. The Brana Ricard House, built in 1888 at 27 Paseo de la Reforma, was a striking example of French-inspired eclecticism, designed by English architect Charles Hall. Situated on a vast plot, the mansion boasted 34 rooms, elegant mansard roofs, and meticulously landscaped gardens that reflected the height of Porfirian luxury. Its owners, businessman Thomas Braniff and his wife, Lorenza Ricard, were prominent figures in Mexican society, with Braniff's fortune tied to railroads, industry, and real estate. The house became a focal point of elite social gatherings and hosted the Japanese legation during Mexico's centennial celebrations in 1910. Inside, its grand ballroom, adorned with Sevres vases, brocade, and French tapestries, embodied the opulence of the era, while intimate spaces like the ladies' salon offered a glimpse into the refined taste of its occupants. During the turbulent revolutionary years, the house was commandeered by various leaders, witnessing events that shaped the nation's history. By the late 1920s, as urban development surged, the Bayne House was demolished, making way for modern construction. The house of Guillermo de Landa y Escandon, built between 1903 and 1906, once stood as a stunning example of French Renaissance and Gothic architecture on a prime corner near Paseo de la Reforma. Designed by the English firm Waring & Gillow, the mansion featured intricate references to Loire Valley chateaux with elegant towers, finials, and a grand double-height central hall adorned with colonial-era furnishings. The residence reflected de Landa's role as a prominent figure in Mexican society, serving as a governor of Mexico City during a transformative era of urban development. We took a closer look at this mansion in a previous video as well, so we'll have that one linked at the end of this one. So what actually happened? Why did the wealthy flee from their mansions? By 1910, discontent simmered among the working class and rural peasants who had been left behind by Mexico's economic boom. The fraudulent presidential election of that year ignited the Mexican Revolution, and Diaz was forced into exile in 1911. As the country plunged into a decade of chaos, many of the families who had built their fortunes during his regime saw their wealth dissipate. Paseo de la Reforma's fortunes mirrored those of the nation. The opulent mansions began to fall into decline as their owners fled the country, faced financial ruin, or were imprisoned. Some homes were abandoned, while others were repurposed as government offices, schools, or commercial spaces. Over time, the city's growth and modernization reshaped the boulevard. By the mid-20th century, many of the grand homes had been demolished to make way for modern office buildings and skyscrapers. Today, only a few remnants of Paseo de la Reforma's gilded path remain, scattered like fragments of a forgotten story. Walking the avenue, one can still spot the occasional mansion sunken in the shadows of the glass towers that now dominate the skyline. These surviving structures offer glimpses into a bygone era, a time when the boulevard was the playground of Mexico's elite. But I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on Paseo de la Reforma? Could you have ever imagined that Mexico City once had a street to rival Manhattan's Fifth Avenue? Or maybe you'd rather tell me which mansion was your favorite. Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Palm Beach, Florida has long been synonymous with luxury, exclusivity, and affluence. Among its many storied enclaves, one strip reigns supreme, Billionaires Row, a 2-mile stretch of South Ocean Boulevard that has become a haven for the world's wealthiest. But why here? Why did billionaires flock to this area, and how long has Palm Beach been home to the uppermost echelons of society? Hi everyone, Ken here. To answer those questions, we'll need to step back in time. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into this special Billionaires Row episode of This House. The story of Palm Beach begins in 1878 with the wreck of the Providencia, which scattered a cargo of 20,000 coconuts along the coastline. These coconuts were quickly planted, giving rise to the lush groves that inspire the town's name. But it wasn't until Henry Flagler arrived in the 1890s that Palm Beach transformed from a tropical wilderness into a winter haven for America's elite. Flagler, a Standard Oil magnate, saw the potential of the area and turned his vision into reality. He built grand hotels like the Breakers and extended the Florida East Coast Railway southward, making the area easily accessible for the northern elite. By the early 1900s, Palm Beach had become a magnet for wealth and power, forever establishing itself as a playground for high society. As the town grew, its northern, central, and southern sections took on distinct identities. The central areas revolved around Flagler's iconic hotels, while the southern tip evolved into today's Billionaires Row, a secluded retreat for those seeking unparalleled oceanfront real estate. The first to settle in Palm Beach were the early industrial magnates, whose sprawling estates set the tone for the opulence that would follow. And there's no better place to start our tour of Old Palm Beach than with Whitehall, the magnificent estate of none other than Henry Flagler himself. Whitehall is a masterpiece of the Gilded Age, a home that seems almost mythical in its elegance and scale. Built in 1902 for Henry Flagler and his third wife, Mary Lily Keenan, this grand estate was more than just a winter retreat, it was a bold statement of wealth and ambition. Designed by Carrere and Hastings, the same architects behind some of America's most iconic buildings, Whitehall was Flagler's gift to Mary Lily upon their marriage, a gesture that exemplified the lavish excess of the era. Palm Beach was already on the rise as a winter escape for America's elite, thanks to Flagler's vision. His railroads and luxury hotels had turned the once remote area into a thriving resort destination, but Whitehall elevated Palm Beach's status to new heights. When it was unveiled, the New York Herald declared it to be more wonderful than any place in Europe, and for good reason. Its Beaux-Arts design, inspired by classical architecture, combined grandeur with modernity, creating a home that rivaled the greatest mansions of Newport, Rhode Island, while embracing the tropical charm of Florida. Whitehall was not a mere imitation of European grandeur, it was uniquely American. Its open-air central courtyard reflected the Mediterranean influences of its surroundings, while the interiors dazzled with marble columns, gilded ceilings, and frescoed walls. Every room was a celebration of artistry and craftsmanship, from the opulent drawing room to the grand staircase where every detail spoke of refinement. Unlike the sprawling estates of the Northeast, Whitehall was surrounded by natural, untamed landscaping, letting the vibrant Florida greenery serve as its frame. Henry and Mary Lily's life at Whitehall was a showcase of Palm Beach's golden age. The couple arrived each winter aboard their private railcar, which pulled directly into town, underscoring the exclusivity of their lifestyle. Inside the mansion, they entertained guests in a style befitting America's uppermost echelons, with Whitehall serving as the backdrop to glittering parties and intimate gatherings alike. But Whitehall's story took a dark turn when Henry Flagler's life ended from a slip down his grand marble staircase. After some uncertainty about the estate's future and some questionable renovations in the following decades, it was eventually restored and opened to the public as a museum. Next we'll head over to an estate that most of you have probably heard of, Mar-a-Lago. Marjorie Merriweather Post Mar-a-Lago is a monument to an era of extraordinary wealth and ambition, a gilded masterpiece that redefined luxury on the shores of Palm Beach. Completed in 1927, this sprawling estate was designed to dazzle, built with a $7 million budget, a staggering figure for the time, and equivalent to over $100 million today. It embodied the roaring opulence of the 1920s and showcased Post's status as one of the wealthiest and most influential women of the era. Post, heirs to the Postum cereal company, which would later become General Foods, envisioned Mar-a-Lago as more than just a home. With its name meaning sea to lake, the property was uniquely situated, spanning from the Atlantic Ocean to Lake Worth. Mar-a-Lago was designed by Marion Sims Wyeth, with interiors by Joseph Urban, incorporating 58 bedrooms, 33 bathrooms, imported Italian stone, and 36,000 Spanish tiles. Gold-plated fixtures and intricate marble details filled the house, making it a verifiable palace and one of the most extravagant private residences ever constructed in the United States. But Marjorie Post was not merely a collector of mansions, she was a hostess with a philanthropic heart. Her New York Times obituary later remarked that she built Mar-a-Lago because her first Florida home simply became too small for her parties. And what parties they were! Post gatherings were legendary, hosting royalty, diplomats, and Palm Beach society at elaborate dinners, charity balls, and even circus performances. Yet she ensured these events served a higher purpose, often raising funds for underprivileged children or local causes. In one memorable instance, she invited the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus to perform for a charity event, blending spectacle with generosity. By the mid-20th century, many similar estates were being demolished as taste and economic realities shifted. However, Mar-a-Lago survived thanks to Post's foresight. She willed the estate to the federal government in 1973, intending it to serve as a winter White House for presidents and foreign dignitaries. Yet the upkeep proved too costly, and the government returned the property to the Post Foundation in 1981. A few years later, in 1985, it was purchased by then businessman and real estate heir Donald Trump. It has since been converted into a club, though part of it serves as a temporary residence and much of the gilded interiors do remain intact. In a way, it has met Post's intentions as serving as a winter White House. As Palm Beach continued to grow, it attracted one of the wealthiest families America had ever seen, the Vanderbilts. In nearby Manalapan, Harold S. Vanderbilt constructed Eastover in 1929. It went on to be owned by the Hearst family and continues to be used as a private residence. Similarly, his older sister, Consuelo Vanderbilt, purchased an estate on nearby Hypoluxo Island, which she named Casa Alva after their mother. Consuelo was used to living in palaces, both figuratively and literally, and had previously been married to the 9th Duke of Marlborough, where her parents' money was used to restore Blenheim Palace. For her, this was a private retreat, far smaller than any house she had ever known. Nonetheless, she had the rooms fitted with antique French wall panels and brought in fine furnishings to bring it up to her standards. Being so secluded, it provided her with a tranquil escape that was just a short boat ride away from high society. It too continues to stand. But not all of these grand estates could be so fortunate. Our next stop is Playa Riante, the winter home of Anna Dodge. The estate had originally been designed by Addison Meisner in 1923 for the Cosden family. However, their fortune was short-lived, and in 1926 they sold the estate to Anna Dodge, the widow of automobile magnate Horace Dodge. By the 1950s, she was ready to sell the estate, but no buyers could be found. After failed attempts at rezoning it for use as a school or a club, it was eventually demolished in 1957. Our next mansion, Casa Apava, was designed on a similar scale for Chester and Frances Bolton by architect Abram Garfield, the son of President James Garfield. Frances was born into the wealthy Bingham family from Cleveland and inherited an unfathomable fortune from her uncle, Oliver Hazard Payne, who had ties to Standard Oil. Casa Apava was as much about function as it was about form. The residence was designed for entertaining on a grand scale, with first-floor living areas overlooking the ocean and opening onto terraces and loggias. The interiors were richly detailed, featuring painted ceilings, tiled floors, and European furnishings, many sourced from nearby Meisner Industries. Highlights included the library, with its polychrome ceiling and quarry tile floors, and the dining room, where faux marble painted concrete floors and east-facing windows captured the Florida sunshine. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, Casa Apava was built to withstand the test of time. Its structural innovations, such as stucco over structural tile walls and reinforced concrete, allowed it to weather nearly a century of storms and changing ownership. Yet the estate remained adaptable, with thoughtful additions like a spacious library wing added in 1928, complementing the original design while enhancing its livability. For as over-the-top as some of these mansions might appear, our next one is relatively reserved, considering its owner. Ned Stotesbury, who was one of the wealthiest financiers at the time, became known for building some of the largest homes in the U.S. Famously, his Lost Pennsylvania palace, known as White Marsh Hall, is still counted among the 10 biggest mansions ever built in America. Ned, along with his wife Lucretia, hired Addison Meisner to design El Mirasol. When it was completed in 1920, it had a private zoo, a 40-car garage, and 37 rooms, which was quite humble for the couple. Following Ned's passing, the family's fortune dried up, which ultimately led to El Mirasol's demolition in 1957. As time marched on, the grand estates of Palm Beach gave way to a new era of affluence, one that has cemented the island's reputation as the ultimate enclave for the world's wealthiest. While some of the Gilded Age mansions like White Hall and Mar-a-Lago survived as iconic landmarks, many were lost to redevelopment or the changing taste of the mid-20th century. Yet the spirit of opulence they embodied lived on, evolving with the times. Today, Palm Beach is better known by its modern moniker, Billionaires Row. The stretch of South Ocean Boulevard that was once home to winter retreats for industrial magnates and socialites has transformed into a magnetic field for the ultra-wealthy. It's estimated that nearly 60 billionaires now own property in Palm Beach. Despite the unrelenting march of time, the essence of Palm Beach remains the same, a place where luxury, privacy, and exclusivity reign supreme. From the gilded palaces of the early 20th century to the sleek, modern estates of today, Palm Beach continues to reflect the ever-shifting story of American wealth and ambition, a shimmering jewel that retains its place at the pinnacle of high society. And so, while the players may have changed, the game remains the same. Palm Beach is still a haven for those who seek the best life has to offer. What did you think about Palm Beach's historic estates? Did you have a favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. While many rely on Walmart's low prices for living, have you ever wondered how the founder of the retail giant lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the modest home of Sam Walton. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in the small town of Kingfisher, Oklahoma in 1918, Sam Walton was raised during one of the toughest times in American history, the Great Depression. His early years were marked by hardship, but it was here that Walton developed the grit, work ethic, and resourcefulness that would later define his retail empire. His father, Thomas Walton, worked as a farm mortgage agent, and the family moved frequently across Missouri as Thomas pursued work in foreclosure, a tough but necessary job during the financial struggles of the 1930s. Even as a child, Sam showed an entrepreneurial spirit, helping his family survive by bottling milk from the family cow and delivering newspapers for the Columbia Daily Tribune. While growing up in Missouri and despite working full-time and attending school, Walton became the youngest Eagle Scout in the state's history, a notable achievement that reflected his ambition. After high school, he set his sights on higher education and attended the University of Missouri. While there, he juggled multiple jobs to pay for his schooling, working as a waiter and even selling magazines. He joined the ROTC program, and his leadership qualities were quickly recognized, being elected permanent president of his graduating class. He left university with a degree in economics, a strong work ethic, and a desire to make something of himself. Walton's first foray into the retail business came just days after graduation in 1940, when he took a job as a management trainee at JCPenney in Des Moines, Iowa. Although the salary was modest, only $75 a month, Walton's time at JCPenney exposed him to the inner workings of retail and customer service. His career at JCPenney was short-lived, however, as World War II drew him into the military. Walton served in the U.S. Army Intelligence Corps, where he reached the rank of captain and supervised security at aircraft plants. After the war ended, he knew what he wanted: to go into business for himself. In 1945, at just 26 years old, Walton borrowed $20,000 from his well-to-do father-in-law and used $5,000 of his own savings to purchase a Ben Franklin variety store in Newport, Arkansas. It was a small, unassuming business, but Walton had big ideas. He introduced pricing strategies that were unheard of at the time in small-town America. By keeping prices lower than competitors, often by traveling great distances to stock up on goods, Walton proved that if people could save money, they would stay loyal. His innovative approach soon caught on, and the store's revenue soared. But success didn't come without challenges. In 1950, his landlord, impressed by Walton's success at the location, refused to renew the lease, taking over the business for himself. Walton had to walk away from his first store, but he learned a valuable lesson: always own the land beneath your business. With his first store loss, Walton wasn't deterred. Instead, he found a new opportunity in Bentonville, Arkansas. In the heart of the town square, he purchased another variety store and quickly began to apply the same strategies that had made him successful in Newport. This time, the store took off even faster, and Walton's entrepreneurial spirit couldn't be contained. By 1962, Walton and his brother Bud owned a chain of Ben Franklin stores across Arkansas, Missouri, and Kansas. But Walton wasn't content with simply running a small chain of stores. He saw the future of retail and discounting, a concept that was still relatively new at the time. In 1962, in the small town of Rogers, Arkansas, Sam Walton opened the very first Walmart. Unlike his competitors, Walton believed that rural America could support large discount stores just as easily as big cities. His competitors thought he was making a mistake, but Walton was undeterred. His revolutionary approach was simple: offer customers the lowest prices by focusing on high-volume sales and an efficient supply chain. While others ignored rural markets, Walton thrived by catering to small-town shoppers, offering them the convenience of a one-stop shopping experience. He paired this with a revolutionary distribution system, ensuring that Walmart's inventory was always stocked and prices stayed low. By strategically locating stores near regional warehouses and relying on an in-house trucking fleet, Walton was able to keep the cost down and pass the savings on to his customers. Over the next 2 decades, Walmart expanded at a breakneck pace. By the 1970s, Walmart had grown into a regional powerhouse with over 190 stores. But the secret to Walton's success wasn't just his focus on low prices, it was his hands-on approach. He famously visited every store, sometimes flying his own plane, to check in on operations. He fostered a culture of collaboration where store managers were treated as partners rather than employees. His philosophy of shared responsibility and investment became a cornerstone of Walmart's success. By the time the 1980s rolled around, Walton had transformed Walmart into the largest retailer in the US, with stores in almost every state. The numbers were staggering. By 1985, Walmart had grown to 800 stores and generated billions in annual sales. Walton had become the richest man in America, but he was never one to flaunt his wealth. In fact, he famously drove an old pickup truck and lived in a modest home in Bentonville, Arkansas, showing the same frugality that had helped him build his empire. While he had originally wanted a much smaller, much simpler home, his wife Helen convinced him to hire E. Fay Jones to design for them a sprawling ranch. The architect had been a student of Frank Lloyd Wright and introduced elements of Wright's designs into the house. Most notably, we notice his influence where the house spans an artificial waterfall, perhaps an homage to falling water. When it was all said and done, the house cost $100,000, the modern equivalent of just over $1 million. Even with that price tag, Walton could not be convinced to add features he considered frivolous, such as air conditioning. While Helen wanted solid wood architectural features, Walton argued for veneers to lower the price. Not that Helen didn't get some of her non-negotiables, but we'll see those as we head inside. Entering the home from the side door, it's hard to tell where the inside begins and the outside ends, a signature of the architect who implemented massive sheets of glass to rest seamlessly between the floor and ceiling. But as we continue further in, this deconstruction of nature lends itself to the built environment, enhancing our journey with intrigue as we dive deeper into the house. As we pass around the stone wall, we find the kitchen at the heart of the home, and as we move through, we'll see a mix of both color and black and white photos. The kitchen was designed at the height of the day's fashion, with tapered linoleum countertops and innovative storage solutions. Not only were there cabinets inlaid with a motif designed by the architect, but each one was assigned a special function. As we begin opening some of them, we find pass-throughs for serving, as well as a special hot beverage bar. At the opposite end of the kitchen, there is a small pantry wrapped with a telephone table and marked by a state-of-the-art radio. Continuing around the bend, we find the laundry room and extra cold storage for frozen foods. Once again, in emphasizing function, several components which make up this space are modular, including a folding cart for making it less strenuous to put away clothes. To allow for ample natural light in the laundry room, Jones designed a series of tightly paced slats to let light in while hiding the general mess of chores. Heading back inside, at the end of the kitchen, we find the hearth room with a corner fireplace, but if we head around the wood-paneled wall, we'll find the study quietly tucked away. And even though these two rooms are separated by a wall, they are connected by a vaulted ceiling which is open to both spaces. Returning to the hearth room, we'll look past the kitchen to see a massive floor-to-ceiling fireplace anchoring our view. This is the living room, the largest room in the house, with built-in seating and windows that leave the loggia completely unobstructed. In fact, this trompe-l'oeil is so masterful that we can barely distinguish the corner window of the living room from outside on the loggia, because in place of mullions, the two sheets of glass have been perfectly fitted with each other. We still have a few more rooms to see, so let's travel down the loggia and re-enter the house. Coming inside, we find tiny details that carry the same motifs we found earlier on the cabinets. The Waltons' bedroom was finished out with stone floors, and while it might look like wood paneling on the walls, each panel opens to reveal a wardrobe. Their ensuite was about as romantic as it got for the mid-century, with built-in seating and sliding glass doors leading to a private terrace. The kids' bedrooms were each uniquely designed, with sleek organizers hidden behind panels and thoughtfully placed windows to allow for privacy without sacrificing natural light. Unfortunately, the house caught fire in 1972, and instead of moving into a new house or renting, Sam Walton brought in a double-wide trailer for the family to live in while their new house was being built in its place. Following this time period, Walton's business visions continued to evolve. He launched Sam's Club in 1983, a members-only warehouse chain, and in 1988, Walmart began opening supercenters, massive stores that combine groceries with general merchandise. These innovations not only kept Walmart ahead of its competition, but solidified its dominance in the retail industry. Even as his health began to decline in the early 1990s, Walton remained deeply involved in Walmart's operations. Diagnosed with a form of blood cancer, he continued working from his hospital bed. Then in March of 1992, just weeks before his death, he was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in recognition of his contributions to American business and retail. Sam Walton passed away on April 5th of 1992, leaving behind a retail empire that employed hundreds of thousands of people and served millions of customers worldwide. Walmart's influence has continued to grow since his passing, expanding to international markets and becoming a global retail giant. His legacy lives on not only in the stores that dot the landscape of America, but also in the business philosophy that he pioneered, one that put the customer first, valued employees, and made quality products accessible to everyday people. What did you think about his house? If you became the richest person in the country, would you live lavishly or humbly? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to extend a huge thank you to those of you who donated to our research efforts. Your help goes a long way in helping us maintain the level of content you are used to. If you would like to contribute, I'll have the PayPal link down below in the video description. And if you shop at Walmart, you can also help out this channel by clicking on the shopping link. Walmart will split a commission with us without you spending an extra penny of your hard-earned money. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. The Gilded Age, a time of staggering wealth, opulence, and rapid industrial growth, produced some of the most famous names in American history. Industrialists like John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, and Cornelius Vanderbilt are often remembered for their empires, but the women who inherited and managed these vast fortunes are largely forgotten. These heiresses led lives of immense privilege, yet many were also trapped by societal expectations, personal struggles, and a lack of autonomy over their own wealth. These stories offer a glimpse into the gilded cages they lived in, balancing wealth and privilege with the demands of their family legacy and the challenges of their era. Hi everyone, Ken here. Let's rediscover the fascinating lives of some of these forgotten Gilded Age heiresses on a special episode of This House. Few Gilded Age heiresses have captured the public's imagination quite like Huguette Clark, whose life is shrouded in mystery. The daughter of William A. Clark, a copper magnate and U.S. Senator, Huguette was born into one of the largest fortunes in American history. Her father's wealth rivaled that of Rockefeller and Vanderbilt, and his vast holdings included palatial residences, art collections, and sprawling estates across the country. Huguette, however, chose a very different path than many of her contemporaries. From a young age, she showed a deep love for art and music, preferring a quiet, introspective life to the high society circles her family inhabited. Raised in a mansion on Fifth Avenue, Huguette grew up surrounded by the finest things money could buy. Her father, in his quest to establish himself as a true American aristocrat, built a massive mansion on New York's Upper East Side, complete with 121 rooms and a private art gallery to showcase his vast collection. Despite her immense wealth, Huguette led a life of extraordinary reclusiveness. After the deaths of her parents and her failed marriage to a Princeton football star, she withdrew from public life almost entirely. By the 1930s, Huguette had retreated to her various homes, including her estate in Santa Barbara, California, and a Connecticut mansion that she never actually visited. Though she owned luxurious properties across the country, she spent her final decades living in a small hospital room, choosing isolation over the glittering life that could have been hers. Her reclusive nature raised many questions. After her death in 2011, at the age of 104, Huguette's estate became the subject of a highly publicized legal battle. Her vast fortune, estimated at over $300 million, was left to various charitable causes and the hospital staff who cared for her in her final years, sparking controversy among many distant relatives who had been left out of her will. Huguette Clark's life is a fascinating enigma, a woman of unimaginable wealth who chose a life of solitude. Her story serves as a reminder that even the richest among us can be burdened by isolation, secrecy, and personal complexities. Today she is one of the more remembered Gilded Age heiresses, though her story remains full of unanswered questions. As we've seen with Huguette Clark, privacy can be a delicate thing, whether it's in life or online. And while most of us won't have to worry about guarding a fortune, our personal data is something we should all be protecting. That's where today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN, comes in. With Surfshark, you can safeguard your online identity by encrypting everything you send between your device and the internet. Whether you're using public Wi-Fi at a coffee shop, traveling, or simply browsing at home, Surfshark keeps you protected from cybercriminals and big companies that might want to track your activity. And the best part, Surfshark lets you change your virtual location. So if you're like me and love exploring content from around the world, you can access streaming libraries from other countries with just a click. Imagine all those hidden gems you'd never get to watch otherwise. So why not give it a try? Use the link in the description and my code to get an extra 4 months free with your Surfshark subscription. Plus, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to test it out. Protect your online life with Surfshark VPN today. Thank you Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today's video. Now let's move on to our next heiress, Consuelo Vanderbilt, the Duchess who sacrificed for society. Few Gilded Age heiresses evoke the same mixture of admiration and pity as Consuelo Vanderbilt. Born into one of the richest families in the world, Consuelo was the daughter of Alva and William K. Vanderbilt. Her childhood was defined by luxury, from her education in the finest European schools to her upbringing in the Vanderbilt mansions that dotted Fifth Avenue. Yet despite her privileged upbringing, Consuelo's life was far from a fairy tale. Alva Vanderbilt, an ambitious socialite, was determined to secure a European title for her daughter, a common goal among wealthy American families of the time who sought to marry into aristocracy to gain prestige. At the age of 18, Consuelo was manipulated and forced into a marriage with Charles Spencer Churchill, the 9th Duke of Marlborough, despite her protest. The marriage, a strategic union that linked American wealth with British nobility, was deeply unhappy. Consuelo later described the wedding as a quote-unquote horrible tragedy and spoke of her immense grief at being separated from the man she truly loved and had wanted to marry instead. As the new Duchess of Marlborough, Consuelo became the chatelaine of Blenheim Palace, one of England's grandest estates. Her immense Vanderbilt fortune helped restore the palace, which had fallen into disrepair, and Consuelo worked tirelessly to modernize the estate, making it more comfortable and livable. Despite these efforts, her personal life was fraught with unhappiness, She and the Duke had little in common, and the marriage, which was largely a financial arrangement, eventually led to a separation and divorce in 1921. Following the dissolution of her marriage, Consuelo found happiness with Jacques Belson, a French aviator and industrialist whom she married in 1921. The marriage, free of the societal pressures of her first union, brought her contentment in her later years. Consuelo also became an advocate for social causes, supporting women's rights and children's welfare. Yet despite her work and personal accomplishments, her legacy is often reduced to the tale of her loveless marriage and the grandiosity of Blenheim Palace. Today, Consuelo's name is often associated with the concept of the Dollar Princess, American heiresses who married into European nobility. While her wealth and beauty captured the attention of high society, her personal sacrifices and struggles make her one of the most tragic figures of the Gilded Age. While New York was called home by some of this nation's wealthiest residents, it wasn't the only place where people flourished. This is the story of Bertha Honoré Palmer, the socialite with a lasting legacy. Bertha Honoré Palmer, born into a wealthy and influential Chicago family, was one of the most prominent socialites and philanthropists of the Gilded Age. Unlike many of her contemporaries, Bertha's influence extended beyond the drawing rooms and ballrooms of high society. She played a major role in shaping the cultural and economic development of Chicago and left behind a lasting legacy. In 1870, she married Potter Palmer, a wealthy businessman and real estate developer. Potter Palmer was the driving force behind the development of Chicago's famous State Street, transforming it into the commercial heart of the city. Together, Bertha and Potter became one of Chicago's most powerful couples, hosting lavish parties and building a mansion that became a symbol of the city's prosperity. However, Bertha was not content to simply be a socialite. A passionate supporter of the arts, she used her vast wealth to amass one of the finest collections of Impressionist art in the United States, acquiring works by artists like Monet, Renoir, and Degas. Her collection rivaled those of European collectors, and she played a key role in introducing American audiences to these groundbreaking works of art. Bertha's influence extended to the public sphere as well. She chaired the board of lady managers for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, one of the most important cultural events in American history. Her leadership ensured that women had a significant presence at the fair, and she advocated for women's rights throughout her life. She also used her wealth to support charitable causes, including the establishment of schools, hospitals, and cultural institutions. Despite her significant contributions to the city of Chicago and the world of art, Bertha Palmer's name is often overshadowed by that of her husband. Today she is remembered primarily as a patron of the arts, though her legacy as a businesswoman, philanthropist, and advocate for women's rights deserves greater recognition. But not every woman from this era got the recognition they deserved. Such was the case for May Goelet, the Dollar Princess of New York. May Goelet, one of the wealthiest American heiresses of her time, was a member of New York's powerful Goelet family, whose fortune was built on real estate and banking. Like many American heiresses of the Gilded Age, May was expected to marry into European aristocracy to elevate her family's social standing. In 1903, she married Henry John Ennis Kerr, the 8th Duke of Roxburgh, a Scottish nobleman whose family estate, Floor's Castle, was in dire need of restoration. May's immense fortune, worth approximately $20 million, a staggering sum at the time, was used to restore the dilapidated Roxburgh estate, ensuring the family's financial stability for generations to come. She became the Duchess of Roxburgh and presided over one of the most magnificent homes in Scotland, hosting grand social events and maintaining the family's aristocratic traditions. While her life appeared glamorous on the surface, May's story followed a familiar pattern of Gilded Age heiresses. Her marriage, like many arranged unions of the time, was more a financial transaction than a love match. After the death of her husband in 1932, May withdrew from public life, spending her remaining years in quiet solitude. Though she had secured the future of the Roxburgh family, her personal happiness remained elusive, and she, like many of her peers, faded into obscurity after her husband's passing. These forgotten Gilded Age heiresses led fascinating lives filled with wealth, privilege, and societal pressures. While their fortunes made them powerful figures in their time, many struggled with personal challenges, unhappy marriages, and a lack of autonomy. Their stories reveal the complexities of life as a Gilded Age heiress, women who were both shaped by and confined within the immense wealth that defined the era. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark VPN. Make sure to click the link in the video description to get an amazing discount. Additionally, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Lake Geneva has long been an enclave for the ultra-wealthy, but how did a town in Wisconsin become known for luxury, and just how many mega mansions once dotted the shores of Geneva Lake? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the biggest mansions ever built in Lake Geneva. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This episode is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. The story of Lake Geneva as a retreat for the wealthy begins in the mid-1800s. Initially, the area attracted settlers who were drawn to its natural resources. These dense forests provided timber, and the clear waters of Geneva Lake powered the mills that drove the local economy. Yet it wasn't until after the Civil War that the lake began to gain a reputation as a destination for relaxation and luxury. More specifically, the pivotal moment in Lake Geneva's history came in 1871. The Great Chicago Fire devastated the city, displacing thousands of residents, including many of the wealthiest families. Seeking refuge, they found solace in the serene shores of Geneva Lake, where the newly completed Chicago and Northwestern Railroad provided easy access. As the smoke cleared from the ruins of Chicago, these families, already captivated by the area's natural beauty during hunting and fishing excursions, saw the lake as the perfect escape from urban turmoil. In the years following the fire, these Chicago elites began to establish summer residences along the lakeshore. The construction of grand mansions soon followed, each more opulent than the last. By the late 19th century, Lake Geneva had earned its nickname, Newport of the West, a nod to its East Coast counterpart, Newport, Rhode Island, which was known for its Gilded Age mansions. Families like the Wrigleys, Cranes, and Schwinns transformed the lakefront into a marvel of architectural splendor, with sprawling estates that rivaled the most luxurious homes in America. These mansions weren't just summer homes, they were statements of wealth, power, and influence. Before we begin our tour of these lavish mansions, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. The first house we will visit was the summer residence of Norman Wade Harris, Wadsworth Hall, which later became known as the Driehaus Estate in Glenworth Gardens. Harris had been incredibly successful in his lifetime, founding the Harris Trust and Savings Bank, which later became BMO Bank. Not only was this grand residence designed to have lakeshore appeal, but the rear, formal gardens, which were designed by the Olmsted brothers, stretched into the dense forest surrounding the mansion with beauty. Though the true appeal was inside, starting with the entrance hall, which boasted a floor-to-ceiling fireplace despite being occupied only 8 weeks out of the year during the summer season. The dining room was finished out with artisan plasterwork on the ceiling, and the walls were clad in painted wood panels. But of all the grand rooms, the library was the true showstopper, with built-in bookshelves marked by fluted pilasters and a stunning coffered ceiling. Though his house was only the start of our rounds about the lake, while more modest homes were placed in the forest, others demanded a presence. The largest mansion ever constructed on Geneva Lake was Stone Manor, also known as Younglands. Otto Young had a true rags-to-riches story, starting off with a kiosk in New York City selling costume jewelry. He took his life savings to the recently scorched Chicago and bought up real estate for pennies on the dollar. His meager investments paid off, and in 1899 he built this grand manor looking out over the lake. With his net worth now approaching the modern-day equivalent of $100 million, he had nearly every room gilded and hired artists to spend years painting murals and delicately crafting plasterwork. With this in mind, we can imagine the ballroom glistening from gold leafing into marble columns and dazzling crystal chandeliers. Some of the wealthiest families built in clusters around the lake, such as the Sturgis family, with Buckingham Sturgis, George Sturgis, and Shelton Sturgis, all built in grand estates with towers overlooking the scenic lakeshore. As you traveled around, you could find a house in just about any style for the time. From the Second Empire to Queen Anne, from Italianate to the Romanesque, Lake Geneva became an architectural wonderland, boasting some of the most exuberant and flamboyant examples of each style. The refined home of J.H. Moore looked like it was plucked from the English countryside, while J.J. Mitchell's eclectic house was painted in an assemblage of vibrant colors. No two houses were identical, and beyond that, no two houses could ever be confused for being too similar either. Black Point is another estate that we can venture inside of. Coming around to the main porch, we realize just how blown out the proportions are and how massive this rambling house truly is. Despite its size, Black Point consists of numerous smaller rooms such as the entry hall. This continues to the grand staircase, tightly making its way up to the second floor. The dining room is every bit as eclectic as the exterior, with a simple tile fireplace and ornate furniture cluttering the walls. And in stark contrast, the living room is almost plain, but unlike the city mansions which were meant to be formal, it was acceptable for these summer homes to be a mishmash of styles. The sheer number of mansions circling the lake is almost unbelievable at this time period, rivaling anything you might see on Long Island or Newport. But despite the reputations of those enclaves, Lake Geneva became a place of quiet enjoyment, which would prove to be perfect for the Selfridge family. Harry Selfridge, born into a challenging family situation in 1858, supported his mother by working various jobs from a young age, eventually rising to become a junior partner at Marshall Field & Company. He married Rose Buckingham, a wealthy and ambitious real estate developer, and together they lived a prosperous life in Chicago, eventually joining Chicago's wealthy elites at Lake Geneva. Harry and Rose named their house Harrow's Hall, a combination of their names. Completed in 1899, Harrow's Hall had been finished out in the Tudor Revival style with a rusticated stone base, ornate brickwork, and half-timbered facade. The wooded lot gave way to sweeping views of the lake, with the house resting high up on a ridge. Approaching the front of the house, we traveled down a winding path through a thickly forested patch of land before finding Harrow's Hall resting at the edge of the expansive lawn. Back when this house was built, if we were to pull around the carriage porch, we would dismount our buggy and greet the family dog before heading inside. Entering Harrow's Hall, we immediately faced the grand double staircase boasting elaborate Gothic tracery. At its landing, a tufted sofa rounds out with the balustrade, allowing us to sit down and enjoy the intricate fretwork surrounding us. This leads our eyes upwards, where we find Gothic tracery rounding out in front of metallic paint glowing from the domed, leaded glass skylight. Had we ventured to the right after entering, we would have found the parlor overlooking Lake Geneva. And while the views are picture perfect, the Gothic fireplace does its best to compete for the spotlight. Let's cut back across the stair hall, leaving the parlor to find the dining room sitting opposite from us. Above us, the plaster ceiling swirls with Gothic tracery, decorated further by hand-stenciled flowering vines. The built-in sideboard extends all the way to the frieze and is flanked by murals depicting the family in an idealistic natural setting. To the far end of the dining room, we look out once again over Lake Geneva, realizing that the house has views of the water from three sides. What was once an untouched lake, hidden in dense forest, was now on the verge of being overdeveloped. As these grand estates rose, so did a new local industry, one dedicated to serving the needs of the wealthy. The construction and maintenance of these mansions required skilled labor, and household employment became a significant source of income for many local residents. This required shops, restaurants, and hotels, which only expanded development further as tourism brought in thousands of visitors every summer. The town of Lake Geneva flourished, its economy buoyed by the influx of wealth and the steady demand for goods and services. By the early 1900s, Lake Geneva had firmly established itself as a premier summer destination for the elite. The lake's allure has endured through the decades, with many of the historic mansions still standing as a testament to the area's gilded past. Today, visitors can stroll along the Geneva Lakeshore Path, where they can glimpse these grand estates, a reminder of the time when Lake Geneva was the retreat of choice for the Midwest's most affluent families. What did you think about these grand mansions? Did you have a favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to thank Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to check out the link in the video description to find out more about their upcoming tour. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Harrison Williams and Mona Bismarck lived a life that seemed to leap straight from the pages of a dazzling novel. Their story is one of meteoric rise, lavish living, and reinvention, a tale filled with yachts, mansions, jewels, and the social sparkle of the jazz age. Yet behind the glitter was also a story of resilience, love, and navigating the highs and lows of extraordinary lives. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of America's richest couple in the 1930s. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Mona Strader was born in 1897 in Louisville, Kentucky, and her early years were far from gilded. Her parents divorced when she was 5, and she was raised by her paternal grandmother in an environment more practical than privileged. Even as a young girl, Mona stood out for her striking beauty, sharp wit, and an innate sense of poise. But she wasn't just a pretty face. Mona had an ability to navigate complex social landscapes and a relentless drive to create a better life for herself. Her first marriage, at the age of 20, was to Henry Schlesinger, a wealthy industrialist nearly 2 decades her senior. The match may have provided her a financial cushion, but it wasn't built to last. Mona made a bold and controversial decision when she divorced Schlesinger, giving him custody of their son in exchange for a trust fund that ensured her independence. At a time when women had limited opportunities outside of marriage, Mona's move was as audacious as it was pragmatic. It set a pattern for her life. She would not be defined by societal expectations. Her second marriage to James Irving Bush, famous for his dashing looks, was equally unfulfilling, but Mona refused to let personal setbacks diminish her. When that relationship ended, she moved to New York City, where she opened a chic dress shop with a friend. It was during this time she met Harrison Williams, reputed to be the wealthiest man in America with a fortune built on public utilities. Harrison, like Mona, had come from humble means. He was originally from Ohio, where he had worked in a bicycle factory before moving to New York to become a carpet sweeper. With a little bit of savings and a lot of dumb luck, he struck it rich in his mid-30s after founding the American Gas and Electric Company, which had investors throwing money at him. By the 1920s, he had become the richest man in America, with a net worth nearly double that of the dwindling Vanderbilt fortune. For Harrison and Mona, it was love at first sight, and the couple married in 1926. They went on a year-long honeymoon aboard Harrison's Warrior, the largest private yacht in the world at the time. Their journey, which spanned the globe, was more than just a display of wealth. It was a showcase of Mona's growing confidence in her role as a tastemaker. She collected art and jewels, including a breathtaking 98.6 carat blue sapphire, but more importantly, she learned how to command attention and wield influence. Now at the very top of the social ladder, she was featured in Vogue magazine, had her portrait painted by Salvador Dali, and became known around the world for her looks and her ability to influence fashion. Notable designers such as Coco Chanel crafted gowns for her to wear in the hopes that she would be photographed with her brands visible to the American public. But it wasn't just her fashion that had the world captivated, it was her style. When the couple returned from their honeymoon, they began purchasing mansions in key cities all around the world, oftentimes in highly visible locations that demanded attention. The first mansion they purchased was the Willard T. Straight House along Manhattan's Fifth Avenue. It had originally been completed in 1915 and designed by famed architects Delano and Aldrich. Entering the mansion, you step into the rotunda with a dizzying, checkered marble floor below a coffered dome soaring overhead. Continuing through the doors, we find the dining room, clad in wall panels with a Georgian fireplace anchoring the room. Turning around, we'll pass through the rotunda once again to make our way over to the reception room. This is where we can imagine the couple's guest waiting for them before their live-in staff would announce their presence. We'll take one last trip into the rotunda to find the grand staircase peeking out from behind an archway and begin making our way up to the next level. Up here we find rich wood paneling with Japanese screens marking the entrance to the drawing room. For as lavish as their Manhattan mansion was, it would pale in comparison to their other estates. In Bayville, on Long Island, Harrison purchased Dunstable, the former estate of Winslow Shelby Pierce II. It had originally been designed as a country estate by Babcock and Willard and had been completed in 1903. After the couple's marriage, Mona hired Delano and Aldrich to completely reimagine the estate through a series of renovations and alterations. When it was all said and done, their country estate, renamed Oak Point, became a private leisure park with tennis courts, a pool, and a playhouse. To enter the property, you would pass through the gate, marked by dueling gatehouses. Then you would wind your way up the drive, finding gardens lined with statues and fountains. On our way to the house, we'll make a few stops to check out the amenities, starting with the pool house boasting a massive indoor pool. Similarly, the indoor tennis courts occupy their own building, with a glass roof soaring overhead to allow an ample natural sunlight. Over at their playhouse, we find a casual dining room and sitting room, not to mention plenty of guest rooms. Let's zoom out on the property to see how all this comes together, then make our way to the waterfront main house. We'll approach the front door, passing between statues of dogs as we make our way up the steps. Just to orient ourselves, we'll note that as we enter the mansion, we pass below a grand, bifurcated staircase to find the main hall. Now we can see the grand staircase rounding out to either side of the vestibule doors. Taking a step back, we can see how all of this comes together with floor-to-ceiling richwood wall paneling, Jacobean ceilings beyond the colonnade, and a domed ceiling soaring overhead with intricate hand stenciling. The dining room continued these themes, but what I haven't told you yet is that all these pictures are from before the renovations. The entrance hall was modernized along with several of the other rooms, including the library, which we can only imagine might have shared the same decorative themes as the main hall and dining room. While New York is where the couple spent most of their time, they also had a house down in Palm Beach. In 1930, they purchased Blythe Dunes, the former vacation home of Robert Dunn Douglas. Their house on North Ocean Boulevard had already been through several changes, being originally designed by H. Mundy and later altered by Marion Sims Wyeth, the same architect who designed Marjorie Merriweather Post's Mar-a-Lago. Entering the mansion, you would step into the rotunda where the grand staircase wraps up and around the cylindrical room. The dining room was considered the height of fashion at the time, with modernist influences and all-white textiles. The house contained large galleries flanked by windows overlooking the water, gardens, and pool. Each room was decorated with different themes, some of which boasted loud color palettes. Others were more refined, with flamboyant wall panels and elaborate plasterwork paired with marble fireplace surrounds. For a mansion that was only ever used a few weeks out of each year, it certainly met the couple's needs. As mentioned, most of their lavish lifestyle occurred in the 1930s, and even as the Great Depression wiped out much of Harrison's fortune, Mona adapted. While others might have crumbled under the weight of such loss, she remained a symbol of grace and resilience. The couple sold their yacht and some of their properties, living out of only 2 floors of their Manhattan mansion, but Mona never lost her poise. She hosted intimate gatherings and continued to use her position to champion the arts, fostering relationships with creatives and intellectuals that extended beyond mere socializing. After Harrison's death in 1953, Mona inherited $90 million, but she didn't retreat into widowhood. Instead, she embraced a new chapter, marrying Count Eddie von Bismarck, the grandson of the famed German chancellor. The union, though unconventional, was a partnership that allowed Mona to explore her passions further. She acquired a villa on the Isle of Capri, Il Fortino, where she cultivated magnificent gardens that became legendary. In her later years, Mona devoted herself to philanthropy. She established the Mona Bismarck Foundation, using her wealth to promote Franco-American cultural relations. Her Paris townhouse became a hub for art and culture, hosting exhibitions that showcased the very best of both nations. Mona's legacy as a patron of the arts ensured that her influence extended far beyond her lifetime. When she passed away in 1983, she left behind far more than jewels, art, or even real estate. She left a legacy of reinvention and empowerment. Mona was not simply the wife of one of the wealthiest men in American history, she was a woman who shaped her destiny and lived her best life. As far as the couple's many mansions, their Manhattan home continues to stand to this day. However, their Long Island country estate has since been demolished, as was their Palm Beach vacation home. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which house was your favorite, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know what you're thinking down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the heart of St. Louis, Missouri, a grand experiment in public housing rose to the sky in the 1950s, hailed as a solution to the city's deep-seated housing problems. The Pruitt-Igoe housing complex, designed by modernist architect Minoru Yamasaki, initially symbolized a new era in urban living. It was meant to replace the slums with something fresh, efficient, and clean, a place where families could flourish. But in less than 2 decades, it devolved into a symbol of failure. Its decline was so dramatic that its implosion was broadcast live in 1972, an event many have referred to as the moment modern architecture died. This is the story of Pruitt-Igoe, the housing complex that became the worst housing disaster in US history. But beyond the crumbling walls, broken elevators, and growing piles of trash, there were people, residents who lived in its high-rise towers, raised families, and struggled against overwhelming forces. Hi everyone, Ken here. Welcome to This House. In the mid-20th century, cities across the United States faced a major housing crisis. World War II had ended, and urban centers like St. Louis were grappling with overcrowding, poverty, and deteriorating infrastructure. Tenement housing was a breeding ground for disease, crime, and hopelessness. City leaders needed a solution, and they found it in public housing, a federally funded effort to provide clean, modern homes to low-income families. The Housing Act of 1949 empowered cities to clear slums and build new, government-subsidized housing. St. Louis seized the opportunity and the Pruitt-Igoe complex was born. Named after African-American war hero Wendell O. Pruitt and white Congressman William L. Igoe, the project was initially designed as a segregated complex with one half for black residents and the other half for white residents. However, following the Supreme Court's 1954 decision in Brown v. the Board of Education, the complex was integrated before it officially opened. Pruitt-Igoe consisted of 33 11-story high-rise buildings spread across 57 acres. At its peak, it housed more than 10,000 people and over 2,800 apartments. The buildings were designed with sleek, modernist lines, large open spaces, and communal galleries meant to foster social interaction among residents. Yamasaki's design incorporated skip-stop elevators that only stopped on certain floors, forcing residents to use staircases to reach their apartments. The communal galleries were envisioned as a vibrant social space where children could play and neighbors could gather. The building's placement was meant to allow for plenty of natural light and fresh air, in sharp contrast to the dark, overcrowded slums they replaced. At the time, the design was celebrated. The sleek, modernist style reflected the optimism of the era, a belief that architecture could change society, uplift the poor, and create better communities. When the first tenants moved into Pruitt-Igoe in 1954, many were excited. For families who had lived in dilapidated tenements, these apartments were a dream. Though the apartments were small, they were new, clean, and efficient. Kitchens gleamed with modern appliances, and windows framed views of a hopeful future. Ruby Russell, an early resident, called her apartment on the 11th floor a poor man's penthouse. Other residents spoke of the green spaces, the community, and the promise of something better. Families took pride in their homes, cleaning the stairwells, waxing the floors, and planting flowers around the buildings. For a time, it seemed like Pruitt-Igoe might be the answer to St. Louis's housing woes, but cracks began to show soon after the complex opened. The first warning sign was financial. The maintenance of Pruitt-Igoe was supposed to be funded by the tenants' rent, but many of the residents were low income, and when vacancy rates began to rise, there wasn't enough money to keep up with repairs. The skip-stop elevators, designed to reduce congestion, instead became crime hotspots. Stairwells were often dark and isolated, making them dangerous for residents. The communal galleries, intended as social spaces, were soon taken over by gangs, and vandalism became rampant as the buildings started to feel more like traps than homes. As the complex fell into disrepair, the city's ability to manage it faltered. The St. Louis Housing Authority, which was responsible for the upkeep of the building, was stretched thin and unable to provide adequate maintenance. Elevators broke down, heating systems malfunctioned, and garbage piled up in the hallways. The communal areas, once envisioned as gathering places, became hazardous zones where residents feared to walk. Crime became rampant. Muggings, burglaries, and assaults were commonplace. The towering high-rises, once symbols of hope, became breeding grounds for violence. Families who could afford to move left Pruitt-Igoe, leaving behind those with no other options. But for the families who remained, life at Pruitt-Igoe was harsh. Single mothers were forced to raise their children in an environment of fear and neglect. The quote-unquote man-in-the-house rule, which barred families from receiving welfare benefits if an adult male lived in the home, forced many fathers to leave, further destabilizing families. Children grew up amid the decay with little hope for the future. They played in hallways littered with garbage and broken glass. Residents frequently complained that maintenance requests were ignored for months, if not years. Some of the buildings were so poorly maintained that in the winter of 1970, a burst sewer pipe flooded the hallways with raw sewage which froze to people's beds and clothes, slowly thawing out and leaving their belongings destroyed. Teenagers formed gangs for protection, and violence became a way of life. For many residents, walking into their apartment felt like running a gauntlet of danger. The utopian dream that was Pruitt-Igoe had turned into a nightmare of crumbling infrastructure, rampant crime, and hopelessness. The failure of Pruitt-Igoe was not just a failure of architecture, it was a failure of policy, planning, and politics. The city of St. Louis, like many American cities in the post-war era, was losing its population to the suburbs. By the 1960s, the city had already lost nearly a third of its population. Jobs, particularly manufacturing jobs, were disappearing, and so were the middle-class families that once supported the urban economy. The vacancy rates at Pruitt-Igoe skyrocketed. By the late 1960s, more than two-thirds of the apartments were empty, and the tenants who remained were some of the poorest in the city. And with no funding to repair the decaying buildings, conditions spiraled out of control. The design itself, while initially praised, was not suited to the social and economic realities of the residents. The high-rise towers isolated people, while the communal spaces created opportunities for crime rather than community. The decision to cut landscaping and other features to save money only exacerbated the sense of desolation, leaving the building surrounded by dirt with wind blowing staggering amounts of dust into people's homes. Additionally, racial segregation played a significant role in the complex's downfall. While Pruitt-Igoe was legally integrated, white flight and discriminatory housing policies ensured that the majority of residents were African American. The complex became an economic and racial ghetto, and the city of St. Louis, already struggling, was ill-equipped to manage the needs of its poorest residents. By 1971, the situation at Pruitt-Igoe had become so dire that the federal government decided to demolish the buildings. The first building was brought down in March of 1972, and the implosion was broadcast live on television. Over the next 4 years, the remaining buildings were torn down, and by 1976, Pruitt-Igoe was gone. The televised demolition became an iconic moment in American history, a symbol of the failure of modernist ideals and the limitations of public housing. Critics like Charles Jenks declared it the day modern architecture died, but the collapse of Pruitt-Igoe was not just an architectural failure, it was a social disaster that laid bare the deep inequalities in American society. The residents of Pruitt-Igoe were abandoned, their hopes for a better life shattered by bureaucratic indifference and systematic segregation. Today, the site where Pruitt-Igoe once stood remains largely undeveloped, a barren reminder of a failed experiment. Over the years, various plans have been proposed for the site, but none have come to fruition quite yet. Trees and overgrown grass now cover the land where families once lived, played, and struggled. Pruitt-Igoe's story is a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of top-down planning and the limits of architecture in solving complex social problems. But it is also a story of the people who lived there, who tried to make a life for themselves despite the overwhelming odds. In the end, the true tragedy of Pruitt-Igoe was not its demolition, but the lost potential of a community that was never given the support it needed to succeed. What are your thoughts on Pruitt-Igoe? Do you think a housing complex like this could work with the right policy in place? Or is it best to learn from history and not repeat this mistake? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. And while you're there, hit that subscribe button so you never miss an interesting episode of This House. In the golden age of silent cinema, where the world was introduced to a new form of entertainment, one man stood out as a pioneer, a visionary, and an unparalleled master of comedic timing. This man was Harold Lloyd. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering Green Acres in Beverly Hills, California. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Harold Lloyd's story begins in 1893 when he was born to a working-class family in Burchard, Nebraska. His childhood, however, was far from ordinary. Even as a young boy, Lloyd was fascinated by the world of theater, often experimenting with makeup to create different characters, a foreshadowing of the many faces he would later present to the world. In 1910, when Harold was just 17, his life took a dramatic turn. After a series of failed business ventures, his parents divorced and Lloyd relocated with his father to San Diego, California. This move was the catalyst that set him on the path to stardom. In San Diego, Harold attended high school, but his heart was already set on the stage. He joined various repertory companies, honing his craft and developing a love for performance that would shape his future career. Lloyd's big break came when he decided to try his luck in Hollywood, the burgeoning heart of the film industry. He began working with Thomas Edison's motion picture company, and his first role was as a background character in The Old Monk's Tale. It was a modest start, but it opened the door to the world of film. In Los Angeles, Harold's persistence and ingenuity soon paid off. Unable to gain entry into the Universal Studio, he disguised himself with makeup and slipped past the gatekeepers, a move as clever as any of his later on-screen antics. This resourcefulness caught the attention of Hal Roach, a young filmmaker with whom Lloyd would form a lifelong friendship, leading to innumerable collaborations. Together, Lloyd and Roach created the character Lonesome Luke, a comic figure inspired by the immense popularity of Charlie Chaplin's Tramp. Lonesome Luke was a man of exaggerated features, loud clothes, a false mustache, and an air of absurdity. Though successful, Lloyd felt constrained by the character, realizing that to truly leave a mark on the world, he needed to create something new, something that wasn't a copy of another successful star, something that was uniquely his. In 1917, he took a bold step that would define his career. He shed the outlandish persona of Lonesome Luke and introduced a new character that was far more relatable, a bespectacled young man simply known as Harold, who was just like the boy next door. This character, with his trademark horn-rimmed glasses, was an everyman, a figure of optimism and determination, who faced life's challenges with a mix of bravery and naivety. The glasses were more than just a prop, they were a symbol of the character's humanity and approachability. Lloyd later reflected, and quote, "When I adopted the glasses, it more or less put me in a different category because I became a human being. He was a kid that you would meet next door, across the street, but at the same time, I could still do all the crazy things that we did before, but you believed them. They were natural, and the romance could be believable." With this new persona, Lloyd quickly rose to fame. His films were a blend of comedy, romance, and adventure, often featuring thrill sequences that left audiences on the edges of their seats. Perhaps the most iconic of these is the scene in Safety Last, where Lloyd hangs precariously from the hands of a clock high above a busy city street. This image has since become one of the most enduring in cinematic history. Fun antics aside, Lloyd's career was not without its perils. On August 24th of 1919, while posing for a promotional photograph, a tragic accident nearly ended his life. Mistaking a live explosive for a prop, Lloyd lit the fuse, resulting in an explosion that severely injured his right hand. He lost his thumb and index finger, and his face was badly burned. For a moment, the world held its breath, fearing that the rising star's career had been extinguished. But Lloyd's indomitable spirit would not be so easily defeated. After all, he had made it out of a small town in Nebraska to the silver screen. He never let the public see his pain or struggle, concealing his injuries with a special prosthetic glove that was nearly undetectable on screen. This accident only seemed to fuel his determination, and he returned to filmmaking with renewed vigor, creating some of the most memorable work in the years that followed. The 1920s were a golden era for him. With hits like Grandma's Boy, The Freshman, and Speedy, he became one of the highest paid actors in Hollywood, earning both critical acclaim and a vast fortune. The story of Green Acres begins in 1923 when Harold Lloyd, at the height of his fame, purchased a parcel of land that had long belonged to the Benedict family. This land, nestled in the heart of Beverly Hills, was to be the canvas on which Lloyd would paint his masterpiece. He wasn't interested in mere luxury. Lloyd sought to create a world unto himself where every corner of the property would offer something magical. To bring his vision to life, Lloyd enlisted the talents of architects Summer Spaulding and Walter Weber. Together they designed a 44-room mansion that would blend the grandeur of French and Italian Renaissance styles with the warmth and charm of a Hollywood star's home. Construction began in 1927, and by 1928, Green Acres had risen from the earth as a 45,000 square foot testament to Lloyd's larger-than-life persona. But it was the grounds of Green Acres that truly set it apart. Harold Lloyd was not content with simply having a mansion. He wanted his estate to be a living, breathing fairy tale. He collaborated with landscape architect A.E. Hansen, who transformed the 15-acre property into a botanical wonderland. The result was a series of themed gardens that seemed to transport visitors to different worlds, each more magical than the last. Imagine strolling through a tropical forest only to find yourself suddenly in a formal rose garden, the air thick with the scent of blooming flowers. Turn a corner and you might stumble upon a sunken garden, its lush greenery hiding you from the outside world. A cascading waterfall fed a 900-foot-long canoe stream, where you could paddle your way through the estate as if in a dream. Lloyd's love for sports and entertainment was evident throughout the property. A 9-hole golf course meandered across the grounds, providing both a challenge and a picturesque view. The estate also boasted tennis courts, an outdoor bowling green, and even regulation-sized handball court, perfect for a star who was as passionate about physical activity as he was about making people laugh. For as spectacular as this estate is already, we haven't even set foot inside. We'll enter the home below the grand staircase, stepping up into the double-height entry hall marked by a fireplace at the far end of the room. In the dining room, we can imagine the who's who of Hollywood gathering to share meals in understated elegance. And holidays in this mansion were fabled for being completely over the top, in exactly the way you might expect his larger-than-life persona to celebrate. Meandering about the mansion, we'll find long hallways tastefully decorated with antique tapestries and artwork by the old masters. His living room was finished out with half-height wood paneling and a massive floor-to-ceiling fireplace flanked by diamond-paned windows. The music room became a hub for private performances, as musical artists tinkered at the piano between cocktails. Life at Green Acres was good, but the good times couldn't last forever. As the 1920s gave way to the 1930s, Lloyd faced a new challenge, the advent of sound and cinema. While many silent film stars struggled to adapt, Lloyd embraced the change. He remade his 1929 film, Welcome Danger, as a talkie, and the result was a financial success, proving that Lloyd's charm transcended the limitations of silent film. However, the transition to sound marked the beginning of a slow decline in his career. The Great Depression altered the landscape of American cinema, and Lloyd's optimistic, go-getter persona seemed increasingly out of touch with the audience grappling with economic hardship. His films became less frequent, and by the late 1930s, Lloyd had largely stepped away from the screen. Though his film career had waned, Harold Lloyd's life was far from over. He redirected his energy into other passions, including photography. He was also deeply involved in charitable work, particularly with the Shriners Hospital, a cause close to his heart after overcoming his own serious injuries. He passed away in 1971 at the age of 77, but his legacy was far from forgotten. In the years that followed his death, there was a renewed interest in his work, spurred on by documentaries, retrospectives, and the release of his films on television and home video. Today, Harold Lloyd is celebrated as one of the greatest comedians of the silent film era, right alongside Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. As for Green Acres, while the once vast lands have been subdivided to an extent, the mansion, along with several key elements of its grounds, continues to stand to this day as a private residence. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts, whether it's about his career or his estate. Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. It might seem hard to believe, but at one time, Los Angeles looked like this, a small town with plenty of space to expand. As the decades rolled on and the city continued to prosper, mansions were built in enclaves from Bunker Hill to Hollywood and within easy reach of modern-day Wilshire Boulevard. But what happened? Why don't we see these grand, Victorian-era mansions around the city, and how did a suburban neighborhood become the epicenter of modern-day Los Angeles? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the lost mansions of Los Angeles. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. This episode is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. To fully understand what happened, we need to go back to the beginning for a little bit of context. The story of Los Angeles starts in 1781, when 44 Spanish settlers established a permanent settlement in what is now downtown Los Angeles. These settlers founded El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Angeles, or the town of Our Lady the Queen of the Angels, which was later shortened to Los Angeles. Though small, the pueblo was strategically located along the Los Angeles River, providing essential resources for its inhabitants. For decades, Los Angeles remained a modest, agricultural town, but its significance began to rise following Mexico's independence from Spain in 1821. The Mexican government secularized the missions, leading to increased land availability and attracting new settlers to the region. However, it wasn't until the American conquest in 1847, amid the larger context of the Mexican-American War, that Los Angeles would truly begin its journey towards becoming a major city. The mid-19th century marked a turning point for Los Angeles. Following the U.S. acquisition of California, the city's growth was spurred by several key developments. In 1867, the majority of Bunker Hill was purchased by two real estate developers who intended to build 80 luxury homes on the site. They created roads and brought running water to the planned community, both of which were considered luxuries at the time. The Bradbury Mansion, which once stood at the corner of Court and Hill Streets, was among the grandest residences ever built in the neighborhood. This towering Queen Anne was the home of Louis L. Bradbury, who had made his money investing in mines. But the most fabled mansion in the neighborhood belonged to Margaret Crocker, whose late husband Edwin had been a California Supreme Court justice. She was related by marriage to Charles Crocker, one of the Big Four, who brought railroads to the area and amassed a fortune in doing so. The arrival of the Southern Pacific Railroad in 1876 connected Los Angeles to the rest of the country, making it a vital hub for trade and travel. This connection was further bolstered by the completion of the Santa Fe Railroad in 1885, which brought an influx of settlers and speculators eager to capitalize on the region's potential. The discovery of oil in the Los Angeles area in 1892 catapulted the city into the spotlight. By the early 20th century, Los Angeles was producing a significant portion of the world's oil, fueling both its economy and its expansion. The city's population exploded, growing from just over 11,000 residents in 1880 to more than 100,000 by 1900. This rapid growth necessitated the development of infrastructure and housing, creating more opportunities for wealth and leading to the construction of some truly incredible mansions. Before we explore the mansions from this period, a quick word from today's sponsor, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. As the 20th century dawned, Los Angeles continued to grow, bolstered by its burgeoning industries. The city became a center for agriculture, manufacturing, and most famously, the motion picture industry. Hollywood, originally a small community, was annexed by Los Angeles in 1910, and by the 1920s, it was the global epicenter of film production. In the early 1900s, the DeLongpre Mansion stood as a beacon of artistic beauty in what was then a quiet, blooming Hollywood. Built by French artist Paul DeLongpre, the mansion was more than just a residence, it was a reflection of his deep love for flowers and art. Nestled on 3 acres of land on Cahuenga Boulevard, the Mission-style estate quickly became one of Los Angeles' first tourist attractions. DeLongpre, a celebrated painter known for his vibrant floral works, moved to Los Angeles in 1899, seeking the year-round bloom that the city offered. His mansion, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens, became a cultural landmark, drawing visitors from near and far who came to admire both the architecture and the artist's stunning paintings. The estate's popularity soared, and it was often featured on postcards that spread its fame nationwide. However, alongside the rise of Hollywood, another phenomenon was taking shape, one that would come to symbolize both the grandeur and the transience of wealth in Los Angeles: the construction of grand mansions along what is now modern-day Wilshire Boulevard. During the early 20th century, Wilshire Boulevard was lined with some of the most opulent homes in the city. These mansions, built by the era's wealthiest individuals, were architectural masterpieces, showcasing styles ranging from the Beaux-Arts to Spanish Revival. The boulevard became synonymous with luxury, a place where the city's elite could display their wealth and status. And at the very end of Wilshire, spread out over the sands of Santa Monica Beach, was one of the largest mansions. Ocean House was built by media mogul William Randolph Hearst for his mistress, Marion Davies, who was one of Hollywood's first superstars. This 110-room mansion was built with every amenity imaginable and designed to be operated by a small army of servants. She frequently hosted massive parties with hundreds of guests, sometimes more, and had plenty of room for everyone to spread out. As Los Angeles entered its jazz age, Ocean House became the social hub for the who's who of Hollywood, becoming a grand production in and of itself. During one of its legendary parties, Hearst rented a carousel from Warner Brothers, but when it arrived, it wouldn't fit through the house. Instead of turning it away, Hearst instructed that walls be demolished and rebuilt to make it fit, having all of the work redone once again after the party had ended. While this was perhaps one of the most outrageous examples of how the ultra-wealthy lived in LA, similar stories echoed as the decades rolled on. Yet as the city continued to expand, the fate of these grand homes began to change. The development pressures of a growing metropolis meant that many of these estates were gradually demolished to make way for commercial buildings and high-rise apartments. Bunker Hill became the center of downtown Los Angeles, with houses quickly being replaced by commercial buildings and then skyscrapers. Though some of the best, including the Bradbury Mansion, were demolished to make way for the Angel's Flight. Hollywood filled up, pushing the wealthy residents westward into Bel Air and Beverly Hills as grand estates were subdivided for neighborhoods. And Wilshire became a main vein of wealth running through the city, lined with tall commercial buildings all the way to the beach to beyond Hollywood. Today, only a few remnants of this once glorious time period in Los Angeles can be found, hidden among the modern structures that dominate the landscape. From its origins as a small pueblo to its rise as a global city, Los Angeles has consistently reinvented itself. The lost mansions of Los Angeles are a testament to this change, a reminder of the city's past grandeur and the relentless drive for progress that defines its future. As Los Angeles continues to grow and evolve, its history remains not only in photos, but in the shadows of skyscrapers. But I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts? Did anything about this video stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Check out their link in the video description to see upcoming tours. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. With billions of burgers sold, have you ever wondered how the founders of McDonald's lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering not only the mansions, but the controversial story behind the world's largest fast food chain. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of McDonald's humbly begins in Manchester, New Hampshire, where brothers Richard and Maurice McDonald were born to Irish immigrants. They grew up in poverty, having to spend their childhoods working for whatever money they could contribute to their family. In search of a better life, the brothers moved to California in the 1920s, chasing the American dream. After dabbling in Hollywood and running a small movie theater, they turned to the burgeoning drive-in restaurant business, opening their first stand near the Monrovia Airport in 1937. This initial venture offered hot dogs, the perfect fare for racetrack crowds, but the brothers had bigger aspirations, and in 1940 they relocated to San Bernardino, a working-class town, and opened McDonald's Barbecue. The drive-in restaurant featured car hops, an extensive menu, and a thriving crowd of teenagers hanging out at all hours, and families stopping by for quick meals. Still, the brothers weren't satisfied. They recognized the inefficiencies of their operation and saw potential for something revolutionary. In 1948, the McDonald brothers shuttered their successful restaurant, not to retire, but to reinvent. They slashed the menu to focus on their top sellers, hamburgers, fries, and milkshakes. The car hops were replaced with self-service windows, and the kitchen was overhauled into choreographed assembly lines they called the Speedy Service System. Every step was engineered for speed and consistency. Customers could order a meal for 15 cents and receive it within minutes. At first, the changes puzzled their local patrons, but soon a new clientele emerged. Working-class families drawn to the low prices, fast service, and dependable quality. By the early 1950s, word of the McDonald brothers' efficiency had spread, and other entrepreneurs flocked to their San Bernardino location to learn their methods. Among these admirers was Ray Kroc, a traveling milkshake mixer salesman who noticed the brothers had purchased an unusually large number of multi-mixers. Intrigued, he visited their restaurant in 1954 and was astounded by what he saw, a bustling operation serving hundreds of satisfied customers with lightning speed. Kroc recognized potential on a scale the brothers hadn't even considered. Now, Kroc could not have come from a more opposite background. He grew up in an upper-middle-class family from the always fashionable suburb of Chicago, Oak Park, Illinois. He was able to attend good schools and get a head start on life, a privilege the McDonald brothers had never known. Kroc persuaded them to let him franchise their system, promising to handle all the work while they enjoyed their quiet success. In 1955, Kroc opened the first McDonald's franchise in Des Plaines, Illinois, under a new company he founded, McDonald's Systems Incorporated. He aggressively expanded the brand, introducing standardized menus, training programs, and stringent quality controls. Meanwhile, Richard and Maurice remained content running their original location and enjoying the fruits of their labor. But Kroc had bigger dreams and growing frustrations. The brothers resisted Kroc's push for rapid expansion, preferring to keep their operations small and manageable with their existing 20 locations. In 1961, Kroc offered to buy them out for $2.7 million, enough to give each brother $1 million after taxes, the modern equivalent of over $10 million apiece. The brothers agreed and set about enjoying their lives. Growing up poor, they spent their childhoods working and never really had a chance to just relax. Richard moved back to Bedford, purchasing a modest house at the end of a cul-de-sac where he could live out the rest of his life privately without worrying about money. Maurice stayed in San Bernardino in the house that he and his brother had built back in the 1930s. He also purchased a house out in Palm Springs. Once again, just to further contrast the McDonald brothers and Kroc, Kroc already had a house in Palm Springs, and there was nowhere for him to go but up. The house was over 5,000 square feet and had a huge swimming pool. The interior was about as fashionable as you could get for the time period and filled with expensive furniture and artwork. But what the McDonald brothers considered their dream house, Kroc considered his launching point. He sold the home to Elvis Presley in 1970 with plans to move on to something much larger. Before we move on to Kroc's mega mansion, there are some lingering tensions that need to be addressed. Kroc did not acquire the original San Bernardino McDonald's location, which the brothers renamed the Big M. In a move emblematic of his ruthless business tactics, Kroc opened a competing McDonald's nearby, ultimately driving the Big M out of business. Under Kroc's leadership, McDonald's transformed into a global empire. By the time of his passing in 1984, there were over 7,500 locations in 31 countries, serving billions of hamburgers and generating billions in revenue. Yet the McDonald's brothers' contributions were largely overshadowed by Kroc's relentless branding of himself as the sole visionary behind the Golden Arches. Journalists even interviewed Richard after he was accused of falsely claiming he had founded McDonald's with his brother, after Kroc credited himself for building the brand from the ground up in Des Plaines. Of course, his projected reality was not history, and his misguided ego led to some very credible authors and journalists echoing his claims. With that cleared up, let's head over to Santa Ynez, California to explore Jane Dare Double Arch Ranch. In 1966, Kroc purchased the 554-acre estate and immediately set about transforming it into his own pleasure park. Several lakes were planned to dot the gently rolling landscape, as well as putting greens, tennis courts, and pools. After the nearly 17,000 square foot main lodge was completed, he never stopped expanding, adding on to the property and constructing outbuildings and guest quarters until he had a total of 52 bedrooms and over 50 bathrooms. If you wanted to do business with Kroc, you came to him. He hosted corporate retreats for his executives where he had plenty of room to house and entertain them all. Whether it was through team-building exercises involving riding horses down to the stables or taking canoes out onto the lakes, he wanted to foster a culture of connection with those below him in the company. While we could spend weeks exploring the grounds, I think it's about time we make our way over to the main lodge. Designed by architect Glenn Marshbanks Jr., the main lodge contains 25 suites. Swinging open its double doors, we arrive in the entrance hall clad in wood paneling on one side with rusticated stone on the other. This opens into the 3,000 square foot family room, which is dominated by a floor-to-ceiling fireplace. Set in alcoves off the space, we find the billiards room and a bar sitting adjacent to each other. Let's turn around and make our way further into the house to find the dining room. The dining room once again boasts exposed beams running along the vaulted ceiling and was designed to hold 100 guests. Just beyond the dining room is the kitchen, where the Egg McMuffin was reportedly invented. In one of the nearby buildings is a theater room which can hold over 60 people for a screening. And a bit further away on the property is the Roundhouse, which originally was designed to serve as a medical library. Kroc's brother was a medical researcher who used the space to hold his extensive book collection and conduct groundbreaking research into conditions such as arthritis and diabetes. Though in the true fashion of the 1970s, when the Roundhouse was built, it came complete with a central sunken seating area around the fireplace. Following the Kroc's passing, the house changed hands and is now known as the Circle K Ranch, which, at the time of me making this video, is currently on the market for $25 million. Despite the history of how J&R Double Arch Ranch came to be, the legacy of McDonald's is undeniable. The brothers' revolutionary assembly line kitchen and Kroc's franchising prowess together reshaped not only the fast food industry, but also global dining habits. It's a story that, like the burgers themselves, has become a quintessential portion of Americana. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on this video, the story, and the house down below in the comment section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the years following World War II, America experienced a profound shift as millions of families sought new lives away from crowded, industrialized cities. At the heart of this transformation was Levittown, the first mass-produced suburban housing development, which came to symbolize both the promise and complexity of post-war American life. Built by William Levitt and his company Levitt & Sons, Levittown offered affordable, well-planned housing on an unprecedented scale, providing a solution to the country's critical housing shortage while setting the stage for a new era in American society. Hi everyone, Ken here. Welcome to This House.
Although the faces of America's major cities seem relatively unchanged, a quiet revolution has been taking place there for nearly a decade. More than 1 million persons each year have pulled up stakes in the cities and turned commuter, traveling 20, 30, 40 or more miles each day from home to office, factory or business, and back again.
This revolution, fueled by the rise of suburban developments like Levittown, allowed families to leave behind the congestion, noise, and perceived dangers of urban life. In their new suburban enclaves, they sought peace, space, and a better quality of life. Levittown, which began on Long Island in 1947, was groundbreaking in its design, scale, and execution.
Part of the lure of the suburb is in the greater elbow room it offers. Part of it is due to that relative newcomer to our economy, the budget-priced home. This symbol of modern American living has brought with it more than a changing landscape. It has changed a great industry.
This symbol of modern American living brought more than just a changing landscape. It revolutionized the construction industry itself, forcing builders to innovate and improve methods. Levitt & Sons led the way by embracing mass-produced techniques that allowed homes to be built quickly and affordably.
Keen competition in the booming home construction industry has forced re-examination of almost every time-honored method, with a view to improving quality and at the same time reducing costs.
The construction process was highly efficient, almost like an assembly line, where workers performed specialized tasks in sequence. A house could be built in just one day, with workers moving from home to home, performing their designated task in a record time.
Consider Levittown, Delaware Valley, USA, one of the world's largest single-unit housing developments, located in the fast-growing industrial area between Philadelphia and New York City. Here, 16,000 low-cost homes are being constructed on spacious landscape lots, bordering gently sloped, winding streets.
The success of Levittown was not just due to its efficient production process, but also the amenities it offered. The development was designed as a full community, complete with everything a family could need.
This is no mere collection of homes, but a carefully planned community, complete with modern schools, churches chosen by the residents but conforming architecturally with other Levittown buildings, playgrounds that leave nothing to be desired, and modern shopping centers that offer easy access without through traffic.
Levittown was a self-contained world where families could thrive, far removed from the chaos of the city. And for the returning soldiers and their families, Levittown represented a tangible piece of the American dream. The homes, though modest by today's standards, typically around 750 square feet, were modern and affordable. They featured the latest conveniences such as electric appliances and were priced within reach of average Americans, especially veterans who benefited from GI Bills.
Here, nearly 5,000 new homes per year rise out of an area that was only yesterday stump and meadow and brush.
At the time, the housing shortage was acute. Cities had been overcrowded during the war, and returning soldiers found it difficult to secure housing for their growing families. Levittown solved this problem. The assembly line construction methods that Levitt employed, similar to those used in wartime factories, enabled rapid and economical production of homes. As the narrator in this film points out,
Speed and precision teamwork that makes possible this mass production of low-cost homes on a profit-producing basis is a tribute to the enterprise of the American construction industry.
However, the story of Levittown was not without its complexities. Though it opened doors for many Americans, it also reflected the societal norms of the era, including restrictive policies on homeownership. Initially, Levittown homes were sold exclusively to white buyers due to racial covenants, which were common in housing developments at the time. These policies were part of the broader context of post-war America, but would later be challenged, leading to a gradual change. One notable event occurred in 1957 when the Myers family, an African-American family, purchased a home in Levittown, Pennsylvania. Their presence sparked protests from some residents, though the family stood firm. This event highlighted the challenges of integration in suburban development, but it also marked a turning point in the broader movement toward fair housing across the country. Despite these challenges, Levittown's broader impact on American society was undeniable. It revolutionized suburban living and set the standard for future developments. The model of efficient, affordable homes surrounded by schools, parks, and shopping centers was replicated across the nation.
And from Levittown to Los Angeles, from Minneapolis to Miami, the quiet revolution continues, as a great industry provides better homes for modern American living.
Levittown's legacy is one of transformation. It reshaped the landscape of post-war America, offering a new model for living that prioritized homeownership, community, and the suburban ideal. At the same time, it serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for equality and inclusion, even in the most seemingly idyllic of settings. As the first truly mass-produced suburb, Levittown not only provided a solution to the housing crisis of the post-war era, but also laid the foundation for the modern American suburb. It offered families a chance at stability and prosperity, representing the fulfillment of the American dream for many. Yet it also serves as a chapter in the ongoing story of how America grapples with its ideals of freedom and equality.
Here at Levittown, where cost is of prime importance, where narrow profit margins rule out the careless operator, these men have found the answer. You might say the answer came out of the project itself, that it was to be expected in a development where something akin to the assembly line speeds home construction from raw land to finished house in a matter of hours. It was the answer that speed, versatility, and economy dictated. Compact, multi-purpose power. Low-cost equipment that can change jobs as easily as a chameleon changes colors. Tools that can be counted on to do the 101 jobs too heavy for men, too light for the specialized giants.
The lessons learned from its creation continue to resonate as we look back on this iconic community and its place in the nation's history. But I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on the suburbs? Should the cities have expanded to accommodate a population boom, or do you think suburbs were the correct approach? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed with that bell notification turned on so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Chrysler brand is known worldwide for its cars, but have you ever wondered how the founder of the automobile giant lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading out to Long Island to uncover the residence of Walter Chrysler. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1875, Walter Chrysler was born in Wamego, Kansas, but it was in the small town of Ellis where he grew up and nurtured the spark that would later set the American automotive industry ablaze. His father, Hank Chrysler, a rugged Civil War veteran and locomotive engineer, instilled in him a fascination with machinery that was as boundless as the prairies around them. Young Walter would tag along with his father on railroad runs, mesmerized by the power of steam engines, the clanging of iron, and the endless potential for movement and innovation. Chrysler's journey began in earnest when he left school at the age of 15, eager to start an apprenticeship in the Union Pacific Railroad shops. There he learned the value of hard work and soaked up every bit of technical knowledge he could find. He wasn't just interested in performing his tasks, he wanted to understand the inner workings of every machine he touched, creating tools of his own to increase precision. His curiosity led him from the dusty, bustling railroad shops of Ellis to positions across the western United States, rising quickly through the ranks of railroading, gaining a reputation as a skilled mechanic and manager. In 1908, Chrysler's career took a defining turn. The newly wealthy railroad manager was captivated by a luxury automobile he saw at a Chicago auto show, the Locomobile. Despite the car's astronomical price tag, he was determined to buy it, not merely to drive, but to disassemble, study, and understand it inside and out. This relentless curiosity marked Chrysler's first steps into the automotive world. He took apart and reassembled the Locomobile repeatedly, cultivating a deep technical understanding that would prove invaluable in his next venture. A few years later in 1911, the auto industry was still in its infancy when Chrysler was approached by Charles Nash, president of Buick. Although the move meant a pay cut, Chrysler accepted, intrigued by the opportunity to apply his knowledge of machinery to an emerging industry. Buick's production line was chaotic, with inefficiencies galore. Chrysler's first move was to bring order to the manufacturing process, introducing a meticulous cost accounting system and streamlining production. Under his leadership, Buick's daily production soared from 45 cars to over 200, making it one of the most productive plants in the world. In 1916, with the company thriving, General Motors founder William C. Durant offered Chrysler an unprecedented $500,000 a year contract to lead Buick as its president. Chrysler accepted, but by 1919, tensions with Durant's management style led him to leave Buick, cashing out his GM stock for a handsome $10 million, or the modern-day equivalent of nearly $290 million. This financial windfall positioned him as an independent player in the automotive industry, ready to make his next bold move. Chrysler's reputation drew him to the ailing Willys-Overland Motor Company, and shortly after, the similarly struggling Maxwell Motor Company. While his efforts at Willys-Overland were thwarted by internal politics, he soon took full control of Maxwell. It was here that Chrysler finally found the freedom he sought. In 1924, he introduced the Chrysler 6, a groundbreaking vehicle with hydraulic brakes and high-compression engines that put Maxwell back on the map. The Chrysler 6's success led to the rebranding of Maxwell Motor as the Chrysler Corporation in 1925, and over the next few years, Chrysler expanded his company by acquiring the Plymouth and Dodge brands, firmly establishing his place among the titans of the automotive industry. By 1928, Chrysler Corporation was producing over 1 million cars a year, surpassing Ford and becoming the second largest automaker in the United States. Walter Chrysler's entrepreneurial journey would not be complete without mentioning his other crowning achievement, the Chrysler Building. Completed in 1930, this Art Deco skyscraper in New York City stood as the tallest building in the world for several months. Adorned with automobile-inspired motifs, the building became a monument to Chrysler's achievements, but this is getting a bit ahead in our story. Back in 1923, he headed out to Kings Point on Long Island to purchase the former estate of Henri Bendel. It had originally been built just a few years prior in 1916 and designed in the Beaux-Arts style. The main house boasted 23 rooms and even an indoor swimming pool, which we will see soon enough. The mansion was planned out with formal gardens surrounding the house, which was framed by stone balustrade and accented by dozens of terraces. Zooming out, we can get a really good feel for the overall size of this massive abode and its 450 feet of shoreline. Looking out from the rear of the house, a grand portico frames views of the water beyond an expansive lawn. As we explore the grounds, we'll come across a large swimming pool, and then as we wander further down, we'll find the docks where we can imagine his yacht coming and going throughout the summer. On the other side of his house, a sunken parterre garden extends towards a fountain, and even though the neighbor's house was just on the other side of the trees, the expert landscaping would have you believing we were in the middle of nowhere. Of course, Mr. Chrysler had a state-of-the-art 8-car garage packed full of everything a mechanic could dream of. And as far as the estate's maintenance, the superintendent's 9-room house was hidden away, not to mention several other apartments for staff scattered about the property. I think we've spent enough time exploring the grounds and amenities. Let's go ahead and make our way towards the front door. To give us a good idea of how the house is laid out, we can take a quick look at the floor plan before moving on. Heading through the vestibule, we'll make our way into the 2-story entrance hall, clad in stone, with a grand staircase sweeping off to the side. Towards the front of the house, the grand arcade we saw above the entrance hall feeds into the 2-story music room, dominated by a floor-to-ceiling pipe organ and once again clad entirely in stone. Stepping down from the music room leads us into the living room, with exposed beams soaring above the 10-foot Gothic fireplace mantel. Directly across the entrance hall from us is the dining room, once again fashioned with a floor-to-ceiling fireplace and intricately carved wooden pilasters. Let's go ahead and take the grand staircase up to the second floor, where we'll find the bedrooms, servants' quarters, and the library. Interestingly for this time period, the library is among the smaller rooms in the house, and instead of being a showpiece for a rare book collection, it is treated more as a private retreat. Downstairs in the basement, we can imagine the family using the indoor pool all year long. By the 1930s, Chrysler had transitioned away from daily operations, leaving his trusted team to run the company. In 1938, after a stroke and the passing of his beloved wife Della, Chrysler's health began to decline. He passed away on August 18th of 1940 at his Long Island home. Today, Walter P. Chrysler is remembered not only as a pioneer who challenged industry giants, but as a visionary who embodied the spirit of American innovation. As for his Long Island estate, it was sold to the government where it found new life as the United States Merchant Academy. From the moment you step through the front door, it is evident that it has been exceptionally maintained and cared for throughout the years. Everything from the stone fireplaces to the parquet floors appears in immaculate condition, as if though completely untouched by time. Even though the furniture and artwork have largely been changed out, many of the rooms remain as they did when Walter Chrysler called the estate home. What did you think about the mansion? Did you have a favorite room or architectural detail? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to our This House supporters for making videos like this one possible. If you would like to see your name on the screen and contribute in part to the production of these videos, join our membership program today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Once dominating Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood was a castle-like mansion of unimaginable luxury. But who owned it, and better yet, what happened to it? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the Palmer Mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Potter and Bertha Palmer were no ordinary couple. Their lives were intertwined with the rise of Chicago, and together they shaped the city's future in ways few others could. Their story is not just one of wealth and power, but also of vision, resilience, and a lasting legacy that continues to influence Chicago's landscape and culture today. Born in Albany County, New York in 1826, Potter Palmer grew up in a strict Quaker household. His upbringing instilled in him a deep respect for time and hard work. From an early age, Palmer showed a natural talent for business, and by the time he was 18, he had already set his sights on a career in commerce, working as a clerk before opening his own store in Oneida, New York. Yet, it was in Chicago, a city on the verge of explosive growth, that captured Palmer's imagination. Arriving in Chicago in 1852, Palmer wasted no time establishing his dry goods store, Potter Palmer & Company. It wasn't just a store, it was a revolution in retailing. Unlike many other merchants of his time, Palmer catered specifically to women, creating an inviting atmosphere where they could shop freely. He introduced the groundbreaking policy of allowing customers to return goods with no questions asked, a strategy that nurtured loyalty and built his reputation as a forward-thinking businessman. His success was meteoric, and by 1865, he brought on partners Marshall Field and Levi Leiter. Together they formed a new venture that would eventually become the iconic Marshall Field & Company, one of the largest and most prestigious department store chains in the Midwest. But Palmer's ambitions extended far beyond retail. In 1867, on the advice of his doctor, he retired from active business at the age of 38 and turned his attention to real estate, a decision that would change the face of Chicago forever. When the Great Fire of 1871 devastated the city, destroying many of his properties, Palmer's resolve only strengthened. He borrowed $1.7 million, a record-breaking loan for a private individual, and set about rebuilding. Palmer's efforts transformed State Street into the bustling commercial hub it remains today, and his Palmer House Hotel became a symbol of luxury and resilience in the heart of the city. In 1870, Palmer married Bertha Honoré, a 21-year-old woman from Louisville, Kentucky. Bertha was a force of nature, beautiful, intelligent, and socially adept. Despite their 23-year age difference, the Palmers' marriage was one of mutual respect and partnership. While Potter built his real estate empire, Bertha ascended to the heights of Chicago society, becoming one of its most influential figures. Her social grace, combined with her business acumen, made her a leader in both philanthropy and the arts. Together, the Palmers were an unstoppable duo, embodying the spirit of the Gilded Age in every sense, including a larger-than-life mansion. But before we head inside, a quick word from the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you obsessed with historic architecture? Have you ever wanted to go beyond reading and learning to actually experiencing historically and architecturally significant sites? With the Victorian Society in America, you can travel to American cities and tour exceptional 19th century buildings. Join the Victorian Society in America this October for an educational tour in St. Louis, Missouri. The itinerary is packed with exciting visits to key architectural sites, landscapes, and artistic gems in and around the greater St. Louis area. Click the link in the video description to visit victoriansociety.org and register today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now let's explore this house. Perhaps the most visible symbol of their success was the Palmer Mansion, a sprawling estate on Lakeshore Drive that became the centerpiece of Chicago's exclusive Gold Coast. Designed by architects Henry Ives Cobb and Charles Sumner Frost, the mansion was nothing short of a castle. Completed in 1885, it featured 42 rooms, each designed in a different historical style, from the opulent Louis XVI salon to the Moorish room, where the rugs were infused with rare perfumes. The ballroom and gallery, 75 feet long, was adorned with paintings by French Impressionists, including works by Monet and Renoir, which Bertha had carefully curated over the years. The mansion wasn't just a home, it was a social epicenter. The Palmers entertained the most prominent figures of their time, including US presidents, European royalty, and industrialists. It was during the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, where Bertha played a key role as president of the board of lady managers, that the mansion truly shone. The Palmers hosted lavish receptions, drawing the world's elite to their doorstep. Under Bertha's leadership, the exposition became a showcase not only for Chicago, but also for the achievements of women, marking a significant moment in the city's and the nation's cultural history. Yet as grand as their lives were, they were not without challenges. In 1902, Potter Palmer passed away in his beloved mansion. He left Bertha with an $8 million fortune, but she was far from content to merely enjoy her wealth. Bertha was just as shrewd a businesswoman as her husband had been a businessman. Over the next 16 years, she doubled the Palmer fortune through savvy investments, particularly in real estate in Florida. In Sarasota, Florida, Bertha became a pioneer, developing vast tracts of land into ranches, farms, and residential communities. Her investments laid the foundation for the growth of Sarasota, and much of the land she once owned is still known today as Palmer Ranch. Despite her busy life as a businesswoman, Bertha remained an influential figure in the art world. She continued to collect masterpieces, amassing an impressive collection of Impressionist paintings. Upon her death in 1918, many of these works were donated to the Art Institute of Chicago, forming the core of its now famous collection. However, the Palmer Mansion did not share the same fate as their art collection. After Bertha's death, the mansion passed through various owners, including industrialist Vincent Hugo Bendix, who had grand plans to turn the property into a hotel. Those plans never materialized, and by 1950, the mansion, once the largest private residence in Chicago, was demolished to make way for modern high-rise apartments. The destruction of the Palmer Mansion marked the end of an era, the final chapter in the story of Chicago's Gilded Age. Yet even in its absence, the legacy of Potter and Bertha Palmer continues to shape Chicago. Potter's vision for State Street, his pioneering real estate ventures, and his role in rebuilding the city after the Great Fire remain foundational to the city's identity. Bertha's influence on the arts, her philanthropic work, and her leadership in women's rights continues to inspire generations. Together, they were not just a couple of immense wealth and status, they were visionaries who helped to build Chicago into the great metropolis it is today. The Palmers were a rare combination of pragmatism and grandeur, vision and action. They understood the power of wealth, not just as a means of personal comfort, but as a tool for creating something lasting, something that would endure beyond their lifetimes. Though their mansion may no longer stand, the impact of Potter and Bertha Palmer can still be felt in the streets of Chicago, in the halls of the Art Institute, and in the legacy of the Gold Coast. What did you think about the Palmer Mansion? Let me know down below in the comment section. I'd also like to thank Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Make sure to check out their upcoming tour by visiting the link in the video description. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Pickfair wasn't just a home, it was a symbol of Hollywood's golden age, a lavish palace where Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks reigned as cinema's royalty, hosting legendary gatherings that defined an era of unprecedented glamour. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Beverly Hills' most fabled estate. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In 1892, Gladys Smith, the girl who would eventually become Mary Pickford, was born in Toronto, a girl whose golden curls and luminous smile would one day captivate the world. But life didn't begin in luxury for the woman who would become Hollywood's first true queen. After her father's untimely death, young Gladys watched as her mother leased out rooms in their house and took in boarders to make ends meet. Among her tenants was a theatrical stage manager who suggested Gladys and her siblings try their hand at acting. This is where her journey begins, a journey that would transform her from a girl on the stage to an icon of the silver screen. Pickford's first roles were small ones, her feet shuffling across the wooden floors of Toronto theaters, but even in the background, she demanded the spotlight. By the time she was a teenager, she had made her way to New York, determined to carve a career on Broadway. It was during this time that famed producer David Belasco advised her to adopt the name Mary Pickford, a change that would soon be synonymous with stardom. In 1909, Pickford was screen tested by D.W. Griffith, a leading figure in the rapidly expanding world of film. She didn't land the part, but Griffith immediately recognized her potential. Within a year, Mary was appearing in nearly one film a week for Biograph Studios. Audiences adored her. She wasn't just the girl with the golden curls, she became their lead, someone who could evoke the full spectrum of human emotion with just a glance. Her rise was meteoric. In an era when women were often relegated to supporting roles, both on-screen and off, Pickford demanded and received unprecedented creative control over her work. By 1916, she was Hollywood's first millionaire actress, earning $10,000 a week and a share of her film's profits. Her hits, such as The Poor Little Rich Girl and Pollyanna, cemented her place as America's sweetheart, a title she wore with both pride and the weight of expectation. But Pickford was no ingenue. Her ambitions stretched beyond acting. In 1919, she joined forces with Douglas Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin, and D.W. Griffith to co-found United Artists, a bold rebellion against the studio system that allowed filmmakers to retain control over their creations. It was a daring move that led industry insiders to grumble that, quote, the lunatics were taking over the asylum. Yet it succeeded, setting a precedent for artistic independence that echoes in Hollywood to this day. Pickford's personal life was as scrutinized as her films. Her first marriage to actor Owen Moore was troubled and ended in divorce. Soon after, she married Douglas Fairbanks in what became the romance of the century. Their home, Pickfair, was a haven for Hollywood royalty, hosting the likes of Charlie Chaplin and Amelia Earhart. They threw legendary parties with the likes of royalty, business tycoons, and movie stars. The estate quickly gained a reputation as being a meeting place for the who's who's and the height of the social ladder. Life magazine even wrote about it. Pickfair is a gathering place only slightly less important than the White House, and much more fun. The estate had originally been a hunting lodge, and when the couple purchased it, they greatly expanded it to include 25 rooms, a large guest wing, and several amenities. Among the most fabled of their additions was the swimming pool. It was touted as the first in-ground swimming pool to have been built in Los Angeles County. The pool wrapped about the property at a scale that was so large that the couple became known for canoeing around it. Additionally, the grounds included several pavilions, tennis courts, and large, flat fields for hosting outdoor events. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. To enter the house, let's make our way towards Mary Pickford and step through the French doors. This leads us into the stair hall, where we are greeted by the grand staircase wrapping itself around a crystal chandelier. Once again, the proportions are blown out, and we get a good sense of how truly large this entryway was by seeing the couple next to it. Beyond the curtains, we head down a few steps to find the formal living room. It is clad floor to ceiling in painted wall panels and furnished with a mix of antique pieces. Whether it was fine art, Louis XIV chairs, or antique European tapestries, Mary developed a taste for filling her home with only the finest and most collectible items. One of her favorite places to lounge was right here on her Chinese damask silk divan. All of this, and we have only seen the one room so far. Next we'll find the formal dining room, which was constantly under renovation. Whether it be the furniture, the lighting, the windows, or the length of the room, dinner guests could always expect to see something new. It could go from bland to glam between weekends, and that was just to be expected as part of the home's legendary allure. Each bedroom was finished out luxuriously with subdued millwork and antique pieces mixed with the newest and most fashionable furniture. Even the children were treated to luxurious quarters. From marble fireplaces to every toy and stuffed animal a kid could ever want, Pickfair was the epitome of lavish living. Together, Mary and Doug reigned as cinema's golden couple until their relationship fractured under the pressures of fame and diverging ambitions. As the silent era gave way to the talkies, Pickford faced an identity crisis. Her first sound film, Coquette, earned her an Academy Award but alienated fans who couldn't reconcile the girl next door with her new sophisticated roles. She cut her iconic curls, a symbolic act of transformation, but her career waned. After her final film, Secrets in 1933, Pickford retired from acting, though she remained an influential figure in Hollywood as a producer and United Artists executive. Her later years were marked by philanthropy and introspection. She co-founded the Motion Picture Relief Fund, supporting struggling industry workers, and was instrumental in the creation of the Motion Picture and Television Country House and Hospital. Yet behind the grandeur of Pickfair, Mary grappled with personal demons, including struggles with drinking and the loneliness of fading into obscurity. Her story, like the film she starred in, remains timeless. However, the same cannot be said about Pickfair. After changing hands a few times, it was eventually demolished to make way for this newer mansion. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Pickfair? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Check out their link in the video description and become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Buster Keaton wasn't just a comedian, he was a pioneer, a daredevil, and an artist who shaped the very essence of cinematic humor. With a stone-faced expression and incredible physical agility, Keaton was a master of visual comedy, pushing the boundaries of what was considered possible on screen. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of Buster Keaton. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1895, Buster Keaton grew up in the world of vaudeville, learning the art of comedy through experience, often at the hands of his father, Joe Keaton, who incorporated his young son into a slapstick act. The family act, known as the Three Keatons, was centered on the rough and tumble antics between father and son. Buster was tossed around the stage, slammed into scenery, and thrown into the audience, much to the delight of spectators. Despite the physical nature of the act, Keaton was rarely injured. His secret? He had a remarkable knack for falling just right, and that talent would serve him well in the years to come. By the time he was a teenager, Keaton had perfected his trademark deadpan expression, known to the audience as the Great Stone Face. The less he reacted, the more people laughed. It was a valuable lesson in the power of subtlety and timing, two things that would become hallmarks of his later films. In 1917, Keaton's life took a fateful turn when he met Roscoe Arbuckle, one of the biggest stars of silent comedy at the time. Arbuckle invited Keaton to join him in making short films, and Buster's transition to the silver screen was instantaneous. His first film, The Butcher's Boy, was a hit, and Keaton quickly became Arbuckle's right-hand man, both in front of and behind the camera. What set Keaton apart was his technical curiosity. He wasn't content to just perform, he wanted to understand the mechanics of filmmaking. He would spend hours studying cameras, learning how to create visual effects, and execute daring stunts that would become the centerpiece of his later work. In a time when filmmaking was still in its infancy, Keaton was already thinking ahead, experimenting with the medium in ways that no one else had. Fast forwarding, the 1920s would become the height of Keaton's career. Now working independently, he created some of the most iconic films of the silent era. He had a rare combination of talents. Not only was he a brilliant physical comedian, but he was also an innovative director. His short films, like 1 Week and Cops, were filled with inventive gags, clever endings, and stunts that seemed to defy the laws of physics. But it was his feature-length films that truly cemented his legacy. Sherlock Jr. and The General are now regarded as masterpieces, showcasing Keaton's fearless approach to both comedy and action. In The General, Keaton's love for trains and precision choreography culminated in one of the most iconic scenes in film history, where a real locomotive crashes through a burning bridge. The scale of these stunts was unparalleled, and the danger was very real, but Keaton's deadpan expression never wavered. With so much success, you would think that he would have been having the time of his life, but there was one major mistake he had made that was dragging him down. Back in 1921, he had married silent film star Natalie Talmadge, who was widely known as a diva, to put it politely. She came from a family of movie stars and was irrationally competitive with her sisters, but we'll get to that in a moment. Following their marriage, the couple rented No. 59 Westmoreland Place in Los Angeles, a charming Tudor revival mansion which had been built a decade earlier in 1909. While not many photos of the house were ever taken, Buster Keaton did use the home as a filming location for The Electric House. While the interior of the home was doctored with special effects, what you are seeing here is exactly how the stair hall appeared while he lived here, minus the escalator part. Even the pool that Keaton splashes into was actually in the backyard. Back in the stair hall, a pair of pocket doors to the right-hand side of the staircase will lead us into the billiards room. The billiards room doubles as the library with built-in bookshelves and rich wood paneling. The film is rather amusing as it showcases some practical and nonsensical inventions in this room, but gimmicks aside, this is his furniture and how his house was styled. Going back into the stair hall, we'll travel through the pocket doors opposite the billiards room to find the dining room. Comically, guests are presented their dinners on a rotating, toy train track which supposedly comes from the kitchen. Of course, at this point in his career, the live-in servants would have brought each course to the table, hopefully avoiding mishaps like this. Even though the kitchen has been fashioned with a prop conveyor belt over the countertops, this one detail aside, we get a really good look at how kitchens in this time period were used, though hopefully his cats did not play a part in food prep. Upstairs we are invited to see the Keaton's bedroom and ensuite, and while the tub would have been stationary, he really did have a Murphy bed, though it wasn't known to fold itself away while his wife sat on it. The Electric House is available for viewing in 4K quality on our members page if you want to see more. But getting back to it, from here the couple went on to purchase a house on South Ardmore in Los Angeles, but sold it after living there only for 10 months. They decided to head up to Muirfield Road and purchase another house, which they didn't stay in for long either. All the while, Buster secretly began construction on a lavish Beverly Hills mansion to surprise his wife. Even though the estate boasted over 10,000 square feet, his wife refused to move in, comparing it to her sister's houses and saying it was too small and didn't have enough space for live-in servants. They never did move in, and eventually Buster begrudgingly sold his estate, which was probably for the best because Keaton's meteoric rise came crashing down in the late 1920s when he made what he would later call the worst decision of his life, signing with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. At MGM, Keaton lost the creative freedom that had been the cornerstone of his success. The studio's strict control meant that Keaton no longer had the ability to direct his own films or conceive his own gags. The physical comedy and intricate stunts that had defined his career were replaced by formulaic plots and sound stages that stifled his creative genius. Compounding this professional struggle with his personal life, his marriage was falling apart and the stress led Keaton down a path of heavy drinking. By 1933, he had not only lost his contract with MGM, but was also embroiled in a messy divorce that left him emotionally and financially drained. For many, this would have been the end of the road, but Keaton wasn't done yet. After years of battling alcoholism and navigating the challenges of Hollywood, he found his way back to work in the 1940s. He remarried into a love-filled relationship with Eleanor Keaton, found sobriety, and began making a comeback, not as a leading man, but as a respected figure in the world of comedy. During the later years of his career, Keaton made guest appearances in movies and became a beloved fixture on television. Though the days of elaborate stunts were behind him, Keaton still possessed the same quiet genius that had captivated audiences in his youth. In 1956, without his pretentious ex-wife, he and Eleanor purchased a comfortable house where they could grow old together and enjoy each other's company and their many hobbies. Buster Keaton died in 1966, but his influence never faded. His films remain as evidence to his artistry and innovation. Directors like Orson Welles, Mel Brooks, and Woody Allen have praised Keaton as one of the greatest filmmakers in history, and his daring stunts continue to inspire action and comedy films alike. Buster Keaton's career was filled with highs and lows, but his determination to keep moving forward, to keep finding the humor in even the toughest situations, is what made him an icon. His work is a masterclass in the power of visual storytelling, proving that sometimes the biggest laughs come from the smallest gestures and the quietest moments. Thank you all for joining me on this cinematic adventure. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine having everything: riches, mansions, a beautiful spouse, and believing that you were cursed with misfortune. Hi everyone, Ken here. This is the story of the Washington Post former owner, Ned McLean, and the curse of the Hope Diamond. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. To understand how someone so fortunate could believe they were cursed to misfortune, we need to go back a little further in time and talk about how Ned came to inherit not only mansions, but also the Washington Post from his father, John McLean. John McLean was a larger-than-life figure, wielding influence across media, transportation, and even sports, with a commanding presence that stretched from his hometown of Cincinnati to the political heart of Washington, D.C. After attending both Harvard and Heidelberg University, John McLean returned to Cincinnati where he began his career. Rising through the ranks of the Enquirer, he swiftly took on the role of editor, becoming the newspaper's driving force, and ultimately purchasing it in 1873. With his keen business acumen, McLean grew his media holdings, and by the 1880s, he had acquired a reputation as a powerhouse in both the newspaper and transportation industries. In 1905, he took a bold step that would cement his legacy. He purchased the Washington Post. This was not merely a business acquisition, it was McLean's gateway to influence in the nation's capital. Under his leadership, the Post evolved into a potent platform, capable of shaping public opinion and political discourse. His reach extended beyond journalism. He held substantial interest in street railways, including the Capital Traction Company, and was the primary shareholder in the Washington Gas Light Company. John McLean's ventures weren't confined to D.C. or the newspaper world. He and his business partner, Senator Stephen Benton Elkins, built the Great Falls and Old Dominion Railroad, which ran from the bustling streets of Washington, D.C. to the quiet fields of Virginia. The impact of this development was so profound that the town of McLean, Virginia was named in his honor. Despite his sprawling business empire, McLean found time for family. He married Emily Beale, and together they had a son, Ned McLean. John McLean's estate, aptly named Friendship, became a social hub in Washington, D.C., showcasing his influence among the city's elite. But that was just a stepping stone. He wanted a house closer to the city's center and commissioned renowned architect John Russell Pope to design for him one of the most opulent mansions in D.C. Completed in 1907, the sprawling mansion stretched along I Street, consuming the better part of an entire block. From its rusticated limestone base to decorative terracotta, the house stood out among its neighbors, being both simple and elaborate all at the same time. This delicate balance, coupled with clean lines, drew both criticism and acclaim. But one thing was for certain: the interior would rival any of the finest houses in the world at the time. Passing through the vestibule, we arrive in the music room, doubling as the stair hall, with a grand, bifurcated staircase providing a backdrop for the full-time musician who would have been seated at the grand piano on the left. Venturing further into this grand hall, we find antique European tapestries draped over intricately carved woodwork and accented by the aroma of fresh flowers brought in daily from the family's Friendship estate. Finally, as we near the end of the music room, we get a better look at the grand staircase with its newel post adorned by bronze statues holding up candles to light the way. Instead of going upstairs, we'll head back towards the front-facing side of the room and pass between velvet curtains. This leads us into the ballroom, with wainscoting rising above eye level and gilded ceilings soaring overhead. While there are many tapestries to steal our attention, the true spotlight belongs on the larger-than-life mantel. To give you an idea of just how truly ginormous this fireplace is, Notice the standard-sized door hidden in the wainscoting to the side. Next, we'll head into the conservatory, where massive limestone columns support a skylight spanning overhead, and at the end of the room, a larger-than-life statue of Neptune reaches for his trident. This immense grandeur continues into the dining room, where both the fireplace and the hutch were handmade by artisans on site and in place, as they were designed to be too big to fit through any of the doorways. We can take a closer look at the level of detail on the fireplace, noting its complex composition with delicate relief work depicting everything from angels to fruiting vines. All of this, and we haven't even looked up yet to admire the vivid ceiling mural framed by gilded plasterwork. Though, that isn't all there is to see. If we look even closer, there are dozens of smaller murals surrounding the larger mural, with everything from hand stenciling to gilded relief work. When John McLean passed away in 1916, he left the house to his son Ned. But let's back up a few years to 1911, when Ned made headlines after purchasing the infamous Hope Diamond from Pierre Cartier, who cleverly played on the jewel's reputation for misfortune to close the sale. But to Ned and his wife Evelyn Walsh, the diamond was simply an opulent trinket, perfect for Washington's most glamorous socialite to flaunt at all of her parties. Despite its dark history, the couple wore the stone with a sense of defiance, even dismissing its rumored curse. Over time, however, a series of personal tragedies, including the untimely death of their young son, Vincent, in a car accident, would rekindle whispers of the diamond's ominous legacy. Ned's life was as colorful as his possessions. When he inherited the Washington Post in 1916 following his father's death, he embraced the role of a publisher, wielding the paper as a powerful voice in the capital. He entertained lavishly at the Walsh-McLean Mansion, the childhood home of his wife, hosting Washington's elite, including his close friend, President Warren G. Harding. Unfortunately, his association with Harding and Secretary of the Interior Albert B. Fall drew him into the Teapot Dome scandal, where he found himself accused of perjury during the investigation. The affair marked the beginning of a downward spiral that saw both his reputation and finances unravel. By the early 1930s, his reckless spending, bouts of erratic behavior, and a highly publicized and bitter divorce from Evelyn culminated in the court-ordered sale of the Washington Post, stripping him of his family's treasured asset. In 1933, Ned was declared legally insane, ending his turbulent life in society and business. He spent his final years in a psychiatric hospital, passing away in 1941. A man who had once had the world in his hand, only to see it slip away, leaving a legacy as haunting as the legendary diamond he had once worn. During his time in the asylum, the house he had inherited was put up for sale, but with no buyers able to be found, it was stripped of its architectural features, many of which were auctioned off. Sitting empty for years, it was finally demolished in 1939 to make way for new development. Around the same time, Friendship Estate was broken up into public housing. While he had cursed the Hope Diamond for its perceived curse, his ex-wife seemed to escape unscathed after the divorce. Her former mansion, now known as the Embassy of Indonesia, continues to stand to this day. Its interior appears much as it did back when it was built and has been exceptionally well kept. Everything from the gilding to the built-in organ, from leaded skylights to the grand staircase, remain beautifully intact and on display for all who are privileged to visit. What are your thoughts on the mansions, or perhaps you are more interested in the Hope Diamond? Do you think the curse was real, or do you think a belief in the curse drove Ned to the brink of insanity? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure to hit the subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Columbus, Ohio was once a world-class city, boasting some of the most amazing architecture ever known in America. But what happened? Where did these magnificent mansions and buildings go, and why isn't Columbus known for its architecture anymore? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the shocking history of Columbus, Ohio's lost mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into an extra special episode of This House. To fully grasp this concept of Columbus, Ohio being an epicenter of art and architecture, we need to go back to the early 19th century, when the area known as Columbus is set against the backdrop of a restless nation eager to expand its borders. The Ohio country, a region marked by dense forest and fertile land, attracted settlers and traders who sought to harness its potential. The area's strategic location at the confluence of two major rivers made it a natural hub for commerce and transportation. In 1812, the state legislature decided to establish a new capital, and Columbus was born. Named after Christopher Columbus, the city was meticulously planned with a grid layout that mirrored the aspirations of its founders. The streets were lined with grand structures, from government buildings to cultural institutions, each echoing the architectural styles of the time. As the 19th century progressed, Columbus emerged as a powerhouse of industry and innovation. The arrival of the railroad in the 1850s transformed the city into a bustling nexus of trade, facilitating the movement of goods and people across the region. Factories and workshops sprang up, and the city earned its reputation as the buggy capital of the world, with the Columbus Buggy Company leading the charge. This era of economic prosperity brought with it a boom in construction, as wealthy residents built their legacies in stone, constructing a city full of beautiful artisan work to last for centuries, a world-class city their descendants could inherit and be proud of. But unfortunately, fate had different plans. The architectural legacy of Columbus is a reflection of its historical evolution, marked by periods of construction, adaptation, and demolition. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the city boasted an array of opulent mansions and public buildings, each a masterpiece of their respective architectural styles, and as we'll find out, each and every mansion you are about to see has been demolished. Constructed from 1886 to 1888 at 750 East Broad Street, the Frisbie Mansion, later known as the Frederick W. Schumacher Mansion, was commissioned by Mary L. Frisbie, the widow of Charles Frisbie, who had been a prominent hardware merchant. The 12,000 square foot house was envisioned as a family residence to be the home of Mary and her 10 children. The home quickly became a landmark in Columbus. Its robust construction, featuring stone quarried from the nearby marble cliff, lent the mansion a distinct presence, elevating it above the surrounding cityscape. Yet despite its grandeur, Mary Frisbie did not reside in the mansion for long. In 1901, she sold the estate to Frederick W. Schumacher, a man whose life and contributions would become inseparable from the mansion's legacy. Schumacher was an immigrant who arrived in the United States in 1873 and achieved success as the head of advertising for the Patrno Drug Company. His entrepreneurial spirit and keen business acumen earned him a fortune, which he invested in both his home and the cultural enrichment of Columbus. Under Schumacher's ownership, the mansion became not only a residence but also a cultural hub. He transformed the interior into a showcase for his extensive art collection, which included work by European masters and priceless artifacts from around the world. The mansion's music room, library, and dining hall were all adorned with opulent furnishings and decorative arts that echoed Schumacher's commitment to beauty and refinement. Following his passing in 1957, the fate of the mansion became unknown and was demolished only a few years later in 1961. Today, this apartment building occupies the lot that once housed the Grand Frisbie Mansion. Nearby, at 721 East Broad Street, was the Italianate mansion of William Miles, which managed to stand for 82 years, and is now home to a Chinese restaurant. Thankfully, the neighboring house managed to survive. While Broad Street was considered Millionaire's Row, Brighton Road also boasted some incredible mansions, such as the John Kaufman House, designed in the Italian Renaissance Revival style and clad in limestone. Unfortunately, it was replaced by this rather unremarkable apartment building in the 1940s. Back over on Broad Street, the Alfred Kelly Mansion, completed in 1838, was a striking example of Greek Revival architecture. Known for its grand two-story portico and Ionic columns, the mansion was built from warm gray sandstone, reflecting Kelly's prominence as a lawyer and politician instrumental in the Ohio and Erie Canal. It served as a governor's residence and later as a Catholic school, embodying the civic and cultural life of the city. Despite efforts to preserve it, the mansion was dismantled in 1961, with its stone remnants now resting at Hale Farm and Village, marking both a lost piece of Columbus history and a lesson in the challenges of historic preservation. Perhaps one of the most important mansions to be lost was that of Clinton Firestone, the founder of the Columbus Buggy Company, and a major driver of the local economy. This Romanesque Revival mansion had been completed in 1887 and clad in dozens of unique terracotta blocks, making it one of the most complex brick structures in the US at the time. After Firestone's passing in 1913, the house was given new life, being adaptively reused as office space. However, that would only carry on for so long. In 1962, it was demolished and replaced by this auto body shop. While Clinton Firestone's mansion was being demolished, Joseph Firestone's mansion continued to live on. It went on to be owned by an architect through the 1990s who cherished and maintained the mansion, selling it way below its assessed value to a local foundation which neglected its upkeep. Despite protests, and instead of selling the mansion to someone willing to preserve it, the Joseph Firestone mansion was demolished by the foundation in 2008, and the lot remains an empty field to this day. The march of progress often came at the expense of preservation. As Columbus expanded and modernized, many of its architectural gems faced the wrecking ball. Urban renewal efforts in the mid-20th century prioritized development over preservation, leading to the loss of significant landmarks. The rise of the automobile and the suburban sprawl further contributed to this trend, as historic structures were replaced with parking lots and commercial spaces. While I could tell you that some of these structures were saved, the very best were lost forever, often for cinderblock buildings, drive-thrus, and gas stations. What was once considered a world-class city grew too rapidly, forsaking its past in a hurdle towards the future, losing the very essence of what made it desirable in the first place. Unlike other cities such as New York and Atlanta, where mansions were replaced by high-rise apartments, there wasn't a demand in most cases for population density in Columbus, just a general disregard for maintenance. These magnificent structures were built to last for centuries by people who had a vision of giving their descendants a city to be proud of, which leads us to today, where Columbus is just another city, and certainly is no longer known for its architecture, but rather for what it has lost. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Columbus, Ohio's lost architecture down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. The term sugar daddy can be traced back to about 1915 in San Francisco. But who exactly was the first sugar daddy and what happened to his mansions? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. To find out the answer to our question, let's back up to who we might refer to as the sugar granddaddy, Klaus Spreckels. Born in 1828 in the Kingdom of Hanover, he grew up in a modest environment that would be the polar opposite of the wealth and power he would later command. In 1846, at just 18 years old, Spreckels made the daring decision to leave his homeland for the United States. It was a humble beginning for a man who would eventually control much of the sugar industry on the West Coast in Hawaii. Spreckels' journey to wealth began with his move to South Carolina, where he opened a small grocery store after saving up. However, the lure of the burgeoning city of San Francisco drew him westward in 1856. Once in California, he entered the brewing business, co-founding the Albany Brewery in San Francisco. The venture, which he operated alongside his brother, marked the start of Spreckels' long and varied business career. By the mid-1860s, he saw a greater opportunity in the sugar industry, which was beginning to take off in California. He sold a stake in the brewery in 1863 and turned his attention to sugar, founding the Bay Sugar Refining Company. His first refinery was built in 1867, and it wasn't long before Spreckels introduced innovative European methods for processing sugar, such as packaging granulated sugar in sugar cubes, which made the product more accessible to consumers. This move was a game changer, positioning Spreckels as a key player in the sugar industry, but his ambitions did not stop there. In 1876, a friendship with the King of Hawaii provided him with the opportunity to secure a lease on 40,000 acres of land on Maui. By 1882, he had purchased the land outright and founded the Hawaiian Commercial Company. His plantation quickly became the largest and most advanced in Hawaii, a status that would solidify his dominance in the sugar industry. However, success did not come without its challenges. To efficiently transport his Hawaiian sugar to the mainland for refining, Spreckels' sons established J.D. Spreckels & Brothers Shipping Line in 1879, later incorporated as the Oceanic Steamship Company. This company was the first to offer regular service between Honolulu and San Francisco, reducing the travel time significantly and ensuring a steady flow of sugar to the continental United States. Klaus Spreckels was a complex and controversial figure known for his charm and generosity by some and his ruthlessness by others. His business ventures extended beyond sugar into transportation, gas, electricity, real estate, newspapers, and banking. In San Francisco, he purchased and developed several blocks of prime real estate during the 1880s and 1890s, further expanding his empire and leaving his mark on the San Francisco skyline with the construction of the Call Building, sometimes referred to as Spreckels Tower. In Hawaii, Spreckels' influence was not limited to business. He also became involved in the island's politics, advocating for the restoration of the monarchy after the formation of the provisional government in 1893. Between his stance as a royalist and the stories coming out of his plantation, he became a target. And one day, in 1893, Spreckels discovered a placard hanging on the gate of his Honolulu mansion with a skull and crossbones and the ominous warning, "Gold and silver cannot stop lead." This threat, coupled with the growing political frustrations, led Spreckels to leave Hawaii abruptly, vowing not to return until the Queen was restored to her throne. His departure marked the end of an era in Hawaii. His mansion was disassembled and moved to a new location in the islands and restyled to suit the Hawaiian aesthetic. Even though he had lost a significant portion of his empire, it didn't slow his activities in California. In 1894, he purchased a large block of property on San Francisco's Van Ness Avenue, intending to build a grand mansion that would rival the finest homes in the city. Designed in the popular Chateau style with blown-out proportions, the mansion stood proudly on the street corner. The interior was every bit as grand as you might imagine, and it will take some imagination to see the details in these fire-damaged photos. Not only did he have a grand two-story art gallery with leaded skylights, he had a jewel chamber which safeguarded diamonds and rubies and delicate jewelry. But his wealth was not confined to just him, as his family prospered in each subsidiary business. Around this time, his sons began building their own mansions in San Francisco. J.D. built two separate mansions, one in the classically inspired Beaux-Arts style and another in the Italianate with Eastlake influences, not to mention a sprawling country estate down in Coronado. In 1908, following the passing of his father Klaus Spreckels, Adolf took over as the president of the Spreckels Sugar Company. Under his stewardship, the company continued to thrive, further diversifying into transportation, real estate, and philanthropy. However, Adolf's career was not without its dramatic moments. In 1884, he was involved in a highly publicized incident where he shot Michael H. DeYoung, co-founder of the San Francisco Chronicle, over allegations of corporate fraud. Spreckels pleaded temporary insanity and he was acquitted, a testament to his complex personality and the high-stakes world he navigated. In that same year, in 1908, he married Almonte Bretteville, who was about half his age and came from a poor family. Despite this, she quickly gained popularity as a socialite and was light years ahead of her time socially. She was often photographed with gay men and drag queens in a time when it was still criminalized but not illegal to identify as such in California. She shaped culture in San Francisco not only socially but intellectually as well. Alma convinced Adolf to donate the California Palace of the Legion of Honor to the city to give San Franciscans a proper art museum. All of this earned her the much-deserved nickname, the Great-Grandmother of San Francisco. But the nickname she gave Adolf became ingrained in culture from that point on. Due to his sugar empire and vast wealth, she was known to call him Sugar Daddy, and by the 1920s, this term was being used to describe a wealthy, older man who showered a younger woman with gifts and money. Along the way, the couple enjoyed entertaining and built a palatial mansion in the city's Pacific Heights neighborhood. The limestone-clad Beaux-Arts residence was meant to be refined, but also to stand as a beacon of changing times. The house became known not only for its lavish parties, but also for its elaborate holidays, in which the couple would give back to the community with meals and gifts for impoverished children. But what happened to all of these impressive mansions? The Spreckels plantation, even though significantly altered, was eventually demolished to make way for new development. And in San Francisco, Klaus's mansion was lost to the 1906 earthquake and subsequent fires. This same fate was shared by J.D.'s Beaux-Arts mansion. However, Adolf and Alma's mansion was built after this event and continues to stand to this day. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Spreckels mini mansions down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure to hit the subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. It's no secret that the greater Detroit area was once home to some of the largest and most extravagant mansions ever built in the United States, but this is one that has mostly been forgotten. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Stonehurst in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1811, John Ford was born in a modest log cabin in Danville, Kentucky. His father, Jonathan, had departed to fight in the War of 1812 and never returned, leaving John and his mother Margaret to forge their own path. At the young age of 12 years old, John was apprenticed to a saddle maker, a difficult and often thankless job that taught him the value of hard work and helped him to support his mother. After enduring his apprenticeship, he struck out on his own, eventually finding his way to Greenville, Indiana. There he met and married Mary Bauer, a schoolteacher who imparted to him skills that would prove essential in the years to come. Together, John and Mary built a life in Greenville, starting with a small dry goods store that could serve the community's needs. As John's ambitions grew, so did their ventures. Soon they were running a thriving saddlery and even a flour mill. But as the years passed, John's visions outgrew the small town. In 1854, he moved his family to New Albany, Indiana, where he began a new chapter that would lay the foundation for a legacy of industrial might. New Albany saw Ford's talents flourish. He founded an iron mill, ventured into shipbuilding, and even ran his own fleet of steamboats, which earned him the honorary title of captain. But it was his foray into glassmaking, inspired by his son Emery, that would forever change the course of the Ford family. After a few challenging starts, Ford established the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company in 1883, later known as PPG Industries, which became the first successful American plate glass manufacturer, finally breaking Europe's monopoly on high-quality glass. With each business success, John Ford accumulated wealth and influence, and his family expanded its reach into a variety of industries. Ford's ventures included glass and chemicals, but it was soda ash production in Michigan that proved especially lucrative as it supplied vital resources for his glassworks. By the time of his death in 1903, John Ford had built an industrial empire that would sustain his family for generations to come. One of the beneficiaries of this fortune was Stella Ford, John's granddaughter. In 1914, she married Joseph Schlotman, and together they embarked on a journey that would culminate in the creation of Stonehurst, a grand estate on the shores of Lake St. Clair and Grosse Pointe. After an extended honeymoon in Europe, Stella and Joseph returned to Michigan. Inspired by the elegance and opulence they had encountered abroad, they commissioned renowned architect Albert Spar to bring their vision to life. Construction on Stonehurst began in earnest, and by 1917, the manor stood complete, a sprawling 40-room mansion reflecting early English Renaissance style. Spar's design captured the grandeur Stella had envisioned, with a layout that balanced intimate family spaces with rooms meant for entertaining on a grand scale. It was surrounded by perfectly manicured gardens and expansive lawns hosting reflecting pools. Wandering about the property, you could lose yourself on the garden paths, stepping down into secluded pavilions surrounded by mature trees. The estate was an architectural wonder. A circular drive led to a cantilever glass porte-cochere which shielded guests as they entered through the elaborate iron doors. Inside, the Great Hall, with its ornately carved oak paneling, welcomes us into this grand mansion. If visiting as guests, we might be ushered into the atrium adorned with marble and stone, a room that framed breathtaking views of the lake and acted as the reception room. To either side of the floor-to-ceiling fireplace, openings into other rooms tease us to keep exploring. Let's head back out into the Great Hall, continuing a bit further down until the grand staircase comes into view. We'll see more of it later when we venture upstairs, but for now we can take in its beauty and admire the intricate plasterwork above us on the ceiling. In the meantime, let's continue all the way to the end of the Great Hall and head through the pair of pocket doors. This brings us into the music room, once again clad in oak paneling and set below an intricately detailed cove ceiling. I want to call your attention to a few of the smaller details in this room that really speak to the quality of the house's craftsmanship. The fireplace's upper mantle displays wood crests flanked by knights in shining armor, not from metal, but from hand-carved, polished wood, with details so delicate they appear to be free from the mantle altogether, something we notice from the sword of the central knight, which is almost completely detached. Next we'll head into the library, where built-in bookshelves blend seamlessly into the paneling and are overshadowed by robust plasterwork overhead. Combining all these architectural features we have seen so far, the dining room boasts Jacobean elegance evident from the tracery on the ceiling and stone fireplace offering intricate relief. And set on a smaller, albeit grand display, the breakfast room is where the family would have enjoyed their meals when not entertaining. And if we look closely through the doorway, we actually get a glimpse of the dining room's fireplace in full color. Back in the Great Hall, we'll return to the grand staircase and begin making our way upstairs. At the landing, we are almost overwhelmed by the level of detailing in the woodwork, from twisting balustrade to newel posts topped by urns, and all glowing under the light of stained glass windows. Looking up from this point, we see that the second floor takes an interesting aesthetic turn and introduces a milky, painted finish on the millwork. The couple's bedroom continues with this new theme, and even though it was becoming more common for couples of the upper class to share a bedroom, they still kept separate beds. Something interesting about this suite is that the bedroom still had separate rooms attached to it for the married couple. This room was her sitting room, and on the opposite side, this room was his study. Stonehurst was a beacon of social life in Grosse Pointe. Stella and Joseph hosted countless events, from charity galas to debutante balls for their granddaughters. Even after Joseph passed away in 1951, Stella continued to entertain at the mansion, preserving the traditions they had built together. She remained at Stonehurst until her death in 1974. In February of that year, with Stella gone and the era of grand estates drawing to a close, Stonehurst was open to the public one last time. Visitors walked through its halls, marveling at the architecture and furnishings that had defined a bygone era. Then in April, the contents of the mansion were auctioned and the house was demolished to make way for new development. The land that had once supported a 30-acre estate was divided into smaller parcels, each marked by the memories of what had stood there before. Today, Stonehurst exists only in memory and photographs, its presence preserved in the stories passed down by those who knew it and in the street names that pay homage to Grosse Pointe's storied past. What did you think about Stonehurst? Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Of the many private streets in the US, few can be compared to the likes of Portland and Westmoreland places, a gated enclave overflowing with palatial Gilded Age mansions where old money thrives in timeless luxury, and nestled in the heart of a major city and yet secluded from the public eye. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring the Midwest's most exclusive and private Millionaires Row. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is sponsored by Vlogbrothers. At the turn of the 20th century, St. Louis was the fourth largest city in the country, a bustling hub of commerce, innovation, and culture. Its prominence was solidified in 1904 when it hosted the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, better known as the St. Louis World's Fair. This global event showcased the city's ambitions and drew millions of visitors to Forest Park, just steps away from the gates of Portland and Westmoreland places. The timing was serendipitous for these grand boulevards, as many of the first families to settle there were also among the city's movers and shakers, eager to display their wealth and social standing. The story of these exclusive streets began in 1887 when a group of developers purchased 78 acres of the former Cabanne Dairy Farm for what seemed at the time an extravagant sum of $400,000. The land was rechristened the Forest Park Addition, and its development was entrusted to Julius Pitzman, a visionary surveyor and engineer credited with designing many of St. Louis's private streets. Inspired by European traditions of gated communities, Pitzman's design emphasized privacy and elegance, with broad, tree-lined medians, winding roadways, and stately gates at each entrance. From the outset, Portland and Westmoreland places were intended to cater to the city's elite. Deed restrictions ensured that only single-family homes could be built, and each residence had to meet strict architectural standards. This exclusivity was not merely for show, it was a practical response to the chaos of urban expansion. At the time, zoning laws were virtually non-existent, and commercial enterprises could spring up next door to even the most elegant mansions. By creating private streets, the developers guaranteed an environment of stability and refinement. Construction on the first homes began in the early 1890s, and by the time of the World's Fair in 1904, both streets were bustling with activity. The residents were a veritable who's who of St. Louis society, including lawyers, industrialists, and entrepreneurs. Among them were figures like Edward Faust, who had married into the Bush family of Anheuser-Busch. Designed by esteemed architect Thomas Barnett and completed in 1912, the Faust residence near 20,000 square feet. Entering the mansion, you would be ushered into the marble-clad rotunda where the grand staircase gracefully ascends below a gilded dome soaring overhead. Each room was designed to dazzle, from coffered ceilings offering heavy relief work, to extensive hand stenciling and rich wood paneling found in the coziest of rooms. Anheuser-Busch wasn't the only big name represented in the neighborhood. On the other side of the community, you could find the residence of Louis Dozier, whose company eventually became Nabisco. Completed in 1896 and designed by architect John Ludwig Wies, the over 12,000 square foot mansion was appointed with many gracious rooms set on a large scale. Rich woodwork was employed throughout, from the base of the grand staircase and up through its landing where stained glass windows round out behind an arched alcove. This type of regal sophistication could be imagined inside any number of the homes in the private neighborhood, where the homeowner's staff would open the doors for you and receive your calling card. The homes in the neighborhood reflected their occupants' statuses, showcasing a range of architectural styles that were as diverse as they were opulent. Richardsonian Romanesque mansions with heavy stone facades stood alongside Beaux-Arts palaces adorned with classical columns. Such was the case for the oldest mansion in the neighborhood, the Schlafly residence. We toured this house previously on the channel, exploring each room and appreciating the tiniest of details. If you haven't seen that video, I'll have it linked at the end of this one. Continuing along, you would find homes that echoed the designs of the Loire Valley, such as the residence of Edward Mallinckrodt, who co-founded the pharmaceutical company by the same name. And when big names weren't settling down here, they were being brought in. John T. Davis hired Peabody and Stearns to design his mansion, along with Frederick Law Olmsted to lay out the grounds. By the time it was completed in 1894, Mr. Davis had already passed away, having spent $800,000 on the property. Social life on Portland and Westmoreland places was as vibrant as the architecture. Lavish charity balls, debutante parties, and weddings filled the grand ballrooms of these homes, while residents mingled at exclusive clubs like the St. Louis Commercial Club and the Racket Club. Even the children had their own clubs, organizing debates, athletic events, and even stamp collections. It was a world of privilege and tradition set against the backdrop of Forest Park, whose 1,300 acres provided a verdant escape from the bustle of city life. However, the fortunes of Portland and Westmoreland places have not always been secure. The Great Depression and World War II brought challenges that tested the resilience of these streets. Economic hardships forced some families to sell their homes or even demolish them to avoid the high taxes on such large properties. Changing social norms and the rise of suburban living further thinned their ranks. Yet through it all, a core group of residents remained committed to preserving the neighborhood's unique character. Deed restrictions, carefully crafted decades earlier, proved invaluable in maintaining the street's exclusivity and architectural integrity. By the late 20th century, the tides had turned once again. St. Louis experienced a renaissance, and the Central West End emerges a vibrant, desirable neighborhood. Portland and Westmoreland places, listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1974, were at the forefront of this revival. Today, their gates remain closed to through traffic, offering a haven of tranquility and elegance in the heart of a bustling city. The homes, now many over a century old, stand as a monument to the artistry and ambition of the people who built them. Walking through Portland and Westmoreland places by invitation, one can't help but feel transported to a time when St. Louis was a city of boundless opportunity, its streets filled with the sounds of carriages and conversations. These historic boulevards are more than just a neighborhood, they are a living piece of history, a reminder of a time when ambition and artistry knew no bounds. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which house was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Vlogbrothers for sponsoring this video. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all. Make sure you're subscribed, and I'll catch you next time on This House. You've heard the saying, money isn't everything, and for one man who risked his life and fortune to save a puppy, that saying couldn't be more true. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Dr. Newman's Detroit mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Born in England, Robert Newman came to the New World in pursuit of the American dream. Arriving in 1875, he set his sights on becoming a doctor, and in 1889 he graduated from the Detroit College of Medicine. Along the way, he met and married an unlikely love interest, Bessie Scotton, who was the only child of tobacco magnate Daniel Scotton. Daniel had built an empire from the ground up, founding Hiawatha Tobacco Works and amassing a great fortune. When he passed away in 1899, he left $7 million to the newlywed couple, the modern equivalent of about $265 million. After inheriting the money, Robert closed his humble medical practice and went into the tobacco business. He then ventured into real estate and purchased land in speculation of growing industry, which paid off when he sold out to U.S. Steel. The young couple now had more money than they could ever spend, enough to support several generations of offspring, but they decided not to have children, instead becoming heavily involved in charity and offering generous support for the arts. During this time, they commissioned architect Henry P. Kirby to design for them a stately mansion along Detroit's Jefferson Avenue overlooking the river. The house was designed to be reminiscent of an English manor house with a porte-cochere boasting buttresses and limestone coins framing the red brick facade. Around back, a crenellated tower soared above the steeply pitched roofline, adding the flair the couple desired. We can imagine how elegant it must have appeared with a cool blue slate roof topping off the estate above formal gardens marked by pea gravel paths. All this time, and we haven't even turned around to admire the sweeping views of the water where their boathouse touches the shores of the Detroit River. Heading back towards the mansion, we notice the greenhouse to the side and take a moment to absorb the scenery. Before we swing back around to the front and begin exploring the interior, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. After passing through the vestibule, we arrive in the main hall, clad floor-to-ceiling in oak paneling and dimly lit by electric lights. Making our way deeper in, we find the grand staircase centered on the hall. We'll see more of it soon enough. In the meantime, let's make our way down to the end of the hall and continue through the doorway straight ahead. This leads us into the library, where we are surrounded by open bookshelves rising all the way to the beam ceiling and encompassing door surrounds. With dozens of options for comfortably sitting and reading, this is the epitome of a personal library in this time period. There are rolling ladders, catwalks, and half-stairs leading up to the bookcases, ensuring easy access to any works of literature at any time. This room was frequently rearranged, with furniture being cycled in and out, always in pursuit of creating the most ideal library. Back in the main hall, had we turned just before the library and headed through the pointed archway, we would have found a cozy alcove guarded by a suit of armor. This brings us to Dr. Newman's study, one of the smallest rooms in the house in which he could comfortably work from home. Let's now cut back through the main hall and make our way through the velvet curtains at the opposite end. Here we find the drawing room, with collections from various continents on full display, including a tiger skin and several tapestries. We'll also find fine furnishings, marble statues, and heavy drapes covering the windows, as was very fashionable for the time. Around the corner and overlooking the river towards the rear of the house is the formal dining room. In place of a butler's pantry, the family displayed both their silver and crystalware in curio cabinets and on the hutch. Though for less formal meals, the couple would have been waited on by their staff in the morning room, where we can imagine the couple sipping coffee and eating breakfast over the morning newspaper. Let's return now to the grand staircase and begin making our way up to the second floor. At the stair landing, the bay window we saw out back creates an alcove offering panoramic views of the river. Up here we'll find several bedrooms, each one furnished just as stylish as the last. The couple suite had his and hers beds, as was still customary for the time period. Her dressing room wasn't just a place to ready herself. Bessie was deeply religious and would kneel at the alcove for private prayers. His was more or less just for getting dressed, or maybe slipping away for a quick nap. The couple enjoyed their estate for many years, continuing with philanthropic endeavors and pouring money into the arts. While Mr. Newman preferred to keep a low profile, only appearing in the newspapers a couple times, there was one event surrounding him which led to a media field day. As he looked out over the Detroit River in January, he saw a puppy wander out onto the ice and fall through. I'll read you his quote. "I love dogs, and I couldn't endure the thought of watching this fine puppy die for want of human aid. I tied a rope around my waist and asked a policeman to hold the other end. Then I worked my way over the ice, pushing a skiff ahead of me, and at length reached and rescued the dog." Newspapers all around the region reported his good deed, though it was really the only one of many that had gained any publicity. Bessie passed away in 1923, and Dr. Newman followed in 1938. By the time of his death, he had given away over half of their fortune to various causes. He left $3 million, the modern equivalent of about $67 million, to his nieces, siblings, and his staff, ensuring that none of them would ever have to work another day in their lives. As for his grand estate, it was eventually paved over for the parking lot and lawn to the south of the UAW. What did you think about the Newman's mansion? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to check out their website and find out how you can become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Before Atlanta's Midtown became the South's heart of the arts, it was once home to the largest and most lavish mansions the city had ever seen. But what happened? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering what happened to Atlanta's Millionaires Row. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Atlanta's origins trace back to 1836, when Georgia decided to build a railroad to the Midwest. The location chosen for the railroad terminus, marked by a stake driven into the ground, laid the foundation for what would become Atlanta. Within a couple of years, homes and stores began to appear and the settlement quickly grew. Over the following decades, rail lines from 4 different directions converged, establishing Atlanta as the rail hub for the southern United States. During the American Civil War, Atlanta's strategic importance as a transportation hub made it a prime target for Union forces. In 1864, General William Sherman's troops captured and set fire to the city, leaving much of it in ruins. However, Atlanta's resilient spirit led to rapid rebuilding after the war, and the city soon experienced a population boom spurred on by industrial growth. The post-war era saw Atlanta becoming a center for manufacturing, finance, and trade, attracting wealthy individuals and families who laid the groundwork for the city's prosperity. As Atlanta's economy flourished through the turn of the century, the city's affluent citizens sought prestigious and tranquil areas to build their homes. Peachtree Street, with its scenic beauty and proximity to downtown, became the prime location for the city's wealthy elite to establish their grand mansions. We'll start our tour of Peachtree Street with the home of Frankie Block, who had moved to Atlanta from St. Louis in the 1870s to establish a candy and cracker business. His business quickly grew, and he expanded into banking, only multiplying his wealth several times over. From there, he ventured into railroads and eventually helped bring electricity to Atlanta. Even so, his original business in manufacturing candy and crackers proved to be the most successful, with the company later consolidating under Nabisco, which continues to produce many of his sweet snacks under different branding. Nearby, this mansion was paid for by the state of Georgia to serve as the first official governor's mansion. The interior was every bit as sumptuous as you might imagine, with 12-foot ceilings finished out with hand-painted murals, and hand-carved millwork proudly marking each window. The Second Empire-style all-brick mansion towered above the tree line, challenging each consecutive mansion to outdo the last. As we continue our stroll down Peachtree, we'll see several more grand mansions, many of which never had their interiors photographed. But that's okay, we still have a lot to learn about this neighborhood while we take in the sights. Before it became synonymous with wealth, the area around Peachtree was known as Tight Squeeze, a dangerous and lawless zone notorious for its narrow, treacherous roads which allowed robbers to ransack buggies as they passed by. Fast forward to the 1890s, however, and this area had undergone a dramatic transformation. The widening and grading of Peachtree Street, coupled with the extension of city limits northward, made it an attractive residential enclave for the city's elite. The former Tight Squeeze was rebranded as North Atlanta, a neighborhood marked by wealth and privilege. Prominent merchants, bankers, lawyers, and architects built lavish homes along Peachtree Street, turning it into what historian Franklin Garrett described as the Fifth Avenue of Atlanta. Families like the Rhodes, the Peters, and the Hertz constructed grand estates that showcased their success and influence. These mansions were more than just homes, they were symbols of social status and wealth, designed to impress and entertain. Despite its initial prosperity, the golden age of Atlanta's Millionaires' Row was not to last. Several factors contributed to its decline, transforming the once exclusive residential area into a more commercial and urbanized district. The Great Depression of the 1930s dealt a severe blow to many families, leading to financial difficulties in the sale of their grand homes. The economic downturn forced some families to move out, and their properties were often subdivided into apartments or sold to developers. Additionally, the rise of the automobile and the expansion of the suburban areas made the once secluded estates of Peachtree Street less desirable as the city built up and surrounded the neighborhood. Even though figures like Frankie Block had helped bring electricity to Atlanta, not all of the mansions were built with electric wiring, nor plumbing, and most were not able to be retrofitted with air conditioning. Not only that, but the area quickly lost its exclusivity as homes crumbled from lack of maintenance, and those that survived were cut up into budget apartments, transforming it from the wealthiest area in town to one of the poorest. Wealthy Atlantans began to seek new suburban enclaves such as Buckhead and Inslee Park, which offered more space and modern amenities. As the 20th century progressed, urbanization and changes in zoning laws further accelerated the transformations of Peachtree Street. Many of the grand mansions were demolished to make way for office buildings, shopping centers, and apartment complexes. The once exclusive residential enclave became a bustling commercial district, losing much of its original charm and character. By the mid-20th century, the area around Peachtree had evolved into what we now know as Midtown. The district's transformation was marked by significant changes in its social and cultural landscape. The decline of Millionaires' Row coincided with the rise of Midtown as an artist colony. In the 1960s and 1970s, Midtown became a haven for countercultural movements as a diverse array of residents moved into the once exclusively white neighborhood. This influx of new residents brought a vibrant cultural scene to the area, with galleries, theaters, and music venues flourishing. The artistic and bohemian atmosphere of Midtown contrasted sharply with its previous identity as a wealthy residential enclave. The 1980s and 1990s saw further changes as developers and city planners focused on revitalizing Midtown. Efforts to improve the area's infrastructure, enhance public spaces, and attract businesses led to an urban renaissance. Midtown emerged as a premier destination for commerce and culture, with high-rise office buildings, luxury apartments, and cultural institutions like the High Museum of Art and the Fox Theater contributing to its dynamic urban environment. The story of Atlanta's Millionaires' Row on Peachtree Street is a microcosm of the city's broader history. From its roots as a strategic rail hub to its rise as a center of wealth and culture and eventual transformation into a bustling urban district, Peachtree Street mirrors the dynamic and ever-changing nature of Atlanta itself. While few of the original mansions remain, the legacy of those opulent homes and the era they represent continues to shape the character and the identity of Midtown Atlanta today. What did you think about Atlanta's Millionaires' Row? Did any of these homes stick out to you while we traveled this forgotten street? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, Make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. No matter how badly you might want something, there is probably a line you wouldn't cross, morals you wouldn't compromise, and oaths you wouldn't break. But for some people, what we might see as good, or even the bare minimum of decency, is simply a suggestion. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Casa Encantada, the Bel Air home of Hilda Bolt-Weber. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Our story begins with Hilda's husband, Charles Bolt. In 1888, at the age of 20, Charles co-founded a small glassworks company in Muncie, Indiana. It quickly grew, and by 1900, he had reorganized the company into the Charles Bolt Glass Company, expanding his operations to Cincinnati, Ohio. There he mass-produced everything from glass bottles to mason jars, shipping them out across the Midwest. He tackled each challenge with poisoned rationality, whether it was settling union disputes or dealing with natural disasters. Under his leadership, the company flourished, and by 1914 he expanded all the way out to West Virginia. Even as Prohibition loomed, he pivoted production to other household wares and remained one of the top glass manufacturers in the world, now covering the nation with factories from the East Coast to the West Coast. At 61 years old, as he looked toward retirement, he brokered a merger and walked away with tens of millions of dollars. Now about his wife, if Charles Bolt was the king of glass, Hilda Bolt was the queen, moving in for a checkmate. A Southern California transplant with a taste for the extraordinary, Hilda married Charles and quickly adapted to his world of industry and innovation. However, their union was far from ordinary. At the age of 61, Charles, who had just started his retirement and was otherwise considered very healthy, passed away suddenly in his sleep, mere weeks after the Owens Bottle Company merger. The official story? Heart complications. But whispers in Cincinnati high society suggested something more sinister. Did Hilda have a hand in her husband's untimely demise, or was she simply a grieving widow left to fend for herself with one of the largest fortunes in America? The truth remains elusive, but Hilda's next move raised some eyebrows. She wasted no time in pursuing her vision of grandeur. She relocated to Southern California, settling in Santa Barbara before commissioning the iconic Casa Encantada in Bel Air in 1936. Designed by James Delena and furnished by T.H. Robsjohn Gibbings, the sprawling, 40,000 square foot neoclassical estate was an architectural marvel. Costing over $2 million during the Great Depression, the estate symbolized her audacious spirit and yearning for acceptance among the Los Angeles elite. The entire estate was designed to leave a lasting impression, from the grand fountain anchoring the motor court to the many garden paths trailing off beyond vine-covered colonnades and terraces. Following pavers, we wind about the perfectly manicured lawns, between rows of hedges and under lush canopies. Around back we find the pool, marked by giant stone urns and separated by a retaining wall. The pool house stands at the edge of the water, with pavilions and loggias creating a private courtyard around the pool. Continuing around towards the house, we find terraces with iron grills blocking tunnels that connect to the private pleasure park from the basement. Some of these terraces are more ornate than others, with intricate stone planters and water features evoking Art Deco design with subtle Greek motifs. Let's return around front and begin making our way inside Casa Encantada. We'll begin our tour from the stair hall, marked by fluted columns and delineated by a rug spanning across parquet wood floors. The grand staircase rounds out behind the columns, with its iron balustrade terminating on an incredibly ornate and freeform newel post. The house is filled with many public rooms where we can imagine Hilda entertaining high society. This one even has a built-in bar where a server would have been stationed during any one of her many soirees. We'll continue now into the living room, clad floor-to-ceiling in wood paneling. Despite its large footprint and lack of overhead lighting, the bay window allows an ample natural sunlight to illuminate the room. Looking more closely at the bay, we find built-in tufted sofas rounding out with the curve of the wall. Next, let's make our way over to the all-white music room, finished out with painted wall panels and massive mirrors. Once again, we can imagine a member of her staff gently serenading the room from the piano nearly every weekend. In the dining room, we find a dramatic contrast between the rich wood paneling and its inlays. Contrasting this further with the furnishings puts us right in the late 1930s at the height of fashion, as the style was rapidly changing from traditional to modern. Of course, Hilda would not have lifted a finger in meal prep, or any other chores for that matter. Her staff would have prepared her every meal and kept the house presentable on a moment's notice. Getting back to the public rooms, all the themes we have seen so far seem to converge on the library. Clean modernist lines paired with traditional embellishments and only the most modern of furnishings. though her own study was far lighter and set on a more comfortable scale. The house continues on and on with many long halls serving as galleries for Hilda's art collection. We find rotundas with built-in niches and sofas set all over the house. Each room takes on its own unique characteristics, whether it be in the millwork or the artwork. Despite the grand spaces, there were also more relaxed rooms in the house, such as the game room with card tables and a bar for more casual company. Let's return to the grand staircase and make our way up to the second floor to check out some of the bedrooms. Hilda's came complete with an upholstered headboard and matching upholstered wall panels. Even a few more sofas were thrown in the mix with another ceiling height mirror. Each bedroom was more or less finished out in similar styles, though some were a tad more reserved. Despite hosting extravagant soirees and mingling with Hollywood royalty, Hilda's efforts to secure her social standing fell short. The colossal cost of maintaining her estate drained her finances, forcing her to sell Casa Encantada to Conrad Hilton in 1955 for a fraction of its value, a mere $225,000. At this point, her life was essentially over and she sealed her fate the following year. The house ended up changing hands a couple more times and thankfully continues to stand. There are a bunch of pictures of it on Zillow, and honestly, it has been exquisitely maintained and basically appears today as it did back then. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Casa Encantada? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The name Guggenheim might be best associated with the Art Museum in New York, but have you ever wondered how its namesake lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering Villa Corolla, the home of Solomon Guggenheim. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1861, Solomon Guggenheim grew up in a family deeply entrenched in the mining industry and was destined to follow in the footsteps of his father and brothers. His early career was marked by his involvement in the family's mining enterprises. In 1891, he demonstrated his business prowess by successfully turning around a failing mining operation in Mexico. This venture was just the beginning of Solomon's journey in the mining world. In 1906, he founded the Yukon Gold Company in Alaska, further cementing his reputation as a formidable businessman. His ventures extended then beyond North America, reaching into the mining territories of Chile, where he became president of the Braden Copper Company. Despite his success in business, Solomon's true passion began to emerge in the 1890s when he started collecting art. Initially, his collection focused on the works of old masters, reflecting the taste of a refined gentleman of the era. But before he would shift his focus to the emerging modernist art scene, he embraced tradition. In 1922, his brother Isaac passed away, leaving Solomon in possession of Villa Corolla on Long Island. Villa Corolla had been completed only 6 years earlier in 1916 and had required the hands of several architects and designers to fully realize Isaac's vision. Construction had dragged on for years while building supplies became available, as the home itself was meant to be a work of art and an architectural rarity. Instead of purchasing new bricks to clad the facade, dozens of brickmakers across the US were instructed to set aside all of their defective bricks for the project. This led to a multicolored brick mansion with 13 distinctive colors of brick ranging from blues and purples to yellows and browns. After the bricks were collected, they were then distressed to give them a uniform texture, but the artistic applications of materials did not stop there. White marble columns were brought in to accent the facade, each one being stained to have a yellowish hue, and beyond that, decorative terracotta work was treated with a polychromatic finish so that its polished surfaces reflected different colors as you passed by them. Of course, a house with such a vibrant appearance required grand gardens to lend context to its bold design. The mansion was situated between sunken gardens, a private golf course, and a rose garden, with a grand avenue of trees stretching towards the horizon. Originally, there were supposed to be more garden structures, including a tempietto, but those projects weren't realized before Isaac's passing. Nonetheless, the estate was complete enough for Solomon and his wife Irene Rothschild to move in. As we transition from the grounds to the interior, we can take a quick look at the floor plan to know that the house was laid out around a massive central courtyard, which we will explore momentarily. We'll start our approach by pulling around to the porte cochere, where we find the main entrance marked by a vibrant marble door surround. This leads us into the limestone vestibule, separating us from the mansion with an intricate grille featuring birds of paradise cast into its design. Swinging open the grille, we are released into the entrance hall with checkered marble floors and limestone walls. To the side, beyond a wrought iron and glass door surround, we find the entrance to the courtyard. In stark contrast to the exterior facade, the courtyard is faced in light stucco and accented by white marble door and window surrounds, though the space is not without its whimsy. At the heart of the home is a mermaid fountain with grotesque creatures squirting water about the reservoir. Let's head back inside and continue exploring this fascinating villa. The summer dining room can be imagined with vibrant mosaics coupled with the sound of trickling water, not only from another fountain, but from the large, central aquarium. As we continue down the halls, we pass by many doorways, each completely unique with vivid artisan designs. One of these doors will lead us into the music room. The music room features not only a grand piano and gilded wall paneling, but an entire wall is dedicated to a built-in pipe organ. Living in Villa Corolla must have inspired Solomon to look beyond classical art, though for certain, it was not until 1926 when he met German artist Baroness Hille von Rebay that his artistic interest took a dramatic turn. Rebay introduced him to a justified appreciation for the world of modern and non-objective art, a realm that would captivate him for the rest of his life. Under Rebay's guidance, Solomon's art collection grew to include works by avant-garde artists such as Kandinsky, Chagall, and Leger. By 1939, his collection was displayed in his New York City apartment at the Plaza Hotel, which he opened to the public by appointment. Backing up, in 1937, recognizing the need to share his collection with a broader audience, Solomon established the Solomon R. Guggenheim Foundation. This foundation aimed to foster the appreciation of modern art. 2 years later, in 1939, he opened the Museum of Non-Objective Painting. The museum, under Rebay's curatorial direction, showcased some of the most important examples of non-objective art of the time. The growing collection soon required a more permanent home. Solomon purchased the former Duke Mansion at 5th Avenue and East 88th Street in Manhattan and had it promptly demolished to make way for a museum which could hold his entire collection. We'll be taking a closer look at the Duke Mansion this Sunday, as well as some other surprises in an extra-long episode. Make sure not to miss it. But getting back to our story, in 1943, Solomon and Rebay commissioned the renowned architect Frank Lloyd Wright to design a new museum. Although Solomon did not live to see its completion, the Guggenheim Museum, with its iconic spiral design, opened its doors in 1959, 10 years after his death. His legacy, however, lives on through the institutions he founded, which continue to celebrate his love for the arts and share his collection with the public. As for Villa Corolla, many of Long Island's estates predating the Great Depression found themselves torn down as many families could not afford their upkeep and the market for grand mansions dwindled. Fortunately, this was not the case for Villa Corolla. It changed hands a couple times, but was eventually adopted for use as the Village Club of Sands Point. While some aspects of the mansion have faded with time, such as polychromatic coatings and some of the stains, by and large, most of it remains well preserved. What did you think about Villa Corolla? Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine waking up in the morning with only a couple dollars in your bank account and going to sleep as one of the richest people in the country. Hi everyone, Ken here. This is the story of Edward Doheny and his Los Angeles mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin in 1852, Doheny grew up in a family of modest means. His father, an Irish immigrant, worked as a laborer and gardener, instilling in young Edward a strong work ethic. Despite the family's struggles, Doheny excelled academically, graduating as the valedictorian of his high school class at just 15 years old. However, his father's untimely death soon after thrust him into the harsh realities of adulthood. Doheny's early adult life was filled with struggle, barely making enough money to get by. He joined the U.S. Geological Survey, which took him to the wild frontiers of Kansas, South Dakota, and eventually the rugged landscapes of Arizona and New Mexico. It was here, in the rough-and-tumble mining towns of the Southwest, that Doheny honed his skills as a prospector and miner. Despite years of hard work, success eluded him, and by the early 1890s, he found himself in Los Angeles living paycheck to paycheck to support his family. However, his fortunes would soon take a dramatic turn. Inspired by reports of natural asphalt deposits in the area, he and his soon-to-be business partner, Charles A. Canfield, decided to try their luck in the nascent oil industry. With little more than sheer determination and second-hand tools, Doheny began digging a well near downtown Los Angeles. The work was grueling and the odds were against them, but in 1892, after months of labor, the duo struck oil. This discovery marked the beginning of Southern California's petroleum boom, and Doheny quickly became a wealthy man. His success in Los Angeles was just the beginning. In 1901, he ventured south to Mexico where he drilled the country's first oil well near Tampico, which turned the page to an even greater chapter in his career, as his operations in Mexico's Golden Belt would soon make him one of the world's leading oil producers. Doheny's company, Pan American Petroleum and Transport, expanded rapidly with holdings that stretched from the Gulf Coast of the United States to the vast oil fields of Venezuela. With this newfound wealth, Doheny set out to find his dream home in that same year. In 1901, Doheny made a significant move that symbolized his ascent to the upper echelons of Los Angeles' society by purchasing an opulent residence at No. 8 Chester Place for $120,000 in cash. Chester Place at the time was rapidly becoming one of the most desirable and exclusive neighborhoods in the city, filled with the homes of Los Angeles' most influential and affluent citizens. The Doheny home was no exception, and it quickly became a focal point of the area. The mansion, originally built with 22 rooms in 1899, was already grand, but Edward and his wife Estelle had even grander visions. They immediately began extensive renovations, transforming the house into a 24,000 square foot masterpiece that would become one of the most extravagant mansions in Los Angeles. Photos of the home were published in a popular magazine, which brought sightseers by the home at all hours. To gain a bit more privacy and put more space between tourists and his home, Doheny purchased the 13 remaining lots in the private neighborhood. Entering the mansion will place us in the Great Hall, however, this is not where we'll start our tour. Arriving as guests, the doorman would usher us beyond velvet curtains into the reception room. Here we get a small taste of the family's wealth, though the rooms we are about to see will put this one to shame. Of these grand spaces, the Pompeian room will be our first stop, clad in marble with a domed skylight soaring 2 stories overhead. Grand banquets would be held in this room, with fresh flowers overflowing the table setting. Looking more closely at the details, we find intricate stonework, brocade finishing the walls, and sculptures set in the corners. Hearing the gentle strums of a harp, we will venture further into the mansion to find the music room. This incredible space not only holds a grand piano, but the walls and ceilings blend together with continuous ornate plasterwork. At the end of the music room, we'll peel back the curtains to reveal the library. But there is more than meets the eye in this unassumingly cozy room. There is another pair of curtains set in the corner. Let's head beyond them. Here we uncover the rare books room, with first edition volumes, some centuries old, neatly organized on each bookshelf. In fact, one could argue that there are several libraries in this house, from Mrs. Doheny's study to the Indian room, aptly named for the murals spanning the frieze, but we won't get caught up in the many reading nooks of the house. Let's continue to the chapel, with enough space for a private church service exclusively for the family. Not too far from here is the second music room, with yet another grand piano. But perhaps we are getting a bit ahead in our tour. Let's return to the public room, starting with the dining room. As you can imagine, a family of such wealth wouldn't prepare their own meals. The full-time staff would cook in a state-of-the-art kitchen, which was updated frequently with the latest and greatest products and appliances. And if the banquet room and formal dining room weren't on the list for the day, the breakfast room would serve as a cozier retreat for the family to enjoy their meals. Each of the bedrooms are just as grand as you might expect, with ornate plasterwork, wood paneling, and even several luxurious ensuites providing the family and guests with the type of comforts only money could buy. However, Doheny's rise to power was not without its discomfort. In the 1920s, he became embroiled in the infamous Teapot Dome scandal, a political bribery case that rocked the nation. He was accused of offering a $100,000 bribe to U.S. Secretary of the Interior Albert Fall in exchange for favorable oil leases. Though Doheny was twice acquitted of bribery charges, the scandal tarnished his reputation and led to a rather turbulent period in his life. And yet, he was able to turn things around again. His philanthropy, particularly in Los Angeles, where he and his wife Estelle donated generously to Catholic schools, churches, and charities, earned him a legacy as a benefactor. And just as the scandal was being forgotten about, 2 bodies were found in his son's Beverly Hills mansion, Greystone, but that's a story for another time. Edward Doheny passed away in 1935, leaving behind a complex legacy as both a pioneering oilman and a central figure in one of the most notorious scandals in American history. What did you think about his mansion? Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Sitting on over 500 acres in Pennsylvania's Main Line was once an estate plucked straight out of the English countryside. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Penshurst. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Born in 1857 into one of Philadelphia's most affluent families, Percival Roberts Jr. grew up surrounded by privilege and promise. His father founded the Pencoed Iron Works in 1852, a modest enterprise that quickly grew into a mile-long industrial powerhouse along the Schuylkill River. Under Percival Jr.'s leadership, the company expanded its influence, merging with the American Bridge Company in 1900 and later with U.S. Steel in 1901. As one of the original 24 board members of U.S. Steel, Roberts cemented his reputation as an authority in steel manufacturing, contributing to some of the most iconic structures of his era, including bridges, buildings, and railways worldwide. By the late 19th century, Roberts had amassed a fortune and purchased over 500 acres of farmland in Penn Valley and Gladwin, Pennsylvania. On this land, he envisioned Penshurst, an estate that would rival the great houses of Europe. He and his wife Bessie turned to the Boston architectural firm of Peabody and Stearns to design the mansion. Peabody and Stearns had previously designed some of the most lavish mansions in the United States, including a handful of Newport, Rhode Island's iconic cottages. Hiring them with the direction to produce a palatial residence inspired by English manners was a guarantee for satisfaction. The result was an Edwardian masterpiece featuring teak floors, marble reception halls, and antique paneling imported from England. The exterior of Penshurst was equally remarkable. Designed by the famed Olmsted brothers, the estate's gardens featured terraces, fountains, and a reflecting pool that perfectly mirrored the mansion's grandeur. A massive brick gate marked the end of the walled garden and the entrance to the river below. Of their many outbuildings, you could find a water tower and staff cottages sprinkled about pastures where cattle roamed freely. Before we head back around front and begin exploring the mansion, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. As we pull through the forecourt's gate, the details of the house begin to come into focus as we locate the front door tucked away between limestone pilasters. To better orient ourselves, let's take a quick look at the floor plan, noting that we will be entering below the grand staircase in the very center of the house. We've just walked up a couple stairs between wood columns to find ourselves in the entrance hall, clad in wood paneling with limestone archways and a Jacobean plaster ceiling soaring overhead, with a grand, bifurcated staircase to the side marked by carved lions at the newel posts. The next room down is the Great Hall, finished out almost completely in limestone and broken up by bands of imported wall paneling and exposed beams in the vaulted ceiling. We can zoom in on a few of the details in this room, including the nearly 2-story fireplace, which contains intricate niches carved into its upper mantle. Furthermore, supporting the ceiling beams are corbels carved from limestone, featuring beasts seeming to free themselves from the masonry. We can take a step back to enjoy how all of these tiny details come together before proceeding through the doorway straight ahead. This leads us into the dining room, where I'd like to call your attention to the ceiling. This photo might seem fuzzy at first glance, but what we are really seeing is thousands of delicate plaster leaves filling in the coffered ceiling, almost as if you were looking up through a pergola to see vines covering you overhead. Directly across the entrance hall from the dining room is the morning room, where the couple would have spent the earlier part of their days having coffee and reading the newspaper. Now, had we traveled to the other end of the Great Hall, we would have found the white and gold drawing room glistening with gilded wall panels and decorated with the finest furniture money could buy. After a short jaunt through the hall, we find the library, which is the largest room in the house, complete with plaster tracery and built-in bookcases skirting the room. Heading towards the front of the house from the library, we find the billiards room with walls clad in limestone, diamond-paned windows, and all set below an exposed beam ceiling, giving it that rustic, Americanized English charm. Though Penshurst embodied luxury and prominence, the Roberts family led a surprisingly quiet life. Tragedy struck early when their 2 sons passed away young, likely from scarlet fever or diphtheria. This loss profoundly affected Percival and Bessie, who retreated from the social obligations expected of their station. Instead, they found solace in their meticulously maintained gardens and working farm, a rarity among the so-called gentlemen's farms of the main line. By the late 1930s, the idyllic life at Penshurst began to unravel. Lower Merion Township proposed building an incinerator near the estate, prompting Roberts to launch a legal battle that went all the way to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. But he lost, and the defeat, coupled with Bessie's declining health, led the couple to leave their beloved estate. In 1939, Roberts began dismantling Penshurst, auctioning its treasures, and selling the mansion to a demolition company for just $1,000. The land was eventually bequeathed to charities after Roberts' death in 1944, and portions were later developed into Welsh Valley Middle School along with residential neighborhoods. Today only the estate's gates and a few outbuildings remain, silent witnesses to a bygone era. What did you think about Penshurst? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Click their link down in the video description and become a member today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Merrill Lynch has long been a household name in the world of finance and banking, but have you ever wondered how its founder lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Charles Merrill's Southampton estate. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Charles Edward Merrill was not the sort of man to blend into the crowd. In 1885, he was born in the small town of Green Cove Springs, Florida, where he seemed destined for something far greater than his humble beginnings. The son of a doctor, Merrill was a curious and ambitious child who watched his father tend to the sick with care and precision. That precision would serve Merrill well, but not in medicine. Instead, his path would lead to Wall Street, where he would forever change the way that Americans approached investing. When his family moved to Jacksonville after the Great Fire of 1901, Merrill's education took a turning point. Sent to a preparatory school and later Worcester Academy in Massachusetts, Merrill developed a sharp intellect and a knack for seeing opportunities where others did not. Though he dabbled in Amherst College and law school at the University of Michigan, the academic world couldn't contain his restless ambition. By 1909, when he joined George H. Burr & Company in New York City, Merrill had found his calling in finance. His early career was a whirlwind of experience. He worked hard, observed keenly, and soaked up every bit of knowledge about investments. By 1914, he felt ready to step out on his own, founding Charles E. Merrill & Company. He wasn't just another stockbroker. Merrill had vision, an uncanny ability to predict market trends, and a rare sense of responsibility for his clients. This sense of responsibility would define his career. When Merrill teamed up with his friend Edmund C. Lynch in 1915, the firm became Merrill Lynch, a name that would later resonate across America. But Merrill was not interested in catering solely to the wealthy elite. He believed in empowering ordinary Americans, introducing them to the opportunities of the stock market. His ideas were revolutionary. At a time when investing was seen as an exclusive domain of the rich, Merrill envisioned a financial world where anyone with ambition and a few extra bucks could participate. The 1920s roared, and Merrill roared with them. He played a pivotal role in the merger that built Safeway into a massive grocery empire, showcasing his knack for scaling businesses and his understanding of the broader market. But the party couldn't last forever. Unlike many of his peers, Merrill saw the warning signs of the impending stock market crash. In 1928, he urged his clients to pull back, liquidating their stock portfolios before disaster struck. When the Great Depression hit, Merrill's foresight saved countless investors and families from financial ruin. Merrill's personal life was as colorful as his career. Dubbed Good Time Charlie by friends, he embraced a life of luxury. He owned a stunning estate in Southampton designed by the legendary architects Stanford White and Charles McKim. The estate, known as the Orchard, had originally been built for James L. Breese over a 9-year period from 1898 to 1907. Breese had been close friends with Stanford White and welcomed the architect to continue expanding on his vision through a series of seemingly never-ending renovations. The end result was a rambling mansion with large porticos and verandas surrounded by gardens and fields. Peering out from the rear of the mansion, we find parterre gardens, including everything from flowering bushes to fruiting trees, all framed by a U-shaped pergola. Going out another layer, we find a hedge maze wrapping about and concealing the garden from sight. All about the grounds, there were points of interest to be stumbled upon. Whether such spaces included statues, fountains, or transitioned into green tunnels covered over by vines, following the brick path would never disappoint the curious garden-goer. For as beautiful and tranquil as the grounds might be, the true aesthetic masterpiece waits for us beyond the front door. As we continue following the brick path, it will eventually lead us back around front. We'll shuffle around patio furniture and potted plants, making our way past 4 columns to find the front door. Before we head inside, let's take a quick look at the floor plan to orient ourselves, noting that the house is laid out with a service wing on one side and a leisure wing on the other. Swinging open the front door, we arrive in the entrance hall, doubling as the reception room, where we see the grand staircase rounding out with the wall in the background. Diving in deeper, we get a better look at the staircase and the double doors which lead to the conservatory, but instead of continuing through, we'll turn around and start our tour with the library. The library's ceilings are several feet taller than the entry halls, with walls clad in wood paneling and a colossal, rusticated stone fireplace spanning the entire height of the room. This feeds us into the conservatory, with vibrant floor tiles and lattice walls lined by planters. The sound of trickling water comes from just around the corner, where we find a large stone fountain marking the entrance to the music room. The music room is the largest room in the entire house, measuring 70 feet long, and is widely believed to be the last space that Stanford White designed before his untimely passing. The far wall in this photo contains a built-in pipe organ, though the fireplace mantel and coffered ceiling certainly compete for attention. Let's now cut back through the conservatory to the entrance hall and make our way to the room opposite the library. Here we find the drawing room, with low ceilings more in tune with the notion of having an appropriate space for intimate conversations. Beyond the archway is the dining room, meant to evoke a semblance of early American design with an eclectic mix of Americana, but of course, with Stanford White's signature twist on historically inspired style. Merrill enjoyed the orchard for many years, passing away here in 1956 at the age of 70. His children ended up rejecting the fortune he left them, instead directing the bulk of it to charity as he would have wanted. His company, Merrill Lynch, was eventually acquired by Bank of America during the financial crisis of 2008 and rebranded as Merrill more recently. As for the house, while it does still stand, it has been broken up into dozens of apartments with only a small handful of rooms retaining their original character. With that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the orchard? Did you have a favorite room, or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Attached to the Morgan Library is one of the oldest brownstones in Manhattan, but what did it used to look like? What kind of lavish interiors were hiding behind its walls? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are traveling back in time to uncover the lost interiors of the Phelps Morgan Mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1867, Isaac Newton Phelps Stokes was born into a world of wealth and influence. His father, Anson Phelps Stokes, was one of the wealthiest men in America, with a fortune built from hardware, banking, and real estate. His birthplace was at one of the most coveted addresses on the planet, 231 Madison Avenue in Manhattan. His mother Helen had inherited the house from her father, who had built the brownstone in 1854. Growing up amidst New York's elite, Isaac had a privileged upbringing, but he wasn't content to simply bask in luxury. He wanted to leave his own mark. Stokes' journey began at prestigious institutions where he absorbed the finest education money could buy. After attending St. Paul's School in Concord and the Berkeley School in New York, he graduated from Harvard in 1891. But his thirst for knowledge wasn't easily quenched, and he pursued further studies at Columbia School of Mines and the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, where he refined his architectural skills. In 1895, Stokes married Edith Minturn, a woman of charm and intellect, and together they settled in Paris, where his architectural journey took flight. By 1897, Stokes co-founded the architectural firm Howells & Stokes, embarking on a career that would blend design with social reform. While his early projects reflected the grandeur of his upbringing, like designing private homes for New York's elite, Stokes found his calling in public service. His work wasn't just about creating beautiful buildings, he wanted to change lives. His role in crafting New York's 1901 tenement house law was a pivotal moment, demonstrating his commitment to improving living conditions for the city's poorest residents. This law aimed to regulate the dangerous and often overcrowded tenement buildings that plagued the Lower East Side, and it became a model for housing reform across the country. Stokes' architectural legacy also included iconic structures like St. Paul's Chapel at Columbia University and the American Geographical Society building. His designs were a marriage of function and beauty, but his influence stretched beyond bricks and mortar. As a member of the New York Municipal Arts Commission for nearly 3 decades, he helped shape the aesthetic landscape of the city, ensuring public spaces were as thoughtfully designed as private estates. But perhaps his most monumental work wasn't a building at all. For 20 years, Stokes worked obsessively on the iconography of Manhattan Island, a 6-volume magnum opus chronicling the early history of New York City. This compilation became an essential resource for scholars, historians, and even myself as I make these videos. Stokes' meticulous research and obsessive collecting, sometimes at great personal expense, ensured that future generations could access the rich history of Manhattan's development. But perhaps that is getting a bit ahead in his story. Let's rewind a few decades and go back to the late 1800s. New inventions were revolutionizing the way people lived, and his birthplace had become all but obsolete. While many wealthy New Yorkers tore their homes down and started over, or moved northward to be around the newly fashionable Central Park, that wasn't the case for the Stokes. The exterior of his childhood home would remain exactly as it had always been, but the interior would be completely refreshed. While I wish there were before photos of the interior to show you, the afters are all that are known to exist. We'll start our tour with a white and gold drawing room, finished out with gilded wainscoting and gilded plaster panels set against silk wallpaper, with each panel containing murals. The room was filled with fine furnishings, almost completely blocking the intricate parquet floors from view. Nestled in another corner of the house was the dining room, with electric lights worked into the coffered ceiling and stained glass windows worked into the built-in hutch. The other two walls were covered over in antique European tapestries, with Stokes designing each doorway to perfectly accommodate smaller tapestries where transoms might otherwise be. Next we'll head into the Moorish smoking room, perfectly round in plan, with a domed ceiling soaring overhead. We can imagine men retreating here after dinner, smoke wafting through the air and breaking on the fretwork's delicate openings. Next we'll head into the library, clad in rich oak wainscoting and finished out further with leather wall treatments. At the very end of the library is an ingle nook, where we can imagine the stained glass windows flickering as they reflect a roaring fire. Turning around, we get a great view of this room and how it all comes together, but there is more to see beyond the limestone passageways. Here we find the study, decorated with centuries-old armor and other European antiques. This room served as a private retreat where Stokes could work and read completely undisturbed. While there might be a lot of artifacts that we could zoom in on, let's not linger and head through the grill. This leads to one of the smaller bedrooms in the house, also decorated with antique European pieces as well as replicas. The other bedrooms in the house are much larger and finished out in styles more cohesive with the rest of the home. Unfortunately, this chapter of the house's history would be cut short. In the early 1900s, J.P. Morgan purchased the mansion for his son, who immediately set out to renovate the mansion, essentially gutting the interior. A few decades later, it passed to a church, which made very few changes to the structure. In 1965, demolition permits were filed by the church, but protests dragged the permit process out for so long that by the time they got the green light to demolish the mansion, the church no longer had the funding to replace it with a new building. Over 20 years later, they offloaded the mansion to the ever-expanding Morgan Library, which had been set up by J.P. Morgan after demolishing a couple of the other houses on the block to make space for it. Thankfully, the house was spared the wrecking ball and was incorporated into the campus. Many of its interior features from Morgan's renovation continue to delight guests, though they aren't quite the same as what we saw from Stokes' renovation. What did you think about the mansion? And for those of you who have visited the Morgan Library, how do you think the interiors compare to what came before it? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed with that bell notification turned on so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. How did a Japanese palace end up on a hill overlooking Hollywood? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the history behind Yamashiro. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the 1880s, the Bernheimer brothers began emigrating to the New World from Germany. They came from a wealthy mercantile family and planned to establish themselves in New York City. Upon arriving, they quickly began growing the Bear Mill Manufacturing Company in Manhattan, a misleading name for a company that manufactured nothing and owned exactly 0 mills. In reality, it was a continuation of their family's mercantile trade. They would ship raw materials to Asia, which would then be converted into fine silks and garments, then shipped back to the US for retail, much in the same way that many retailers structure their supply chains today, just they were way ahead of the trend. This made the brothers incredibly wealthy and required them to constantly travel to countries like China and Japan, where they began collecting Asian antiques. 2 of the brothers specifically spent millions of dollars on such things, those 2 being Adolf and Eugene. They had been born 1 year apart from each other and had been inseparable throughout their entire lives. In 1911, they decided that instead of building homes near each other, they would bring their families together under one roof. In that same year, they purchased a 7-acre hilltop in Hollywood where they would begin planning their duo mansion. They commissioned architect Franklin M. Small to design for them an estate named Yamashiro, which would stand tall above its surroundings, dwarfing all the millionaires' mansions below it. The estate was planned to come complete with lavish gardens radiating from the main house and dotted by pagodas, waterfalls, and walking trails. The brothers wanted their Japanese estate to be as authentic as possible and brought over hundreds of workers from Japan to not only capture the aesthetic, but to employ traditional building methods. When Yamashiro was finally completed in 1914, it became one of the most visible landmarks in the Los Angeles area and could be seen from miles away. In traditional fashion, the home was planned to be viewed sculpturally, with its drive winding about to offer an oblique approach to the gate. From the ground, we find that the gate, garage, and main house weren't centered on each other, but instead were offset to create a sort of feng shui. Being configured this way, the house had no true front nor back, though there was a main entrance which we will see soon enough. First, we'll head around to the side that looks out over Hollywood and begin making our way down the stairs to explore the gardens. As we continue from one terrace to another, we pass below the garden gate and continue our descent. Then we turn to the side to find that Hollywood has disappeared and we've been transported to Japan. The village of miniatures is arranged around flowing streams with scaled-down bridges and trees pruned to be an appropriate height. Some of these pagodas were plucked straight from Asia and imported, making them among the oldest buildings in the United States. To understand the true scale, it helps to see how people appear almost as giants as they make their way through the garden. We could spend all day getting lost as we explore the grounds, but the real reason we're here is to tour the house. Let's make our way back up the hill until we see the duo mansion come back into view. Once again, there's no true front or back of the house, so this is as good of a place as any to start our tour. Swinging open the double doors leads us into the hall, clad in intricate woodwork with tile mosaics covered over by fine rugs, and straight ahead, beyond folding Japanese screens, is the courtyard. The courtyard is the true heart of the home, with many rooms opening out into it where we can imagine the two families gathering to walk between wings. One such room that opens out to the courtyard is the tea room, which could be enlarged by retracting the wall of screens. Here we find an Americanized version of zabutons placed about for sitting on, more in bench fashion than in the traditional floor placement. As we travel about the courtyard, we'll see these same themes play out in several of the rooms, including this one, which has an incredibly intricate plaster cherry blossom tree spanning across the ceiling in vibrant painted colors. Though not all the rooms adhere so strictly to the style, as is evidenced by the sitting room. Here we find luxurious but typical seating options for an American home mixed with Asian furniture and decorations. As the brothers' collection grew, they changed out furniture and brought in silk wall panels to cover over the windows. Unlike the popular Moorish smoking rooms of this time period, theirs carried over the same cohesive themes we've seen throughout the house. Though perhaps the most American of the rooms was the dining room, with French doors and traditional wainscoting mixed with imported silk wallpaper. The bedrooms contained a good mix of original Asian antiques along with imaginative furniture to function more as the brothers were accustomed to. While each brother had his own room, they were nearly mirror images of each other's save the finishes and decor. In the early 1920s, Eugene unexpectedly passed away and Adolf couldn't stand to continue living in the house he had built with his brother. He sold Yamashiro and built a new house in Pacific Palisades. Once again, it was filled with antiques and the grounds were dotted with miniatures. He lived out the rest of his life here, passing away in 1944. Unfortunately, after a few landslides and some redevelopment, this property was all but lost to time. As for Yamashiro, during World War II, conspiracy theories ran rampant through the public as anti-Japanese sentiments spread, leading misguided people to vandalize the estate under the false belief that it was somehow being used to transmit signals overseas. The then owner ended up covering over the building with a false facade before it was converted for use as a military school and then an apartment complex. Thankfully, its next owner uncovered many of the false facades to discover that much of the original finishes were still intact. Since the mid-20th century, it has been renovated and restored and been reimagined as the Yamashiro restaurant, which remains open to this day. What did you think about this unique estate? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine a world where the business savvy only make lucky guesses, where the wealthy only spend other people's money, and where absolutely none of this works out in the end. Hi everyone, Ken here. This is the story of Talbot Taylor and his Long Island mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Talbot J. Taylor, a figure deeply intertwined with New York's Gilded Age society and Wall Street's high-stakes world, lived a life marked by expensive hobbies and public controversies. Born into an established Baltimore family in 1865, Taylor quickly made a name for himself in New York's financial circles, making a series of wild bets that paid out. By 1892, he had opened his own brokerage firm after catching the eye of the influential and incredibly wealthy speculator James Keene, who was so impressed by the young man that he gave his blessing to Taylor to marry his daughter Jessica, a mistake that would ultimately cost him the equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars. The couple embarked on a lavish lifestyle epitomized by the creation of their sprawling estate, Talbot House, in Cedarhurst, Long Island. Designed by the prestigious architectural firm Lamb & Rich in 1895, the estate was a symbol of Taylor's rising fortune and status. Over the years, the house grew to a staggering size, boasting over 30 rooms, each one filled with exquisite art and antiques which Taylor had purchased after selling Keene's gifts of real estate in Massachusetts. The house itself became a character in their story, expanding as Taylor's ambitions and troubles grew. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Entering the home, we arrive in the hall, clad with rich wood paneling and set below an elaborate plaster ceiling. Next, we find the drawing room, packed full of Louis XV antiques, a recurring theme throughout much of the house. Though there is also a contrast with this other main collection theme found in the dining room, that being Renaissance-era antiques. We can take a closer look at the massive fireplace mantel in this room to admire its intricate relief work. From here, we can take the French doors on either side to continue deeper into the house. This leads us into the library, once again stuffed to the brim with mostly Louis XV and Louis XVI antiques. While I'd like us to continue our way towards the staircase in the back corner, we'll have to navigate around the furniture. Or maybe we can clear the library out for ease and go back to a time before his collection took over the house. Staying in these earlier years, let's cut back across the hall where we first entered. We can peek into the drawing room to see it staged with an appropriate amount of furniture, then hook off to the side to find the conservatory. Unfortunately, we are now back in the later years when his collection was spilling into every nook and cranny, but nonetheless, there are still some charming features we can find behind dozens of chairs, including a fountain and walls lined by hundreds of potted plants. Heading up to the second floor, the guest room was always kept tidy, with minimal furniture. However, the same couldn't be said for Taylor's bedroom, where he kept some of his most prized chairs. His wife's adjoining bedroom was kept much the same, though she did have more space to walk around. His boudoir was once again stuffed to the brim, though with admittedly very nice pieces, whereas hers was much more usable with spillover from his Louis XV collection. Yet beneath the grandeur and thousands of chair cushions, the couple's life was far from comfortable. By 1908, the strain of Taylor's financial dealings and personal entanglements with Marie Cowles, a close family friend turned interior decorator, led to a very public and bitter divorce. The court battle revealed much about Taylor's financial mismanagement as it came to light that Jessica's father, James Keene, had largely financed the couple's lifestyle, bailing Taylor out of substantial financial failures, including a failed speculation in the Southern Pacific Railroad in 1903. The scandal only deepened when it was revealed that Keene had covered debts of up to $4 million, the modern equivalent of over $143 million today, just to avoid the disgrace of bankruptcy. The fallout from their divorce left Jessica with Talbot House, while Talbot's collection of art and antiques was auctioned off and much of his fortune dissipated. Talbot remarried in 1909, this time to Marie Cowles, the very woman whose relationship had sparked so much controversy. Their marriage was as tumultuous as his first, with Marie suing for divorce just a few years later. By this time, Taylor had retreated to France, where he spent his later years focused on horticulture and the beautification of his new home in Nice. The once grand Talbot House met a tragic end in 1913 when a boiler explosion caused a fire that destroyed the mansion. The house, filled with priceless art and rare books collected by the Kane family, was reduced to ashes. Taylor himself lived out his final years in relative obscurity, passing away in Nice in 1938. Talbot J. Taylor's life was a monument to the highs and lows of Gilded Age society, an era of immense wealth, ambition, and public spectacle where fortunes were made and lost in the blink of an eye, and where social faux pas were worth hundreds of millions of dollars to cover over. His story, though dramatic, is a vivid reminder of the fragility of even the most glittering lives. What did you think about Talbot House? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to our This House supporters whose names you can see on screen right now. If you are a member, make sure to check out the corresponding members-only community post to see a full catalog of Taylor's fine furniture as featured in his brag book. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Tucked away on the grounds of the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C., No. 1 Observatory Circle is a residence unlike any other, serving as the official home of the Vice President of the United States. With its picturesque Queen Anne architecture and sweeping wraparound porch, the house is both a symbol of the Vice President's role in American governance and a monument to over a century of evolving history. Far less publicized than the White House, this dignified residence has quietly witnessed decades of political and personal milestones, growing from its origins as a superintendent's home to the cherished dwelling it is today. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Originally, the house was constructed in 1893 as a residence for the superintendent of the Naval Observatory, which was then housed on the same grounds. Designed by Leon Desaix, the home reflected the popularity of Queen Anne-style architecture with its asymmetrical layout, turreted rooms, and comfortable verandas. Built of red brick, it was set among the lush surroundings of what had once been part of Northview, a large estate acquired by the Navy in 1880. The initial cost of $20,000, equivalent to nearly $700,000 today, was seen as an investment in the burgeoning Naval Observatory. The superintendent who first called it home found a peaceful retreat, just far enough from the city to offer seclusion and just close enough to the pulse of Washington to feel connected. By the early 1920s, however, the house found itself in new hands when the Chief of Naval Operations, one of the most senior positions in the Navy, claimed it as his official residence. Renamed Admiral's House, it was from this point forward a prestigious home for the Navy's leaders. For the next 5 decades, prominent figures like Admirals Chester Nimitz and Elmo Zumwalt resided there, turning the home into a revered symbol of naval tradition. The residence served as both a private retreat and a place for official gatherings, solidifying its role in the ceremonial aspects of the Navy. For much of American history, vice presidents had no official residence, a situation that proved increasingly impractical as the demands and responsibilities of the office grew. Vice presidents often took up temporary residences in hotels or their private homes, each time requiring extensive security measures and upgrades. President Calvin Coolidge once remarked that the office should have a settled and permanent habitation to match its growing importance, yet no changes came about until the 1970s. With the rising cost of securing private residences and the need for a stable home, Congress designated Admiral's House as the official vice presidential residence in 1974. This decision was met with some resistance from Admiral Zumwalt, who disliked the plan so much that he ran against a Virginia senator in 1976 just to protest the move. Once Congress authorized the transition, work quickly began on adapting the house for its new role. Major renovations and security upgrades transformed the property, although the designation of temporary was retained in the official documents, a formality that remains to this day. No. 1 Observatory Circle awaited its first full-time residence, but the timing was ironic. Vice President Gerald Ford became president before he had the chance to move in, and his successor, Nelson Rockefeller, chose to stay in his own stately residence nearby, using Admiral's House only for entertaining. It was Vice President Walter Mondale who finally made history as the home's first full-time resident in 1977. With each vice president's family, the house took on new personality, both in style and in function. The Mondales embraced the home's potential for comfort and modernity, bringing in rich colors, contemporary art, and Asian antiques, an aesthetic that complemented the home's storied past. George H.W. Bush, who succeeded Mondale, took a more classic approach with a light color palette and softer tones. He and Second Lady Barbara Bush enjoyed outdoor activities, adding a jogging track and horseshoe pit to the grounds. Later, Dan Quayle made the residence more family-friendly, installing a putting green and creating additional bedroom spaces on the third floor. These additions and renovations, some financed through private donations, reflected each family's individual lifestyle while also preserving the home's warm, lived-in atmosphere. Al Gore's tenure marked one of the most extensive transformations in the house's history. Gore delayed his move to allow for major renovations, including the removal of asbestos, updating plumbing and electrical wiring, and the installation of more efficient heating and ventilation systems. For the Gores, it was essential to modernize the residence while honoring its traditional charm. Tipper Gore even created a catalog of household items tracking furniture, artwork, and historical artifacts for future families' reference. Over the years, the residence evolved in subtle ways as each vice president's family left their own mark. During Dick Cheney's tenure, the house interiors were updated with neutral tones, and the family made additions that suited their needs. Joe Biden, meanwhile, celebrated family heritage by adding a tree swing on the grounds and creating the Family Heritage Garden, commemorating former residents and their loved ones. Mike Pence's contributions included a beehive and a basketball court, while Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff have continued the tradition of personalizing the space. These personal touches underscore the home's role not only as a place of national importance, but also as a cherished family dwelling. Number 1 Observatory Circle stands as both a private refuge and a stage for public life, hosting dignitaries, holiday gatherings, and diplomatic events. Unlike the White House, however, the residence is closed to the public, protected by the observatory's secure grounds and the discretion afforded by its secluded location. This privacy allows each vice president to transform the residence into a space that feels personal and welcoming, blending the pressures of public office with the comforts of a family home. What did you think about Number 1 Observatory Circle? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. Tommy Hilfiger is an iconic brand known around the world for its unique and universal style, but have you ever wondered how its founder lived? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring Round Hill. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1951, Tommy Hilfiger was born in the small town of Elmira, New York, but little did anyone know he would become one of the most iconic names in fashion. From humble beginnings, he built a global brand synonymous with classic American style and cultural relevance. His journey began in 1969, working in a Cape Cod clothing store where he discovered a love for fashion and entrepreneurship. By 1969, with just $150 in life savings, Hilfiger opened People's Place, a boutique in his hometown that blended clothing with music and culture. The store was an immediate success, but by 1977, booming business had turned into bankruptcy. After moving to New York City, he worked with established brands like Jordache Jeans while taking courses in commerce and fashion. These experiences laid the foundation for his creative vision. In 1984, his career took a pivotal turn when Mohan Mirjani backed his dream of launching a men's sportswear line. Hilfiger reimagined preppy, Ivy League aesthetics with a modern twist, creating a style that felt both timeless and fresh. His bold marketing debut, a massive Times Square billboard, announced his arrival as a new force in fashion alongside icons like Ralph Lauren and Calvin Klein. By 1985, the Tommy Hilfiger Corporation was born. The brand quickly gained momentum, appealing to diverse audiences with its clean designs and bold logos. By the mid-1990s, Hilfiger had become a cultural phenomenon, embraced by everyone from preppy college students to hip-hop artists. When Snoop Dogg wore a Tommy Hilfiger sweatshirt on Saturday Night Live, it sparked a nationwide craze, cementing the brand's status as both aspirational and accessible. Hilfiger's love for music shaped much of his brand's identity, with partnerships and campaigns featuring stars like Britney Spears and Lenny Kravitz. Despite his tremendous success, Hilfiger never stopped evolving. In 2006, he sold his company for $1.6 billion, but he continued to lead the creative direction. Around this time, he purchased an estate named Round Hill, which had been built back in 1939. Its original owner, Charles Patrno, had been an incredibly successful real estate developer based out of New York. If you saw our Riverside video, you might recognize his name as the man who built Patrno's Castle. I'll have that video linked at the end of this one if you haven't seen it yet, but for now, let's jump back into Round Hill. Patrno finished Round Hill just a year after his Riverside Castle was demolished, choosing to build it on the highest point between New York City and Boston in Greenwich, Connecticut. The 23-acre estate boasted views overlooking Long Island Sound, peaking above the neighboring houses with its towers visible for miles around. As we begin exploring the mansion, we'll compare how it appeared when it was first built with how it appears today. From the outside, not much has changed over the better part of a century other than ivy slowly creeping up the walls with gardens maturing. For the most part, this 13,000 square foot home has weathered gracefully through time, maintaining its character while enhancing its charm. But how does the interior measure up? To answer that question, let's head inside. Entering the home, we see the stair hall as it originally appeared, with a floor-to-ceiling fireplace, a grand staircase, and exposed beams soaring overhead. By Hilfiger's tenure, the stair hall had only been enhanced with the addition of vibrant hand stenciling on the ceiling and the underside of the grand staircase being properly clad to match with the rest of the woodwork. The living room, though somewhat stark to begin with, featured simple millwork with parquet flooring meant to dazzle. And dazzle it does today, with the addition of a Jacobean ceiling to add much-needed visual interest to the home. The library, with its built-in bookshelves and ornamental wall panels, was always meant to be more visually interesting than the living room. And in similar fashion, it too has been dressed up while retaining its original architectural elements. Then we come across the dining room, with lovely wall panels and what we can only imagine as a dark red carpet spanning from wall to wall. Now we find beautiful hardwood and coffered ceilings, with the drama of color being added by the matching wallpaper and curtains. Though for more casual meals, the family through any iteration of the house would have dined in the breakfast room, which we don't have a comparison for. Continuing with these domestic traditions, we come across the kitchen, which the Patrnos would likely have never stepped foot in as their staff would have prepared their every meal. Of course, in modern day, the kitchen is viewed as the heart of the home, a gathering space for friends and family, and it has an expectation of being not only presentable, but inviting. Let's return now to the grand staircase and begin making our way up to the second level. Here we find that the stair landing seems to have stood still through time, with only the carpet being changed out along with a few ceiling details. Other than decor, we can imagine the Paterno's bedroom most likely appeared nearly identical to Hilfiger's. But as for the ensuite, much has changed over the years. That isn't to say, however, that homage wasn't paid. We still find the same segmental arch delineating the shower where the bathtub used to be, but modernized for more contemporary hygiene needs. Up here we would have also found the billiards room, a cozy retreat complete with wall murals wrapping about the space. While there is still a place for billiards, it has since been moved to a different location inside the house. Back when Round Hill was originally built, it cost $60,000, the modern equivalent of about $1.3 million. Recently, it sold in 2021 for $45 million, the modern equivalent of over $52 million. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Round Hill? Did you prefer the original house or the renovations? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Some of Manhattan's most impressive, lost mansions might still be standing if it wasn't for one man intent on demolishing them. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering the mansion of a developer so blinded by greed that he stripped Manhattan of some of its most iconic and architecturally significant mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's go explore this house. In 1885, Anthony Campagna was born in Italy, but soon ventured to the United States. Initially trained in law, Campagna moved to Chicago to work on an Italian-language newspaper before his interactions with New York developers inspired him to switch careers. This decision marked the beginning of his journey as a developer and the end of the age of opulence in Manhattan. Campagna's company, Campagna Construction, was responsible for some of the city's most luxurious apartment buildings, including 960 Fifth Avenue, 35 and 530 Park Avenue, and the Rialto on 42nd Street and Broadway. Despite these notable contributions to New York's skyline, his legacy is marred by the buildings he demolished, driven by a vision that often prioritized profit over preservation. In 1926, Campagna acquired and demolished the 66-room Blair House, a Beaux-Arts masterpiece designed by Carrere and Hastings. Located at 5th Avenue and 70th Street, the Blair House was a symbol of Gilded Age opulence. Its demolition to make way for yet another apartment building underscored Campagna's relentless pursuit of development, often at the cost of architectural beauty and historical significance. Among the grandest demolitions under Campagna's directive was the William A. Clark House, infamously known as Clark's Folly. This extravagant mansion, built at a cost of $7 million in 1911, featured 121 rooms, 4 art galleries, and a private underground rail line. Campagna purchased the mansion in 1927 and promptly demolished it, replacing it with a luxury apartment building at 960 Fifth Avenue. The rapid demolition of such a significant structure highlighted Campania's disregard for architectural heritage in favor of new development. But it wasn't just mansions he targeted. Other cultural icons fell victim to a strategic real estate development. The Rialto Theater, a grand movie palace on Broadway, was reluctantly introduced to Campania's wrecking ball. Originally opened in 1916, the Rialto was a flagship theater for Paramount Pictures. In 1935, Campania demolished the theater to make room for a new commercial building, a move that reflected his focus on modernization and commercial viability over cultural preservation. Which brings us to his next major demolition, the House of Genius in Genius Row, home to illustrious residents such as Willa Cather, John Dos Passos, and Stephen Crane. In the 1940s, Campania purchased these historic row houses with plans to replace them with high-rise apartments. Despite a fervent campaign by community organizers to preserve the cultural landmark, the row houses were razed in 1948. Ironically, Campania never followed through with his apartment development plans, instead selling the property to New York University, further fueling community resentment. As the years went on, he faced more and more backlash as he systematically stripped New York of its architecture. But the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back was the lost Brokaw Mansion on Fifth Avenue. Acquired by Campania in 1963, the mansion faced demolition despite being listed by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. The commission, still without legal authority to protect buildings, could only watch as the mansion was demolished in February of 1965. This demolition became a rallying cry for preservationists and catalyzed the eventual passing of the New York City Landmarks Law, which Campania later took full advantage of to preserve his own mansion. Back in 1930, Campania's mansion was completed, perched high up on a hilltop in Riverdale overlooking the Hudson River. Designed by the renowned architect Dwight James Baum and completed in 1930, the mansion is a stunning example of Italian Renaissance Revival architecture. Baum was known for his ability to blend traditional European styles with modern American sensibilities, creating a home that exudes elegance and sophistication. The exterior features rusticated limestone, stucco, stone, and Spanish tiles, elements that together evoke the timeless beauty of an Italian villa. The mansion's facade is marked by a grand portico with 3 rounded arches, creating a welcoming yet imposing presence. Inside, the mansion was equipped with luxurious amenities, including an Aeolian pipe organ. This instrument was a hallmark of elite residences of the time and could be played manually or automatically, adding a touch of musical grandeur to the home. The organ, installed at a cost of $21,000 in 1930, showcased Campania's commitment to incorporating state-of-the-art features into his residence. In 1993, in a turn of irony or perhaps laughable injustice, the mansion was designated a landmark by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission, ensuring its preservation for future generations with all the legal protections that would have saved the landmarks destroyed throughout Campania's career. A notion which lends itself to a study in contrast. On one hand, he contributed to the skyline of New York City with notable luxury apartment buildings and played a role in educational development as a member of the New York City Board of Education. On the other, his legacy is tainted by the demolition of several of Manhattan's most architecturally significant homes and buildings, driven by profits and a vision of modernity. Campania's actions often disregarded the city's architectural heritage, leaving behind a mixed legacy of development and destruction. His story serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of unchecked ambition and the importance of preserving historical landmarks for future generations. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this complicated and often contentious bit of architectural history. Did this sit right with you, or do you have a different perspective on the issue? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What happened to the biggest mansion ever built in Canada? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Chorley Park. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of Chorley Park began at the turn of the 20th century as Ontario's government sought to replace the aging government house on King Street West. The original site, increasingly surrounded by industrial development, no longer suited the dignified image that the province wished to project. A new location was chosen in the tranquil yet then largely undeveloped Rosedale neighborhood, a place far removed from the hustle and bustle of Toronto's growing commercial districts. The project was ambitious from the start. The province held a design competition in 1909, attracting proposals from some of the most prominent architects of the day. Ultimately, the responsibility for the design fell to Francis R. Heeks, Ontario's chief architect. Heeks drew inspiration from the chateaux of the Loire Valley in France, embracing a French Renaissance style that was both grand and elaborate. Chorley Park would be constructed of Credit Valley stone with a red-tiled roof and intricately detailed turrets that gave the mansion a castle-like appearance, making it one of the most striking buildings in Canada at the time. When Chorley Park was completed in 1915, it was an architectural marvel, rivaling even the grandest homes in the USA and Europe. The mansion's construction costs had soared to over $1 million, far exceeding the original budget 4 times over. Yet this seemed a small price to pay for what had become the most opulent residence in Canada. Though it was never properly documented, Chorley Park is estimated to have been in excess of 85,000 square feet, making it the largest ever built in Canadian history. The first resident, Lieutenant Governor Hendry, the Queen's representative, and his family moved in and began a new chapter in the history of Ontario's government. Chorley Park was more than just a home, it was a center for social and political life in the province, hosting massive balls, state dinners, and even royalty upon occasion. Entering the mansion, we passed through French doors to arrive in the Great Hall. We immediately faced the grand staircase, receding below a 3-story arcade, topped off by a massive skylight of stained glass panels. If we were visiting as guests, we would first be shown to the reception room to await our welcome. But we are here to explore, so let's begin wandering through the long corridors to find each public room. Towards the end of the hall, we stumble upon the music room, where a full-time musician sat at the piano surrounded by fluted pilasters and silk wallpaper. Though this was only a teaser of the 3-story ballroom, filled with natural light from a skylight and set within the cove ceiling. Everywhere we look, we find gilded details along the ornate plasterwork, with silk damask wallpapers softly shining under crystal chandeliers. Nearby we find the Winter Garden, labeled as the Palm Room, which was kept warm and humid year-round despite Toronto's chilly winters. The state dining room, clad in wood panels with a floor-to-ceiling stone fireplace, is where we can imagine some of Canada's most important political dinners of the time playing out. And despite the grandeur of such spaces, this magnificent structure was designed to be a home. When the family was not entertaining, they would dine in the cozier breakfast room. And for smaller gatherings, in place of the ballroom, they would entertain from the drawing room. Though they could also utilize the blue drawing room for quiet conversations away from the echoing marble halls of the first floor. All of this being said, when it was just the family in the mansion, the morning room is where they would gather and relax. Decadence continued into every corner of the house, with each room filled to the brim with antiques, fine furnishings, and extravagant architectural elements. Every aspect of the home was meant to boast opulence and governance, grandeur and public service. However, not everyone was enamored with Chorley Park. Critics pointed to its excessive cost and questioned the necessity of such an extravagant residence for the Lieutenant Governor. These criticisms only grew louder as the Great Depression took hold, turning public sentiment against symbols of government opulence. By the 1930s, the very grandeur that had made Chorley Park a source of pride became its downfall. The economic realities of the Great Depression led to increased scrutiny of government spending, and the lavish expenses associated with maintaining Chorley Park became a focal point for criticism. Mitchell Hepburn, a populist politician campaigning for the premiership of Ontario, seized on this discontent. He promised to cut wasteful government spending, with Chorley Park being one of his primary targets. After winning the election in 1934, Hepburn made good on his promise. In 1937, Chorley Park was closed as the official residence of Ontario's Lieutenant Governor, making it the first province in Canada to do away with its government house. The mansion's contents were auctioned off, and the building itself was repurposed for various uses, including serving as a military hospital during World War II, and later as a temporary home for Hungarian refugees fleeing the 1956 uprising. Despite these temporary reprieves, Chorley Park's fate was sealed. By the late 1950s, the mansion had fallen into disrepair, and there was little political will to preserve it as a symbol. In 1960, the City of Toronto purchased the property, and the following year, Chorley Park was demolished to make way for a public park. Today, the park that occupies the site of Chorley Park serves as a quiet, natural retreat for Toronto residents, yet for those who know its history, it also serves as a place of reflection, a reminder of an era when architecture was used to express the ambitions of a province and the fragility of such symbols in the face of changing times. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter. Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. I also want to make a special announcement. After some back and forth, we now have coffee mugs back in our merch shop. This is a great way to support this channel and get a high quality coffee mug at the same time. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. A family wealthier than the Rothschilds once expanded their banking empire from Frankfurt, Germany to the New World. But who were they, and what happened to their fortune? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the lost Manhattan mansion of James Spire. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1861, James Spire was born into unimaginable wealth in New York City. He hailed from a lineage that whispered of ancient prosperity and power, with rumors swirling that the Spire family had eclipsed the fabled Rothschilds in wealth. The Spires originated from Frankfurt, Germany, and were deeply entrenched in the banking world. The family's legacy began with Joseph Lazard Spire, who took over the Ellison Bank and renamed it J.L. Spire Ellison in 1818. His sons then continued to expand the family's banking empire across Europe and then the United States. James's uncle, Philip Spire, emigrated to America in 1837, establishing a branch of the family bank which later became Spire & Company. It was a powerful institution that played a critical role in funding railroads and public infrastructure. Even though James Spire had been born in New York, he spent most of his formative years in Germany, being acquainted with his family's Jewish faith and being educated and groomed in the family's banking business. In 1885, after honing his skills in the family's branches in Frankfurt, Paris, and London, he returned to New York to join Spire & Company. By 1899, he took his rightful place as the head of the firm, steering it to become the third largest investment banking firm in America by 1913, managing an astonishing $2.4 billion, equivalent to over $76 billion today. His marriage to Ellen Prince Lowry in 1897, a Christian, stirred whispers among New York's elite. While some doors were closed to him socially due to religious prejudices, the mixed union was, by all accounts, a happy and fruitful one. Together they embarked on a journey, not just of wealth accumulation, but of meaningful philanthropy and social impact. Together they were instrumental in founding the Museum of the City of New York, and they opened animal hospitals and created scholarship programs among dozens of other causes. By 1911, James decided to join the wealthiest members of New York's high society by building a house along Fifth Avenue. He commissioned renowned architect Horst Trumbauer to design his new residence. However, it was Trumbauer's senior designer, Julian Abel, one of the first professionally trained African-American architects, who brought the mansion to life in the stunning Louis XIV style. Its interiors, designed by Ogden Codman Jr., adhere to the opulent Louis XIV style, featuring enameled paneling, gilded touches, and frescoed walls. The house was a veritable palace, boasting one of the largest private art collections in America, including works by Rembrandt. Swinging open the front door, we travel through the tight vestibule before we are released into the double-height entry hall. Directly ahead of us is the grand, bifurcated staircase cascading below a stacked colonnade. Usually we would explore the main floor first, but what's at the top of the stairs is simply too enticing to wait for. At the second floor stair landing, we see light pouring in beyond exotic plants. And beyond the wrought iron railing, a conservatory is flooded by natural light from a series of skylights overhead. As we enter this hall, we hear the sound of trickling water slowly falling down the marble wall behind the plants. This is just the first wonder we'll encounter. Let's take the back stairs down to the main level and begin exploring the public rooms. First we find the dining room, finished out from floor to ceiling in wood paneling, interrupted only by marble pilasters. Up on the ceiling, we find a gilded cartouche framing an ecclesiastical mural in bright, vibrant colors. To the left is where we enter the dining room. Let's now take the door on the right. This leads us to the white and gold drawing room, which almost appears to be glowing, though no lights are visible. Ambient lighting is hidden just out of sight in the creases of the millwork and above the ornate cornice. In stark contrast, the parlor is clad completely in rich wood paneling with a dazzling, electric crystal chandelier suspended from the cove ceiling. Before moving on, we can take a moment to appreciate the intricate woodwork, from the fluting on the pilasters to a continuous wooden vine wrapping the frieze, to entablatures over each doorway. From here we'll continue into the library, introducing hand-stenciled ceiling beams and an oversized stone fireplace. From a rustic chandelier to European tapestries, the library was meant to emulate the rooms found in centuries-old European castles and manor houses. For as grand as each room is, we still haven't seen the largest. Let's go back up the stairs, cutting through the conservatory once more and circling around to its other side. Here we find the ballroom, with gilded wall panels and polished parquet floors nearly blindingly reflecting light from 4 crystal chandeliers and 8 more wall sconces. Mirrors can be found glistening all about the room, worked into the paneling and making the space feel even larger than it is. In 1921, tragedy struck when Ellen passed away after a long illness. Her death marked a profound turning point in James's life. In the years following her passing, James dedicated himself to preserving her legacy and the causes they had championed together. Despite suffering personal and financial setbacks, including a devastating fire that destroyed priceless artworks in his mansion, James remained a revered figure in New York society. He retired in 1938, choosing to close Spire & Company rather than leave his name in others' hands. Then in 1941, he passed away in his beloved Fifth Avenue mansion. His will bequeathed much of his fortune to charity, and he left his mansion to the Museum of the City of New York. Despite his wishes, the museum sold the mansion, which was eventually demolished to make way for new development. While the mansion no longer stands, James Spire's legacy continues through the institutions he supported and the enduring impact of his philanthropic endeavors. What did you think about the James Spire Mansion? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comment section, and while you're there, make sure to hit the subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Have you ever wondered what a building would look like if artists were given free rein to carve, paint, and craft however they saw fit? Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1860, Swan Turnblad was born into a family of struggling farmers in Sweden. At 8 years old, his family immigrated to America in search of a better life, settling among fellow Swedish families in Vasa Township, Minnesota. Swan's early years mirrored those of many immigrant families. He attended local schools, labored on the family farm, and eventually began teaching to help make ends meet. But his aspirations stretched far beyond his humble way of life. At 19, he moved to Minneapolis, a bustling city for Swedish immigrants, where he first found work as a typesetter at a Swedish-language newspaper. In the lively print shops, he discovered a passion for the written word and an aptitude for the printing trade. In 1883, he married fellow immigrant Christina Nilsson, and the two welcomed a daughter, Lillian, the very next year. Then in 1887, Swan took the helm of a struggling Swedish-language newspaper. With a keen eye for innovation, he transformed it into a powerful voice for Swedish Americans, implementing linotype machines, rotary presses, and adding political cartoons and color illustrations. He not only brought the paper back to life, but increased circulation from a mere 1,400 subscribers to a record 40,000 by the end of the century. His paper's success became a pillar of his wealth, securing his place as a significant figure in Minnesota's Swedish community. Swan's success fueled his ambition, and in 1903, he commissioned a grand mansion on Park Avenue designed in the Chateauesque style by the Minneapolis firm Bowman Cordella. This 33-room marvel became one of Minneapolis's grandest residences and a monument to Swan's rising status. Construction dragged on for years as mature trees were brought to the lot and arranged in a manner that gave the house a feeling of legacy. Stonemasons worked tirelessly, carving intricate details into the limestone walls. As we look closely, we'll find gargoyles grotesquely jutting out from the corners, horses appearing to break free from the stone blocks in dramatic fashion with their manes tussling about, and various other intricate features from dental molding to lion's heads spitting rainwater into the copper downspouts. When we take a step back, all of these tiny details come together to create a truly awe-inspiring blend of art and architecture, though what we have seen so far pales in comparison to what lies beyond its front door. As we begin exploring the mansion, we'll see a good mix of both color and black and white photos to give us the best idea of how the house appeared in its prime. Swinging open the vestibule doors, we arrive in the Great Hall, where the fireplace's upper mantel soars 2 stories overhead. To the far end of the Great Hall is the grand staircase. Let's move closer for a better look. Wood griffins mark the newel-post, boasting intricate carvings framing cartouches on each face. As our eyes continue upward, we see an incredible painted glass window telling a story of days gone by. Continuing up, the plaster ceiling spanning the landing has been delicately painted in vibrant colors, with bits of it boasting gilding. But perhaps that is getting a bit ahead. Let's go back down to the first floor to find many more decadent spaces. The dining room is clad floor to ceiling in rich woodwork, with tapered pilasters giving the room a unique and distinctive flair. Centered on the table, the Inglenook invites us to sit and enjoy a raging fire on those cold Minnesota nights. We can take one last look at this space, admiring how all the small details contribute to the whole. Nearby we'll find the white and gold salon, doubling as the drawing room, once again adding a touch of painted plasterwork up on the ceiling and in the frieze, just as we saw in the Great Hall. As we continue exploring the mansion's many elegant rooms, we come across the ballroom, where we can imagine dozens of Swan's guests gathering in front of the stage to enjoy live performances. Though for more general events, the music room is where the pianist would have gently played as guests wander through the hall socializing. The music room combines several of the elements we have seen so far, from rich woodwork to ornate plaster ceilings, and introduces a festoon frieze, a decorative theme that carries over to the breakfast room, boasting festoon paneling. Though unlike the music room, it is painted in an eggshell white with subtle but impactful gold accents. Now for something completely different, the Moorish Den. Finished out with dazzling geometric displays and motifs unlike any we have seen so far in the house, the den has an air all its own. With some imagination, we can picture men gathered at the pool table in the billiard room following a formal dinner, perhaps retreating shortly after to the smoking room to enjoy some fine cigars away from the other guests. Let's now return to the grand staircase and make our way up to the second floor to see a few more rooms. We'll start with the library, boasting half-height glass-paned bookcases sweeping the room's perimeter. Here the ceiling is painted in a soft blue and paired with creamy walls and light woodwork. As we turn around, let's head through the door at the end of the library. Pulling back the curtains, we find the reading room, with floor-to-ceiling bookcases tempting us to hide away and slip into a good book, which would be easy to imagine doing so, especially in the comfort of overstuffed chairs curled up next to the fireplace. The mansion continues on with several bedrooms, each one as magnificent as the last, and with so much artistry involved in crafting the house, perhaps what happens next in our story was only appropriate. In 1929, Swan turned his grand mansion into the American Institute for Swedish Art, Literature, and Science, a place where future generations could connect with their Swedish roots. The institution, later known as the American Swedish Institute, continues to stand to this day, largely intact, though some modifications have been made. What did you think about the Swan Turnblad mansion? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Some families look perfect from the outside, but behind their perfect smiles could be dark secrets that will be taken to the grave. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are digging up those secrets as we uncover Lorento, the estate of Craig Biddle. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1879, tennis legend Craig Biddle was born into the illustrious Biddle family. His ancestors had been among the first to settle in the New World, establishing themselves in the province of New Jersey back in 1681. As the decades turned into centuries, the family amassed great wealth as they spread out and multiplied. By the time our story takes place, hundreds of the Biddles had become millionaires, with many of them being notable across various industries. From sports to the arts, and from finance to industry, a company merger was only ever a family reunion away. This is the life that Craig was born into, and in 1901, when his grandfather passed away, he inherited $1 million, the modern equivalent of over $37 million. Immediately, he married Philadelphia socialite Laura Whelan, and the two wasted no time starting their family. Still in that same year, he commissioned esteemed architects Peabody and Stearns to design for him a sprawling mansion in Wayne, Pennsylvania, which was paid for separately as a wedding present from his grandparents. It would be the perfect home where he could raise his family in the same luxury that he was accustomed to. Lorento was planned out to be a 113-acre equestrian estate where the 22-year-old Craig could entertain his friends for polo and host lavish parties. It was planned so that the house would sit in the middle of formal gardens and be surrounded by pastures reaching as far as the eye can see. With his horses being a key component of life here, he had luxury stables built to accommodate them. All about the property, spring-fed watering troughs were installed, and parterre gardens were sprinkled about the landscape with marble statues and fountains placed throughout. From the outside looking in, life at Lorento looked perfect. It was a place where the Biddle children ran around playing, while Craig and Laura could be seen with smiles on their faces, dressed in the most fashionable clothes money could buy. And inside, things didn't seem much different. After passing through the vestibule, we arrive in the entrance hall, which spans nearly from one end of the house to the other and is dotted by centuries-old statues and European antiques. Directly across the hall from the vestibule doors is where we find the main hall, a multi-story room wrapped in a neoclassical arcade. The young couple became known as socialites, the family on the outskirts of Philadelphia that all the other families wanted to copy. From the moment you entered the house and were ushered into the reception room by their staff, you knew that old money had been reinvigorated by a new generation. And as you headed into the dining room for formal dinners, you were met with a new take on formal, with colorful murals taking the place of an ornate frieze. But still, the house held on to those key elements that reminded you just how much money was behind the name. And each time you visited, the furniture and art could have been completely refreshed, pending whichever country the couple had just returned from. Yet for as decadent as Lorento may have been, and for all the parties hosted within its halls, there was a darkness brewing in the Biddles. Craig began spending more and more time honing in on his tennis skills, practicing non-stop until he could become a pro. And he did just that, playing in games from Wimbledon to the World Hardcourt Championship at Paris. All the while, whispers of affairs began to drive a wedge between the couple. Laura rebelled in her own way, intentionally flaunting social norms to smear the family name and only ending up becoming more popular than ever, being seen as an icon instead of a degenerate. By 1917, she gave up on tainting her image and separated from Craig. Around this time, their son Craig Jr. decided he wanted to move to Hollywood and become an actor. Craig Sr. wouldn't have it. His son was to go into real estate, and the idea of working in Hollywood was strictly forbidden. Jr. headed out to California anyway, and Craig only gave his son $500 with a warning that he would never get another dime from the family. While something deeper could have been going on behind the scenes, we may never know, but what we do know is that Laura would not let Craig treat their son that way. She moved out to Los Angeles and rented an apartment where she could provide for her son and help him network. With his mom's help, Jr. landed several roles in big-name productions, but when word got back to Craig, he put his foot down. He went out to Los Angeles to have a word with Laura, and 4 days after his visit, she was found not alive in her apartment and covered in bruises. Initially, police suspected foul play, or possibly something self-inflicted, opening up an investigation. She was loved by the community and had made friends since moving, so the idea of her doing something to herself was ruled out almost immediately. Then poison was suspected. The bruises made no sense, and Craig's visit became suspicious, but he was never named a suspect. After a quick chat with the police, the story changed to sudden heart failure and the investigation was closed. Jr. gave up acting and went into real estate, and within a year, Craig was married again. The illusion of the perfect Biddle family had been unraveled on the national stage, with rumors playing out in the gossip columns. It's hard to say exactly what happened when Craig spoke with the police, but there's a possibility it involved a lot of money. As for Lorento, it was sold out of the family in 1911 before the drama unfolded. It changed hands many times over the years, eventually being demolished around 1980 to make way for a neighborhood. Today, only the entrance gate along Darby Paley Road remains as a subtle clue as to what came before. What did you think about this house and the history? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Money can buy you just about anything that is, except for time. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're traveling back to the height of Pasadena's Millionaire's Row to uncover the story of one lady who just couldn't wait any longer. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1849, Eva Scott was born in New York City as the cherished and only child of Leonard and Rebecca Scott. Growing up in a wealthy family afforded her the opportunity to attend Pelham Priory School, New York's first all-girls preparatory school, where she kindled her artistic talents. In the late 1860s, she traveled through Europe and Egypt, studying not only architecture, but also art under renowned painter Sanford R. Gifford. Eva's first marriage to Lieutenant William S. Muse in 1878 brought her daughter Lenora into the world. However, the union dissolved in 1889. 6 years later, she found herself on a second serendipitous trip to Egypt where she met Hungarian nobleman Dr. Adalbert Fenyes, a distinguished neurologist and a pioneer in X-ray technology. The couple married in Budapest 1 year later before making their way to Pasadena, California. Dr. Adalbert Fenyes had been born in 1863 in Hungary as a man of many talents. Educated at the University of Vienna and serving in the court of Franz Joseph, his medical career spanned across continents, bringing us back to Pasadena, where he introduced revolutionary X-ray technology to California. Beyond medicine, Adalbert was an avid entomologist and horticulturist known for his extensive collection of insect specimens and the cultivation of new flower varieties. Upon their arrival in Pasadena, Eva envisioned a home that would reflect her love for Moorish architecture, inspired by her travels in Tunisia, Algeria, and Egypt. In 1896, she acquired 2 lots on South Orange Grove Avenue, known then as Pasadena's Millionaire's Row, and engaged the architectural firm of Denison Farwell to bring her vision to life. Lyman Farwell, a seasoned traveler of Islamic countries, collaborated closely with Eva, translating her sketches and ideas into breathtaking reality. Construction on the mansion, named Algerian Court, began in June of 1897, resulting in a mansion that showcased arched windows, spired domes, and vibrant tilework. Each of the mansion's 30 rooms featured distinct themes from Louis XV to American colonial. However, it was the Algerian Court that stood out, a space of soaring beauty adorned with intricate tiles, stucco cornices, and Turkish lamps. An opalescent and meridian glass dome by the Colonial Art Glass Company bathed the middle hall in ethereal light, creating a magical ambience that captivated all who entered. Despite the mansion's grandeur, the Fennish family resided there for only 7 years before Eva sold it in 1904. After selling their Moorish villa, the Fennish family commissioned architect Robert T. Farquhar in 1905 to design a new residence on the same prestigious avenue. Farquhar, an architect with impeccable credentials from Harvard and l'École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, delivered a 2-story Beaux-Arts masterpiece that embodied grandeur and sophistication. The mansion's design was an eclectic blend, reflecting a quote-unquote Italian villa with a decidedly French feeling, according to architectural historian Robert Winter. The mansion's exterior, with its neoclassical elements, stood as a striking contrast to the Victorian houses that populated the neighborhood. The interiors, however, retained a Victorian charm tailored meticulously to Eva's specifications. Eva and Adalbert's new home was more than just a residence, it was a sanctuary for their diverse interests. The grand estate included a conservatory, a studio, and a laboratory, spaces that facilitated Eva's artistic endeavors and Adalbert's scientific pursuits. The mansion's luxurious interiors were adorned with exquisite furniture, ornate mantels, and lavish table settings that reflected Eva's refined taste. Eva, a patron of the arts, transformed her double-height studio into a cultural salon where artists, journalists, and creative minds gathered. The studio, designed with elegance, was a space where Eva's artistic spirit thrived. Despite not being a professional artist, Eva's watercolors captured the landscapes and architecture of the American Southwest, preserving a unique visual history and playing an important role in her future. After many years of devoting herself to art and traveling around the American Southwest to capture scenes of missions and adobe structures, she decided to immerse herself completely in her passion. In 1926, Eva, along with her daughter and granddaughter, left Pasadena for Santa Fe, New Mexico, leaving behind their lavish lifestyle to focus on art. Eva enjoyed her twilight years, paintbrush in hand, until her passing at 80 years old in 1930. Her husband, who was 14 years younger than her, went on to remarry, but as for their properties, Algerian court subsequent owner Frank H. Hamilton tragically and intentionally set the mansion ablaze for insurance money in 1915. Fortunately, the Fennish estate, as it is known, became the home of the Pasadena Museum of History and has been well preserved for the public's enjoyment. Eva's Sierra Madre house in New Mexico continues to function as a collaborative environment, currently serving as the Women's International Studies Center, where thousands of paintings and photographs are not only archived but preserved with care. Eva's artistic legacy endures through her watercolor landscapes housed not just here, but in museums all across the United States. What did you think about her homes? Would you trade a lavish lifestyle if it meant you could pursue your hobbies 24/7? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Deloge family fortune once rivaled the Vanderbilts and the Astors, becoming the third richest family in the United States. Along the way, they kept a low profile and built a chateau in one of the least likely places. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Vouziers, an estate intertwined with Boeing's history. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. The Deloge family's rise began with Firmin René Deloge, a French nobleman who emigrated to Missouri in 1823 to join his uncle, who had arrived years earlier alongside the famed naturalist John James Audubon. Firmin wasted no time setting up a mercantile business and smelting furnace near Potosi, Missouri to capitalize on the area's rich lead deposits. His ventures became a major player in the mining industry, launching the Missouri Lead Mining and Smelting Company, later rebranded as the Deloge Lead Company. As America industrialized, the demand for lead grew, and the Deloge family struck gold, lead, and built a fortune. With wealth came expansion. Firmin's son, Firmin V. Deloge II, pushed the family business to new heights, establishing the Deloge Consolidated Lead Company, which would ultimately be sold for a staggering $18 million in 1929. This sale catapulted the family's net worth to over $50 million, placing them neck and neck with the Vanderbilts. In a single generation, the Deloges had carved out a place among America's elite. Beyond mining, the Deloges understood that transportation was essential. They funded and built several railways, including the Mississippi River and Bonte Railway and the Iron Mountain Railroad, ensuring their goods could reach new markets. Their reach extended across Missouri and beyond, transforming them into a dynasty whose wealth eventually eclipsed the Vanderbilts. In 1922, Louis Deloge established Watlow, a company producing electric heating elements which is still in operation today with a global footprint. Their diverse investments also led to ventures in oil, uranium, and other resources, pushing their wealth further. However, the jewel of the Deloge legacy was the Vouziers Estate, a 15,000 square foot chateauesque mansion overlooking the Missouri River just north of St. Louis and Florissant. Built in 1926 by Joseph Deloge Sr., Vouziers became a symbol of Missouri's Jazz Age, hosting Russian ballerinas, Shakespearean actors, and even King Hussein of Jordan. It was here that high society mingled, world leaders stayed, and the family entertained lavishly. Vouziers was more than just a grand estate, it was a haven, complete with gardens, stables, tennis courts, and a ballroom carved into the hillside and connected to the house via an underground tunnel. Before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. As we return around front, we can begin making our way towards the entrance. Here we find the front door, encased by limestone with intricate festoons delicately carved into the entablature. Stepping inside, we arrive in the long hall, clad in rich wood paneling with ornate relief work found above each doorway. The wood paneling in this hall creates a series of arches, with every other one acting as the window surround. Continuing along, we find the grand staircase centered on the long hall. The grand marble staircase wraps around us with wrought iron balustrade adorned with gilded flower petals. The walls feature hand-painted fleur-de-lis, along with trees and flowering vines, not to mention marble baseboards and French doors. From here we'll head into the salon and find a marble fireplace towards the end of the room. The salon, which we might refer to as the living room today, is where the Deloge family could gather to spend time with one another or host large gatherings. Of course, being so wealthy, the family had an army of staff to keep the house presentable at a moment's notice. Let's continue into the library, clad once again in rich wood paneling, but including glass-paned bookcases surrounding the room. The dining room, which was very much in style at the time, boasted everything from a marble fireplace to wainscoting, from silk wallpaper to dental molding. Though the estate was sold out of the family in 1977, it passed through prominent owners, including Boeing, and today it remains a corporate retreat center, though the grounds have been divided up and the house has been altered to some extent. Thankfully, some of its most unique features, such as the sunken ballroom which is attached to the house by the underground tunnel, continues to remain mostly intact. What did you think about the Deloge's Vouziers? Did it surprise you that one of the wealthiest families in the country wasn't on one of the coasts? I'd also like to know if you had a favorite room or architectural feature. Either way, let me know down below in the comment section. And don't forget to check out Victorian Society in America, the link is down below in the video description. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Tucked away in the lush countryside of Cheshire, England, lies Little Morton Hall, a curious and whimsical moated manor house that seems to have leapt straight out of a fairy tale. With its crooked walls and top-heavy appearance, this half-timbered treasure has captured the hearts of visitors for centuries. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are taking a delightful tour into England's Tudor past. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The story of Little Morton Hall begins in the early 16th century, around 1504, when William Morton, a prosperous landowner, began constructing the house. The Morton family had deep roots in the area, tracing back to the 13th century. It wasn't until the mid-14th century, however, that the family capitalized on circumstance to create a grand estate. As the Black Plague swept through Europe, the pestilence brought with it opportunity. As landowners and their kin passed away, the value of land plummeted, and the Mortons purchased large tracts for next to nothing. Over the next 100 years, successive generations of the family continued to expand the house, each adding their own touch to this evolving masterpiece. At its height in the mid-16th century, the Little Morton Hall estate spanned over 1,300 acres, including a corn mill, orchards, gardens, and even an iron bloomery. However, the family's fortunes took a downturn during the English Civil War in the 17th century. As staunch royalists, the Mortons found themselves at odds with the parliamentarian neighbors. Although they eventually regained ownership after the war, the financial strain left them wanting. By the late 17th century, the Mortons no longer lived in the house, renting it out to tenant farmers. The manor's decline continued into the 19th century when it fell into disrepair, yet despite its dilapidated state, Little Morton Hall captured the imagination of Victorian-era artists and writers, becoming a symbol of romantic decay. Amelia Edwards even used it as a setting for her 1880 novel, Lord Brackenbury. One of the most striking features of Little Morton Hall is its unique and somewhat precarious look. The building is a perfect example of traditional Tudor-era architecture, with its black and white timber framing and intricately patterned facades, but what makes Little Morton Hall truly special is its irregularity. The house was built in stages over more than a century, leading to a wonderfully haphazard design that includes 3 asymmetrical ranges surrounding a small, cobbled courtyard. The Long Gallery, a 68-foot-long room perched on the upper floor of the South Range, which we will see soon enough, is perhaps the most iconic feature of the house. Added after construction had already begun, this gallery gives the house its top-heavy appearance and has puzzled and delighted visitors for generations. The timber frame building is adorned with diagonal oak braces that create chevron and lozenge patterns, while the windows contain 30,000 leaded panes set in various geometric patterns. These features, along with the house's decorative motifs, make Little Morton Hall a true feast for the eyes. Stepping inside Little Morton Hall is like entering a labyrinth of history. The Great Hall, the heart of the house, is where the family would have gathered for meals and entertainment. Its arch-braced trusses and carved motifs, including dragons, hint at the medieval origins of the house. The hall is flanked by 2 impressive bay windows added in 1559, a date proudly inscribed on the windows themselves. Beyond the Great Hall, the house unfolds as a maze of rooms, each with its own character and history. The parlor, with drawing room and exhibition room, showcase the changing taste of the Tudor and Elizabethan eras. The wooden paneling, some Georgian in origin, hides original painted panels depicting biblical scenes, a favorite theme in Protestant England. The chapel, with its Renaissance-style tempera paintings and oak screen, offers a glimpse into the religious devotion of the Morton family. The Long Gallery, located on the upper floor, is as remarkable for its crooked floors as it is for its historical significance. The gallery's walls are lined with almost continuous bands of windows, flooding the space with light. It's easy to imagine the Morton family using this space for exercise and games on rainy days. The upper porch room, with its fireplace depicting figures of justice and mercy, adds another layer of historical intrigue. Little Morton Hall's journey from a dilapidated manor to a national treasure is a story of dedication and care. In the early 20th century, Elizabeth Morton, the last of the Morton line, took on the task of restoring the house's chapel and stabilizing the structure of the Long Gallery. Upon her death, the house was passed to her cousin, Charles Abraham, who continued her preservation efforts. In 1938, the house was transferred to the National Trust, ensuring that this Tudor treasure would be preserved for future generations. The National Trust has carried out extensive repair and restoration work, including re-roofing, restoring elements of the hall's original appearance, and removing some painted patterning erroneously added during the earlier restoration work. These efforts have allowed Little Morton Hall to remain a true and well-preserved effort of Tudor architecture. What did you think about this quirky and curious manor house? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Claude Monet's Impressionist paintings have inspired people around the world for centuries, yet his aesthetic sensibilities did not end with the canvas. His creative genius extended to the environment around him. From lush gardens to his own home, no surface was left without his touch. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1840, Oscar Claude Monet was born in the vibrant heart of Paris, but his destiny lay in capturing the serene beauty of the French countryside. The child of a grocer and a singer, Monet was destined to become an artist despite his father's hopes for him to join the family business. From a young age, he showed a remarkable talent for sketching, creating charcoal caricatures that earned him pocket money and local fame. However, it was the windswept shores of Normandy and the mentorship of artist Eugène Boudon that truly set Monet on his path, introducing him to the technique of painting en plein air. By the time Monet moved to Paris in his early 20s, he was ready to step beyond the threshold of the traditional and lead an aesthetic revolution. Rejecting the staid formalism of academic painting, he joined forces with other like-minded artists including Renoir, Sisley, and Bazille. Together they sought to break free from the constraints of tradition, embracing fleeting light, vivid colors, and the immediacy of outdoor scenes. Monet's impression Sunrise, with its soft, ethereal depiction of Le Havre harbor, became the namesake for Impressionism, a term initially hurled as a critique but quickly reclaimed by Monet and his peers. The painting's blurred lines and bold strokes encapsulated the essence of the movement, art that captured not just the appearance of a moment but its feeling. Behind Monet's blossoming success lay a life punctuated by hardship. His early career was marked by financial insecurity, and he often painted with creditors at his door. His first wife, Camille Dancieux, bore the brunt of his instability. Camille was not only Monet's muse, immortalized in The Woman in the Green Dress, but also the mother of his two sons. Tragically, Camille succumbed to illness in 1879, leaving Monet devastated. He immortalized her in Camille on her deathbed, a haunting work that revealed both his grief and his artistic obsession with light and color, even in the darkest of moments. In 1883, Monet found refuge and inspiration in the quaint village of Giverny. The house he rented, with its sprawling gardens, became his sanctuary. Over the years, he transformed the estate into a living canvas, directing the planting of flowers in the Clos Normand and the creation of the iconic Water Lily Pond with its Japanese bridge. These gardens were not just the place of respite, but the beating heart of his artistic endeavors. Monet's paintings of water lilies, or nymphea, would come to define his later career. These sprawling canvases, often painted in his expansive studio overlooking the gardens, blurred the lines between realism and abstraction. The shifting reflections, vibrant blooms, and tranquil waters became an obsession for the artist, one that would occupy him for over 2 decades. Beyond his studio, the interiors of his home came to reflect this bold and often outspoken use of color. We'll start in the kitchen, where we find the walls clad in tiles of Ron, balancing shades of blue and white. The room is anchored on a coal and wood-burning stove, with its mantel extending over the range to provide more space for decorative items. The colors were carefully chosen to create both harmony and contrast, a delicate balance of texture and hue. The deep red of the hexagonal floor tile, along with the glow of copper, warms the otherwise cool palette. The kitchen opens into the dining room, color-drenched in yellow from the walls to the furniture. The floors are checkered with red and white tile and complemented by white and blue china, transitioning the kitchen's design into the dining room's decor. With masterful control over his environment, he created the immediate gardens to be framed by the views through the French doors. Conversely, the blue sitting room picks up the motifs from both the kitchen and the dining room in a playful menagerie of reds, blues, and yellows. As Monet aged, his work became more abstract, influenced in part by his failing eyesight. Cataracts clouded his vision, altering his perception of color and light, yet even as his physical world dimmed, his artistic world burned brightly. Following cataract surgery in the 1920s, Monet reworked many of his earlier paintings, infusing them with vibrant blues and greens he hadn't been able to see for years. Despite his struggles, Monet continued to paint, driven by an insatiable desire to capture the ephemeral beauty of nature. His series of paintings, Haystacks, Rouen Cathedral, and the Houses of Parliament in London, reflected his fascination with light's transformative power over time. In 1926, Monet passed away in his beloved Giverny home, leaving behind an unparalleled legacy. Today, Monet's influence reverberates through the art world. His home and gardens at Giverny are a pilgrimage site for art lovers, while his paintings fetch record-breaking sums at auction. As the father of Impressionism, Monet not only changed how we see art, but how we see the world. What did you think about his home and gardens? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Towering over Broadway in Galveston, Texas, Bishop's Palace stands as an iconic mansion unlike any other. Also known as Gresham's Castle, this Victorian-era masterpiece has seen the rise and fall of fortunes, the aftermath of natural disasters, and the evolving purpose of a home that has become one of America's most celebrated architectural treasures. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring one of the most requested mansions on this channel. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Walter Gresham, the man behind this stunning edifice, was a figure of immense influence. Born in 1841 in Virginia, Gresham's life followed a trajectory marked by determination and triumph. After graduating from the University of Virginia in 1863 and serving in the Confederate Army during the Civil War, he relocated to Galveston, Texas. By 1867, he had passed the bar and established a successful law practice. His legal prowess, coupled with his political aspirations, led him to roles as Galveston County District Attorney and later as a member of the Texas legislature. In 1887, Gresham commissioned esteemed architect Nicholas J. Clayton to design a home that would reflect his status and vision. What emerged after 6 years of meticulous construction was a 3-story, 19,000 square foot artisan marvel adorned with intricate carvings, towers, and all set below a steep roofline. The home was constructed entirely of stone, Texas granite, sandstone, and limestone, and its formidable structure would later prove its worth by withstanding the devastating hurricane of 1900. As we begin making our way toward the front door, we'll pause to take a quick look at the floor plan. All the public rooms are arranged about a central hall that later expands as we near the grand staircase. Let's see how this plays out. Passing through the vestibule, we arrive in the entrance hall, finished floor to ceiling in rich woodwork. Straight ahead is the grand staircase, one of the most iconic and recognizable in the United States, for its fireplace which feeds into the landing. Looking straight up from this point, a hand-stenciled octagonal dome soars above stained glass windows. We'll see more of this when we head upstairs. Had we turned to our left when we first entered the house, we would have ventured into the parlor. Here we find a massive bay window beyond a colonnade, as well as the fireplace's upper mantel towering towards the coffered ceiling. We don't have to imagine how this room would have been decorated as we peek back through time in this old photo. Towards the rear of the room, we'll make our way below this grand archway to find the music room. The type of wood changes in this room, lightening up the atmosphere and introducing a creamy damask wallpaper framed by pilasters. In the past, music would strum from the harp as guests mingled about during one of the Gresham family's many parties. Let's return back to the entrance hall and make a right this time. Here we find the library wrapped with half-height bookcases and topped by murals. If we could look around the corner more than 100 years ago, we might find Mr. Gresham seated in the tower's alcove. The library opens up into the dining room, where we immediately face a grand, built-in hutch. Not much has changed here over the passing decades. After snaking through the butler's pantry, we come across the kitchen, where the family's staff would have prepared their every meal. While we could take the maid's stair, I'd prefer us to cut back through the dining room and make our way back to the grand staircase. As promised, we'll make our way up slowly so that we can really take in the details. At the landing, we look up to find a stained glass window and notice for the first time just how deep the casing is. Turning around, we peer out between heavily embellished newel posts to look back down the entrance hall. Then we look up to see the octagonal dome in all its glory, with sunlight piercing through in the center to illuminate the way. Arriving at the top of the stairs, we find busts of human faces, along with lions' heads looking down on us from above. And as we back into the sitting room, we get yet another visual treat of all the architectural elements coming together in harmony. This is a good place for us to reorient ourselves and view the floor plan for this level before heading over to the chapel just to the left of the sitting room. As we enter the chapel, we face a stained glass window and find religious themes worked into the details. Gresham passed away in 1920 in Washington, D.C., and 3 years later, the house was sold to the Roman Catholic Diocese of Galveston-Houston. Renamed Bishop's Palace, it served as the residence for Bishop Christopher Byrne. In 1963, the diocese opened the house for public tours, transforming it into a cherished historical site. Then more recently, in 2013, the Galveston Historical Foundation acquired the property, embarking on extensive renovations to restore it to its original grandeur. Today, Bishop's Palace is recognized as one of the finest examples of Victorian architecture in the United States, which can be visited by the public. Which part of Bishop's Palace was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Some of the largest mansions we've ever seen aren't nearly as opulent as this one. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are visiting a stunning mansion in Cortland, New York. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1843, Chester Wickwire was born into a humble farming family in McGrawville, New York. His early years were shaped by the values of hard work and modest living, which would carry through his life even as he transitioned from a rural upbringing to the bustling industrial town of Cortland, New York. At the age of 22, Wickwire left his family's farm and moved to Cortland, where he opened a grocery store with the assistance of his father Raymond. The family business became an anchor for Chester, and after his father's passing, it transitioned into a hardware store, an operation that would eventually set the stage for his later industrial success. In 1873, a seemingly routine transaction changed Chester's life forever. In exchange for a debt, a customer gave Chester a carpet loom, which sparked his mechanical curiosity. Wickwire tinkered with the loom, adjusting it to weave wire instead of fabric. Realizing the potential of this innovation, Chester, along with his younger brother Theodore, pivoted entirely to wire weaving and founded the Wickwire Brothers Manufacturing Company. By 1876, the grocery and hardware store was a thing of the past, and the brothers focused solely on wirecloth production. This move proved to be wildly successful, and by 1883, their company had become the second largest manufacturer of wirecloth in the United States. The rise of the Wickwire brothers was bolstered by the practical needs of rural America. Their wirecloth found applications in various agricultural tools and household items, such as corn poppers, flower sieves, and window screens. Chester's first-hand knowledge of consumer needs allowed him to design products that farmers and rural households required. The company's success, however, was also attributed to Chester's strategic control over patents, which ensured that they could produce wire goods competitively. As his business flourished, Chester began constructing a grand house that would symbolize his financial success and social standing in Cortland. In 1888, he commissioned New York architect Samuel B. Reed to design his home on Tompkins Street, an impressive limestone structure completed in 1890. Reed, known for his chateauesque and Richardsonian Romanesque styles, created a residence that echoed the opulent mansions of Gilded Age America. The house featured towers, turrets, and a variety of window shapes, lending it a castle-like appearance that solidified Chester's place among the town's elite. The inspiration for the design reportedly came from a house built for James A. Bailey of Barnum and Bailey Circus fame, which Chester admired during a trip to New York City. Inside, the mansion was just as impressive as its exterior. The interiors, designed by Joseph Burr Tiffany, a cousin of Louis Comfort Tiffany, featured elaborate woodwork, stained glass, and frescoes. The entrance hall, with its oak paneling and Renaissance-style decorative elements, became a showcase of Victorian craftsmanship. Starting at the reception room, I'll preface our tour by saying that all the rooms were filled with fine furniture, including pieces that blended colonial revival styles with French Louis XV and Louis XVI influences, something we'll see play out as we continue along. The parlor served as the family's highly fashionable golden white room, with gilded plasterwork soaring overhead on the intricately ornamented ceilings. For the wall treatments, a mix of shimmering gold silk damask and Wilton carpet added a soft, luxurious ambiance. In the library, the quality of craftsmanship becomes evident from parquet floors to simple but refined built-in bookcases with leaded glass panels concealing the family's book collection. This feeds into the fernery and sun parlor, which is dominated by a massive stained glass skylight. We can take a moment to look up and admire its thousands of tiny glass pieces coming together to create this breathtaking design. The dining room combines several of the elements and designs we have seen so far, from rich wood wainscoting to floral motifs found in the frieze. Still, there is more to see. Let's take the grand staircase up to the second floor. Up here we'll find a number of bedrooms and bathrooms, each one as stately as the last. And up a little further, we'll find the billiards room, with ceilings sloping with the roofline and decorated extensively with hand stenciling. By the time of Chester's death in 1910, he had amassed a fortune of over $1.6 million, the modern equivalent of over $53 million today. The Wickwire Brothers Manufacturing Company continued to thrive after his passing, playing a key role in Cortland's economy well into the 20th century. Under the leadership of his sons, the company remained the largest employer in Cortland for many years. As for the house, it was passed down through the family until their son Frederick made several renovations to modernize it, but still, much of the original design remained intact. Eventually it became the 1890 House Museum and a cherished destination for historic house enthusiasts. What did you think about Chester Wickwire's mansion? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine flipping through a catalog, finding your dream home, and then having it delivered straight to your doorstep. This might sound like a modern-day online shopping fantasy, but from 1908 to 1942, it was a reality for thousands of Americans thanks to Sears Roebuck and Company. Through their innovative Modern Homes program, Sears made it possible for anyone to purchase a house through the mail. These homes, sold primarily via catalog, weren't just simple structures, they were full-fledged houses that came with all the materials needed to build a cozy modern residence. Sears Modern Homes were more than just a collection of wood and nails, they were a promise of the American dream. Offering more than 370 designs over its 34-year history, Sears provided a home for every taste, need, and budget. From the Grand Magnolia with its southern charm, to the simpler, more affordable models like the Crescent, Sears captured the imagination of a nation. The catalog featured everything from small bungalows to large, multi-story residences, allowing buyers to select the perfect home for their family. Once a customer placed an order, the materials needed to build the house, everything from nails to lumber, were shipped by railroad boxcar. This kit of parts was then either assembled by the homeowner with the help from friends and family, or by local carpenters hired for the job. In some cases, Sears even offered construction services to help bring the designs to life. The result? Homes were both affordable and customizable, spread across the United States and even into Canada. One of the key innovations that set Sears homes apart was the use of pre-cut and fitted materials. Introduced in 1916, this feature dramatically reduced the time and skill required to build a house. Before this, lumber would be cut to size on site, an exhausting process that required precision and experience. The pre-cut pieces came with labeled instructions, allowing even those with minimal construction experience to piece together their new home. Much like what you might see in an IKEA instruction manual today, albeit a tad bit longer and more complex. Sears also embraced the latest building technologies. It popularized the use of balloon framing, a method that simplified construction and required fewer skilled laborers. In addition, Sears offered modern conveniences like central heating, indoor plumbing, and electricity, features that were all considered luxurious when they first launched their kit homes. These innovations not only made life easier for homeowners, but also set new standards for residential construction. But why did this wildly popular and profitable division of Sears shutter? Well, the Great Depression hit Sears hard, forcing the company to stop offering mortgage financing by 1933. Despite this setback, the company continued to sell homes until 1942. Over the program's lifetime, Sears sold more than 70,000 homes across North America, many of which are still standing today. As the economy began bouncing back following World War II, others attempted to pick up where Sears Roebuck and Company left off. In the 1950s, one of America's most celebrated architects, Frank Lloyd Wright, partnered with Marshall Erdman, who was selling prefab housing. Their partnership went on to create architect-designed housing for the middle class, and while their collaboration wasn't overly successful, it inspired more modest and practical designs to hit the market under other companies. The most successful kit homes in this period were designed by St. Louis-based architect Ralph Fournier, whose homes ended up in 195 cities around the world. His process required that every single wall be fully finished in a factory and then shipped out to the lot. Once there, bolts would be fastened, and within a single day, an entire house could be completed. He offered a variety of plans with very few customizations, which were mostly cosmetic, and required only that a slab foundation be ready to assemble the house on. Throughout the mid-century, kit homes evolved to have less and less parts, relying more on factories to assemble large components before shipping them out to be assembled. This then turned into an entire residences being built before being shipped out. This includes everything from trailers to cracker box housing. Unfortunately, in simplifying this process, these residences became less and less desirable as the decades rolled on. By the 1990s, what was once viewed as a fashionable and inexpensive housing option for the middle class became synonymous with the lower class, which is terribly unfortunate because this method of building houses is far more economical and quicker to build. In recent years, however, we've seen that stigma shift as the price of housing soars. Tiny homes and alternative construction have been trending in online searches as people look for ways to stop renting and own their own home. Some of the largest companies on the planet have already started responding to this need. If you search for tiny homes, kit homes, and prefabs on Amazon, you'll find hundreds of results, most of them hitting the market following the events of 2020. And beyond that, history is repeating itself. Just like in the early days of Sears Roebuck and Company, these alternative homes are desirable again. Some of them are being marketed for millions of dollars to people who could otherwise afford to build a more traditional dream home. And to think that today's trends all started over 100 years ago with mail-order catalogs. But I'll pass it off to you. Would you ever consider living in a prefab or kit home? Or maybe you know someone who has made this change in lifestyle. Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. While the Great Depression wiped out fortunes seemingly overnight, it made a small handful of people incredibly wealthy. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the many mansions of William G. Lowe. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1875, William Lowe wasted no time achieving his dreams. Almost as soon as he had graduated from Columbia in 1897, he purchased a seat on the New York Stock Exchange and began making big moves. Around this time, he proposed to the love of his life, Florence Baker, and the two married in 1898. Florence came from an incredibly wealthy family and had earned herself the nickname Queenie, often being seen riding about Manhattan in her carriage sporting the latest fashion trends of the day. The two became a power couple. While William consistently built their wealth through savvy investments, Florence climbed the social ladder while flaunting norms and accepting the changing times, distinguishing the Lowes from the stuffier corners of high society. Together they had 3 daughters and raised thoroughbred racehorses traveling the country for sport. All the while, they lived in some truly incredible homes, the first of which was located at the corner of 39th and Madison in Manhattan. Designed by Walker and Gillette, the couple's limestone mansion was completed in 1912. The entrance hall spanned nearly the entire width of the house, with a grand, bifurcated staircase doubling back on itself above polished stone walls. The drawing room was among the largest rooms in the home, with gilded, coffered ceilings and a large bay overlooking Madison Avenue. Several of the rooms contained painted wall panels, plaster ceilings, and perfectly polished herringbone floors. Even their bedroom was finished out with the same level of luxury, with everything from crushed velvet curtains to a polar bear skin rug. But this house wouldn't satiate the couple for long. During the Great Depression, they saw their fortune double, then triple, and grow exponentially. In a time when so many families lost everything, they were making more money than they could ever spend in a single lifetime, but that didn't stop them from trying. In 1930, they once again hired Walker and Gillette to design for them one of the largest mansions built in Manhattan during the Great Depression. Completed in 1932, the English Regency Mansion made a statement, cementing the couple's unwavering position in high society. As we head inside, we'll take a quick look at the entry-level's floor plan to orient ourselves. After passing through the vestibule, we find ourselves in the entrance hall looking towards the grand staircase. Heading upstairs, once again we'll view the floor plan for this level, noting that all the public rooms are anchored on the hall. As our first stop on this floor, we'll peek into the library, which looks out over 93rd Street. Directly across the hall from the library is the living room, clad floor-to-ceiling in wood paneling and staged with only the finest furniture money could buy. The dining room, which is opposite the grand staircase, is finished out with silk damask wallpaper, layers of ornate trim, and a marble fireplace boasting intricate relief work. There is even a private courtyard where we can imagine all the French doors being opened so that guests could spill out onto the terrace during late-night soirees. Around the same time, the Lowes purchased Stoneacre in Newport, Rhode Island, an established cottage along Bellevue Avenue. It was situated in the middle of park-like grounds, which had previously been laid out by Frederick Law Olmsted. This is where they could summer for a few weeks out of the year, though it wasn't their only option. They also purchased Annandale and Long Island's Old Westbury, which they renamed Lowmore. Once again, they employed Walker and Gillette to completely update the estate to the couple's taste, which had changed by the mid-1930s. Instead of having an overtly flashy entrance hall, the couple chose to make it more livable and comfortable, yet classy nonetheless. The dining room ceiling was kept plain, while subtle wall treatments made a quiet statement. Though not all rooms could be kept with such restraint, such as the living room. With walls clad in wood paneling and covered over by antique European tapestries, the living room became the heart of the home where the family could gather throughout their comparatively quaint getaway. Unfortunately, it was only enjoyed by Florence for a couple of years, with her passing away in 1936. William outlived her for nearly 2 decades, suffering a heart attack while hanging out at the Racquet and Tennis Club in Manhattan. As for their mini mansions, the house on Madison was eventually torn down. Stoneacre met a similar fate after the Lowes children sold it out of the family, being demolished in 1962. Even Lowmore shared the same destiny, meeting the wrecking ball shortly after William's passing. Thankfully, their second Manhattan mansion continues to stand and is now part of the Spence School's campus. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which mansion was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the shimmering Gilded Age enclave of Newport, Rhode Island, the elite of American society sought to outdo one another with opulent summer cottages that were anything but modest. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are taking a peek inside Vernon Court, an estate designed by Carrere & Hastings. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. Anna Gambrill's journey to constructing Vernon Court began in Brooklyn, where she was born into the influential Van Nest family. Her father, Abraham Van Nest, was a titan of the railroad industry, and Anna inherited a considerable wealth upon his passing in 1888. That fortune was compounded when she married Richard Augustine Gambrill, a prominent lawyer with burgeoning interest in law and railroads. Tragically, their marriage was cut short in 1890 when Richard succumbed to influenza at the young age of 42, leaving Anna a widow with significant means. Undeterred by loss, Anna embraced her role as a socialite and philanthropist, frequenting the company of high society. She purchased a mansion on a prime lot at 492 Bellevue Avenue in 1898, a prestigious Newport cottage which she promptly demolished. With a vision to create a home that would rival the grandeur of her peers, Anna entrusted the celebrated architectural firm of Carrere & Hastings to design her summer retreat. Carrere & Hastings were no strangers to the demands of Gilded Age aristocracy. Known for their Beaux-Arts training and a portfolio that included New York's public library and the grand estates of America's elite, the duo delivered a design for Vernon Court that captured the sophistication of an 18th century French chateau. The composition of Vernon Court's elegant facade sought to seamlessly blend classical European aesthetics with modern American ingenuity. The estate's lush gardens, designed by the florist Wadley and Smythe, further enhanced its beauty, evoking the splendor of Hampton Court's Palace's Pond Garden. Completed in 1901, Vernon Court cost a staggering $300,000, an astronomical sum for the time and equivalent to over $11 million in 2024. Its debut was met with widespread acclaim, with critics and society papers deeming it one of the 10 most beautiful mansions in America. From the main gate to the gardens, the grounds exuded an air of refinement, while the house itself became a hub of social activity. Anna Gambrill's love for entertaining was well documented. She hosted luncheons with the likes of Miss Berwind of the Elms and opened her gardens to charitable events, cementing her reputation as a gracious hostess. Imagining that we were arriving here as guests, we would be chauffeured up the drive as our buggy passes between sphinxes and circles the large urn. From here, the chauffeur would bring the horses to the stables just on the other side of the wall. Let's take a step back before heading inside to really absorb how all of this comes together. Entering the mansion, we proceed into the main hall, flanked by marble columns boasting dramatic striations. To one end, the grand staircase gracefully descends, its dark balustrade twisting in stark contrast to the marble steps. The larger items tend to be more capturing, but let's not ignore the fine detailing of the frieze nor the intricate craftsmanship of the sconce lights. From here we'll venture into the petit salon, which is clad floor-to-ceiling in painted wall panels with delicate plasterwork in relief. Fine furnishings could be staged as required to conform to whatever event might be taking place in the house. This feeds us into the grand salon, finished out with rich wood paneling and set with wood pilasters in rhythmic intervals. To get a better look at the details, we can clear the room of its furnishings and uncover the stone fireplace. The library, though considerably smaller than what might be expected in a house of this magnitude, was wrapped in built-in bookshelves which we can imagine as being filled to the brim. Next we'll come across the loggia, which is open to the gardens and can be closed off by screens in the summer. The murals we see all about the space were the commission of Louis Comfort Tiffany, which added pops of intense but balanced color to the ceiling and walls. Vernon Court's legacy, however, extended beyond Anna's time. Upon her death in 1928, the estate passed to her son and his wife, who hailed from another illustrious family connected to Blairsden Estate in New Jersey. The property eventually left the Gambrill family in 1956 and saw various uses over the years, including a stint as the administration building for the Vernon Court Junior College. By the mid-20th century, its grandeur faced an uncertain future as it changed hands multiple times. Following its most recent purchase in 1998, it was reimagined as the National Museum of American Illustration. Today, it not only continues to stand, but remains a cherished part of the Bellevue Avenue Historic District. What did you think about Vernon Court? Did you have a favorite room or architectural feature? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Warner Brothers of New York built some truly incredible mansions around the turn of the century. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the stunning estate of Dr. Lucien Warner. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the late 19th century, Dr. Lucien Warner was a distinguished physician with a promising career, yet he felt the pull of a different path. Warner had grown increasingly concerned about the restrictive corsets that dominated women's fashion, a trend that to him was less a symbol of elegance and more a potential threat to health. Warner's medical knowledge warned him that these rigid, steel-bone garments were squeezing more than just waistlines. They were compromising breathing, circulation, and movement. Eager to make a difference, he left his medical practice in Cortlandville, New York, and embarked on a mission to educate women about the health risk associated with these tight-laced fashions. But his lectures, however well-reasoned, only made a small dent in public perception. Determined to do more than just talk, Warner returned home with an innovative plan in mind. In 1873, he designed a new kind of corset that combined form with function. His Coreline Health corset maintained the fashionable silhouette women desired, but used a far more flexible material known as Coreline, made from the fabrics of the resilient Mexican Ixtal plant. This innovation not only allowed greater movement, but also minimized the physical harm of traditional corsets. The following year, Dr. Warner and his brother joined forces and founded Warner Brothers Corset Manufacturers, launching a revolution in women's undergarments. Warner's designs took off, and by the 1880s, his company's reputation for health-focused corsetry was unstoppable. The Warner Brothers factory in Bridgeport, Connecticut was soon bustling with over 1,000 workers, producing up to 6,000 corsets per day. The company's reputation soared, with Harper's Bazaar proclaiming several Warner models among the most popular in America. Now being at the top of the industry, he began accumulating great wealth, and with his newfound fortune, he set out to build his dream house. He commissioned architect Robert Robertson to design for him a baronial-inspired mansion in Irvington, New York. No expense was to be spared to achieve the aesthetic Dr. Warner desired, which included importing granite blocks from Scotland to construct the mansion's exterior walls. By 1896, the estate, which was eventually dubbed Richmond Hill, had been completed. Passing through the front doors, we arrive in the entrance hall, finished out with dark wood wainscoting and intricately carved pilasters. Peeking around to the alcove, we find the grand staircase turning at stained glass windows, but we have much more to explore on the first floor before heading up there. To the opposite end of the entrance hall, we find the conservatory doubling as the aviary, where exotic plants and birds could flourish year-round. Heading deeper into the house, we come across the drawing room, clad in rich wood paneling with intricate plasterwork soaring above us on the ceiling. Though all the spaces we have seen so far pale in comparison to the ballroom, we can imagine Dr. Warner entertaining guests with a live musician sitting at the piano as performers danced and acted on stage. With so much going on, it can be easy to overlook the details, but I must point out the exquisite gilded plasterwork taking the form of cherubs, vines, flowers, and more so delicately floating above us. Before we continue on, we can take one last look at the ballroom to really absorb the ambiance and appreciate how all the tiny details come together to create this grand space. From here we'll continue into the library, where half-height glass-paned bookcases skirt the room below silk damask. This feeds us into the billiards room, once again clad in rich wood paneling with plenty of space to spread out and enjoy a game of pool. Upstairs, each bedroom was finished out just as luxuriously as the first floor's public rooms, and Dr. Warner's bedroom was no exception, with painted wall paneling and a marble fireplace mantel inlaid with various other stones. The house quickly changed hands as Dr. Warner passed away, being purchased first by Daniel Reed, a tinplate magnate, and a few years later by George Washington Hill, the then president of American Tobacco. Following his ownership, the house was converted into a factory before being demolished to make way for condos around 1980. Today, very little remains of the mansion, just a handful of garden walls and granite steps can be found scattered about the condos and neighborhood that took its place. What did you think about Richmond Hill? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. When we think of grand old mansions, we might imagine cities like New York or Chicago, but there were enclaves of lavish residences all over the world. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading down to Mexico City to see a mansion that rivals any of the best we've seen so far. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1846, Don Guillermo de Landa y Escandon was born into one of Mexico's most prominent families and lived a life that intertwined wealth, politics, and grand ambitions. His lineage, which linked him to key figures in Mexican history, set the foundation for a life filled with diplomatic travels, influential friendships, and a deep love for architecture. His father, Jose, was a member of the Council of Notables during the Second Mexican Empire, while his mother, Maria, served as a lady-in-waiting to Empress Carlotta. This illustrious heritage afforded Guillermo the opportunity to study abroad, attending Stonyhurst College in England, where he absorbed European ideas that would later influence both his political career and his vision for modern Mexico. Returning to Mexico as a young man, Guillermo embarked on a diplomatic and political career holding various significant roles, including governor of Mexico City from 1903 to 1911. During his tenure, he spearheaded numerous modernization projects, transforming the capital into a more contemporary urban landscape. From the construction of the Grand Canal to the expansion of the municipal palace of the Federal District, his work left a lasting imprint on the city's infrastructure. However, it was in his private endeavors, particularly the creation of his great mansion in Mexico City, that remained one of the most enduring monuments to his legacy. Situated near the prestigious Paseo de la Reforma, Guillermo's residence was designed between 1903 and 1906. Inspired by the French Renaissance and Gothic styles, the mansion was reminiscent of the grand castles along France's Loire Valley, with its conical towers, intricate cornices, and elegant facade evoking a bygone era of aristocratic splendor. Drawing comparisons to Willie K. Vanderbilt's mansion in New York and William Borden's in Chicago, Guillermo's mansion was a marvel of its time, showcasing the architectural ambitions of Mexico's elite during the Porfiriato. The house, designed by the English firm Waring & Gillow and decorated by Roberto Bloch, was a collaborative effort that blended European and Mexican influences. Over 16,000 square feet in size, the mansion featured grand reception rooms, a magnificent hall with New Spain-inspired colonial furniture, and lush, formal gardens surrounding it all. This was more than just a residence, it was a social hub where Mexico's political and social elite gathered, hosted by Guillermo and his family. Despite the grandeur and beauty of the mansion, the tides of history would soon turn against Guillermo and other elites like him. As the Mexican Revolution gained momentum in the early 1910s, the family was forced to flee the country. Their mansion, like many other properties of the wealthy, was looted and stripped of its original furnishings, yet some of the valuable pieces, including those from the family's private collection, were preserved and now reside in museums like the Franz Mayer Museum and Casa de la Bola. The mansion itself did not escape the transformation brought on by political upheaval. By 1949, the original tower had been demolished and the house's facade was altered to fit the growing urban landscape. Today, although the house still stands on the corner of Ignacio El Vallarta and C. Maestro Antonio Caso streets, it bears little resemblance to its former glory. Modified to accommodate a restaurant and other commercial uses, the interior has been significantly altered, though traces of its grand past can still be seen in certain preserved details. Guillermo's later years were spent in exile, far from the city he had helped shape. He died in Cannes, France in 1927, a distant but poignant end for a man who had once been at the heart of Mexico's political and social life. His mansion, though transformed and faded with time, remains a symbol of an era of opulence, power, and visionary urban development. Today, those who pass by the corner where it still stands may wonder about the grandeur that once was, catching glimpses of a story that speaks to Mexico's turbulent yet fascinating journey through history. What did you think about La Casa de Don Guillermo de Landa y Escandon? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. Frank Sinatra wasn't just a voice, he was an icon, a legend whose life played out like one of his songs, filled with highs, lows, and unforgettable moments. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are visiting Twin Palms, the Palm Springs home of Frank Sinatra. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Frank Sinatra's life almost ended before it began. Born on a cold December day in 1915, Sinatra weighed a hefty 13.5 pounds and had to be delivered with forceps, which scarred his face and ear. Worse, he wasn't breathing. Declared stillborn by the doctor, he was set aside while his mother was tended to, but his grandmother wasn't giving up. She rushed the lifeless baby under cold water, and with a gasp, Sinatra's life started. A dramatic beginning that foreshadowed the resilience and grit that would define his journey through life. Raised in Hoboken, New Jersey, Sinatra was the only child of Italian immigrants. His mother Dolly was a powerful force in his life, a midwife with a tough edge and influence in local politics. Dolly believed fiercely in her son, though her love could be tough, sometimes too tough. Sinatra's daughter Nancy would later describe Dolly as both the source of his ambition and the iron will that pushed him to succeed. His father Marty, a former boxer turned fireman, was more distant, a quiet figure in the backdrop of young Frank's chaotic childhood. From a young age, Sinatra showed an interest in music. He idolized Bing Crosby and was drawn to the smooth, crooning style of the big band era. At just 15, he received a ukulele from his uncle, a small gift that became his gateway into performing at family gatherings. Though music was his passion, Sinatra wasn't an academic standout. In fact, he was expelled from high school after just 47 days for what his teachers described as general rowdiness. This rebellious streak, combined with his desire to escape the gritty streets of Hoboken, led him to pursue music with relentless determination. In the 1930s, Sinatra's first real break came when he joined a local group called the Three Flashes. He was invited in not because of his voice, but because he had something the others did not, a car. They renamed themselves the Hoboken Four, and in 1935 they won a popular radio talent show, earning a 6-month tour across the US. Though it wasn't exactly glamorous, Sinatra caught the performance bug. He spent the next few years scraping by, singing at local clubs and even working as a singing waiter at a roadhouse in New Jersey for $15 a week. Then came 1939, the year that changed everything. Sinatra, with his slick back hair and dreamy eyes, was spotted by bandleader Harry James. James, who had just left Benny Goodman's orchestra to start his own band, signed Sinatra for a contract for $75 a week. It was with James that Sinatra released his first commercial record, From the Bottom of My Heart, though it sold only a few thousand copies. Still, Sinatra's star was rising, and soon he caught the eye of another bandleader, Tommy Dorsey. In 1940, Sinatra made the leap from Harry James' band to the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra, and this was the turning point. Dorsey's orchestra was one of the most popular in the country, and Sinatra quickly became the band's star attraction. But more than the fame, it was Dorsey's influence that shaped Sinatra into the master vocalist he would become. Sinatra watched Dorsey's technique closely, particularly how the bandleader used breath control to play long, flowing phrases on his trombone. Frank adopted the same style in his singing, learning to take quick, deep breaths so that he could hold long, smooth notes without breaking the flow of the melody. By the early 1940s, Sinatra was ready to strike out on his own, but it wasn't going to be easy. He was bound to Dorsey by a contract that gave the bandleader a whopping 43% of Sinatra's future earnings. Legend has it that mobster Willie Moretti, a man with ties to Sinatra, persuaded Dorsey to release him from the contract with an offer he couldn't refuse. While the truth of the story remains murky, it adds to the mythos that followed Sinatra throughout his lifetime. Now free to launch his solo career, Sinatra quickly took the music world by storm. When he appeared at New York's Paramount Theater in 1942, the Bobby Soxers, young, squealing teenage girls, went wild. They fainted, screamed, and rushed the stage in a phenomena dubbed Sinatra-mania. At the time, the country was embroiled in World War II, and Sinatra's tender, vulnerable voice resonated with young women whose sweethearts were off fighting overseas. Songs like I'll Never Smile Again and Night and Day became instant hits. Sinatra wasn't just a singer, he was the voice of wartime romance, providing comfort and fantasy in a time of uncertainty. With his massive rise in popularity came great fortune, and with that fortune, he set out to build his dream house in Palm Springs, California. In 1947, fresh off signing a $1 million contract with MGM, Sinatra decided he needed a weekend escape from Hollywood's hustle. His destination, Palm Springs, where he had been lured by the stunning desert landscape. Sinatra commissioned architect E. Stewart Williams to design his new home, originally asking for a Georgian-style mansion, but after some convincing, Sinatra opted for a sleek, modern design better suited to the desert climate. The result was Twin Palms, a 4,500 square foot single-story masterpiece, completed with a piano-shaped pool and named after the 2 towering palm trees that framed the property. Ahead of its time, the architect laid out the interior to have an open floor plan so that the dining room and living area would be unseparated. In the living area, Sinatra had a state-of-the-art record player built into the house which could be concealed behind floor-to-ceiling cabinet doors. The negative space created by this built-in lent itself to a piano alcove where we can imagine Sinatra writing music or perhaps entertaining a very lucky group of friends. Before we move on to the dining area, I want to call out a few specific details, such as the bowed pilasters separating the mullions, and the way the ceiling continues beyond each implied space, not only unifying each area, but making it feel larger as well. The kitchen was also designed to be sleek, with state-of-the-art appliances hidden in plain view, matching the cabinets in color. Rounding the corner, we'll also find a breakfast room, and though it is minimalistic, This allows for the natural scenery to decorate the curtain wall instead of relying on wallpaper to provide visual interest. Let's head on into his bedroom, where the ceiling and floor are similarly colored, causing the space to feel exaggerated. It has sliding doors that open out onto the loggia, providing easy access to the pool. As the war ended and the 1940s drew to a close, so did Sinatra's seemingly unstoppable momentum. The early 1950s were a rough patch. His voice suffered from vocal cord hemorrhages, his personal life was a mess, and his audience began to dwindle. His marriage to his childhood sweetheart Nancy was unraveling as his notorious affair with screen siren Ava Gardner hit the tabloids. Worse yet, Columbia Records dropped him and his film career was faltering. By 1952, Sinatra's career was at rock bottom. He went from being a superstar to barely being able to fill small venues. Many thought the chairman was finished. But Frank Sinatra was never one to fade quietly. His comeback, like his birth, was nothing short of miraculous. In 1953, he secured a role in From Here to Eternity, not through Hollywood favor, but sheer persistence. He lobbied hard for the part of Angelo Maggio, a scrappy soldier with a tragic end. The role won him an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor and revived his career seemingly overnight. Sinatra, once counted out, was back on top. His acceptance speech was short and to the point, saying, "I am deeply thrilled and very moved." With his acting career revived, Sinatra returned to the recording studio, but this time with a new sense of purpose. Teaming up with the arranger Nelson Riddle, Sinatra crafted a series of concept albums that redefined popular music. Albums like In the Wee Small Hours and Songs for Swingin' Lovers showcased a voice that was now deeper, more resonant, and more emotionally complex. Sinatra had always been a crooner, but now he was an artist, telling stories with his music that captured the full range of human experience, from heartache and loss to swagger and triumph. And then came My Way. Released in 1969, the song became Sinatra's anthem, a defiant declaration of living life on one's own terms. The song seemed to encapsulate everything Sinatra stood for, a man who had faced countless obstacles, personal demons, and public scrutiny, but had come out on top by doing things his own way. Even as the years wore on and his voice grew older, Sinatra's appeal never faded. He continued to sell out shows well into the 1980s and 90s, his name synonymous with class, style, and a certain timeless cool. In 1998, when Frank Sinatra passed away, the world didn't just lose a singer, it lost an icon, a legend whose story was as dramatic, bold, and unforgettable as the man himself. In his own words, the best really was yet to come. What did you think about Frank Sinatra's Palm Springs house? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Visiting museums has been a favorite pastime for many throughout the years, but what would it be like to actually live in one? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are answering that very question as we discover one man who aspired to live in a museum. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1850, Henry Huntington was born in New York to a family steeped in ambition and industry. From a young age, he heard stories of his influential uncle, Collis P. Huntington, who would play a pivotal role in shaping both Henry's future and American history. Collis, one of the legendary Big Four railroad tycoons, was instrumental in creating the Central Pacific Railroad, which was part of the first transcontinental railroad completed in 1869. The Big Four, comprising of Collis P. Huntington, Leland Stanford, Mark Hopkins, and Charles Crocker, helped to revolutionize transportation in the U.S., connecting the east and west coast with steel rails, laying the foundations for rapid economic growth. As a young man, Henry followed in his uncle's footsteps, working his way up in the railroad industry. His natural business acumen earned him a series of executive positions within the Southern Pacific Railroad, where he worked directly under Collis. Henry's role within the company flourished, and he was trained to take on even greater responsibilities. Upon his uncle's death in 1900, it was widely expected that Henry would step into Collis's role and steer the future of the Southern Pacific Railroad. However, business politics intervened when bondholder James Spire blocked Henry's plans, leading him to sell his interest in the company to E.H. Harriman. Seeing the proverbial writing on the wall, back in 1898 he purchased the Los Angeles Railway, a streetcar system commonly known as the Yellow Car Network. His vision expanded rapidly, and by 1901 he had formed the Pacific Electric Railway, a larger interurban system often referred to as the Red Car Network. Henry's electric railway empire revolutionized Southern California, providing essential public transportation that connected the sprawling Los Angeles region with outlying neighborhoods and suburbs. Unlike the railroads, which operated on strict timetables, Huntington's streetcars ran 24/7, offering a convenient, passenger-friendly alternative to traditional transportation. This innovation became a driving force behind Southern California's rapid expansion and development. Huntington was not just a transportation mogul, but also a visionary who foresaw the growth of the region. He used his transportation networks to help fuel suburban development, most notably in Huntington Beach, a city that still bears his name. At the height of its operation, the Pacific Electric Railway spanned 1,300 miles, connecting downtown Los Angeles with places as far away as Orange County. His rail lines became lifelines for communities that were previously inaccessible. By 1910, his vast trolley system served not only Los Angeles, but neighboring suburbs such as West Adams, Hancock Park, and Boyle Heights, fostering the rapid urbanization that defines the city today. He even acquired the Mount Lowe Scenic Railway in 1902, adding a picturesque tourist destination to his growing empire. All the while, he had been collecting everything from paintings to cultural artifacts and even purchasing entire libraries to get his hands on rare books. He had several mansions, including his late uncle's Manhattan residence, but these were all filling up and he was running out of space. As a quick side note, he married his uncle's widow, Arabella Huntington, and received the modern-day equivalent of nearly $500 million in inheritance from Callis, which helped fund his collection efforts. Even so, he needed a plan to properly store and display his collection. That's when he had an idea to build a part-time residence that would become a living museum. On his vast land holdings in San Marino, California, he began construction of a mansion with the intention of one day bequeathing it as an art museum and library. The result was a sprawling, 35,000 square foot Beaux-Arts-style mansion nestled on a hilltop and surrounded by mountains. Despite the house being designed to hold art, it became a work of art itself. He employed sculptors to decorate each facade with intricate detailing. Sightlines were planned in advance of construction, taking into account various fountains and statues to create a poetic communication between item and place. Making our way around the mansion, we find extensive terraces following a neat grid and reflecting a smaller grid in the tile work as architectural elements are called into being with purpose. Even the most minute of details, including placing the balustrade below the horizon so as to not interfere with the viewshed, were of utmost importance. Continuing along, we find decorative urns dotting the balustrade, no two being similar. This same principle is then applied to the building itself, with each facade gracefully transitioning into the next, either keeping or losing architectural details while somehow retaining enough uniformity to remain cohesive. While most courtyards of this time period were kept orderly, plants were allowed to fan out asymmetrically to create a forest within a planned setting. This allowed for statues such as that of Diana to appear more lifelike in context. And yet, this is just the container for his collection, which we have not even seen yet. Let's make our way back over to the South Terrace to enter the home and living museum. This leads us into the main hall, where barrel-vaulted ceilings and ornate plasterwork take second stage to paintings from the grades. As we continue along, we pass by the grand staircase, taking special note of its twisted wrought iron balustrade spiraling in stark contrast to the otherwise creamy white finishes. Next we'll head into the dining room, noting how each wall panel has been sized to perfectly frame each portrait. Deceptively, this room is much larger than it appears because of its grand scale, which we can't really appreciate until we see a group of period actors filling the space. Let's make our way over to the library, finished out with rich wood paneling and built-in bookcases. This is perhaps the most fitting room for his collection of antique European tapestries and French furniture. Further mixing cultures in an eclectic but elegant assemblage, he chose to display his Chinese porcelains and Gutenberg Bible here as well. Diving deeper into the house, we find the large drawing room, meant to contain an assortment of artwork and sculptures. And in keeping with poeticism, the small drawing room is for featuring smaller objects. As would be expected in a mansion of this magnitude from this time period, but also incredibly appropriate for the overall theme, the living museum was planned to have its own dedicated picture gallery. Henry Huntington's home became a cultural hub where art, literature, and nature merged. Today his estate is known for its impressive library of rare books, a renowned art gallery, and exquisitely designed botanical gardens which remain open to the public. Henry Huntington passed away on May 23rd of 1927 in Philadelphia while getting a surgery. His death marked the end of an era, but his contributions to Southern California's infrastructure and cultural heritage continue to shape the region. Henry Huntington's name lives on as the namesake for the Huntington. What did you think about this unique approach to design? Could you imagine yourself living in a museum? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to our This House supporters for making videos like this one possible. If you would like to help support our research efforts, join the membership program today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. In today's economic climate, with inflation soaring and interest rates reaching unprecedented highs, the dream of homeownership can feel increasingly out of reach for many. However, if you are willing to make compromises, there are still hidden gems waiting to be discovered for every budget. Hi everyone, Ken here. I've scoured the internet to bring you a selection of affordable, charming, and historic dream homes, ranging from $500,000 down to under $100,000. As we explore these beautiful properties together, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below with what you like best, any features you dislike, or what you would do to make one of these homes your dream home. The first house we're going to look at today is located in New York. It has over 3,800 square feet, 6 beds, 4 baths, and was built in 1875. So the style of this house is Italianate, and as we can see, it's all monochromatically finished, all in yellows. Really cheerful, really stately. It has amazing curb appeal. But the interior is the real reason I chose this house. We can see right off the bat from the entryway that it has this beautiful spiral staircase, pointed passageway into the dining room, which I know we'll see more of in a moment. And in the living room here, we find that it has what's most likely the original fireplace mantle with its summer cover. And just look at all these different layers of millwork up on the ceiling, the crown. This has just a lot of those period features that have been maintained throughout the years. So even if you might not be a fan of the furnishings or the carpet, something like that, you can really truly envision what the space could be, especially with a library like this. I mean, this is an absolute dream right here for most people, especially in this price range, just to find a house this complete and in this good of condition. And then we get to the dining room where these finishes continue. We have a very similar fireplace. We have these intricate window surrounds with the built-in plantation shutters or louvres, depending on how you call them. We'll just kind of zip through this house. The kitchen, I mean, look, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck, and honestly, if you can afford to maintain a historic house in this price range, you might be able to swing a few bucks at the kitchen to really make the space your own, but otherwise, I mean, it's perfectly livable as it is. And then, of course, the bedrooms on the second floor look very large. Once again, we can see that it has these really ornate window surrounds. It has a plaster medallion on the ceiling. And I mean, it's a really charming house all the way around. And then it looks like at the very end of this listing, they've also included a floor plan for us. And I'm going to have all of these linked down below in the video description if you wanted to take the time to see them, because I know a few of these also have the 3D tour options where you can walk around and explore the house from different angles. And sometimes the photography isn't quite as great as just being in there and looking around. So let's go ahead and move on to the next house. Our next house is on the opposite side of the country in California. It's listed for $488,000, has over 3,700 square feet, 5 beds, 3 baths, and it has, once again, a lot of just really beautiful curb appeal. So without further ado, let's dive right into it. We can start going through these photos. We can see it's perched atop a hill and has these really sweeping views of what looks like maybe mountains or a valley down below. I mean, this just looks like a really idealistic setting, lots of room for parking, beautiful garden. Yeah, this is a gorgeous area, and then this giant loggia that you can just hang out on. And then we get inside. This is the part that I was most excited to show you all, just because it's so clean, so fresh, and we can tell that a lot of love has been put into maintaining this house over the years. Some things to point out, of course, we notice the exposed beams on the ceiling, the beautiful wooden staircase, the really interesting door surrounds, but then we can also see a key pattern on the floor, which was something that was really popular back in the time period when this house was built. And then we get to the dining room. We have the half-height wainscoting with some really artistic motifs going on in it. And once again, for this price point, there are just things that you could come in here and customize, but things that you can't replicate in a new build for the same kind of price point are like the rounded walls, the rounded window surrounds, the decorative radiator covers, the crystal chandeliers. Like, these are all things that you would have to pay a craftsman a ton of money to just get back today. And that's one of those things we see a lot whenever we look at older homes, is you can get a level of artistry that you might not be able to otherwise afford if you were buying it brand new. So even if there are some drawbacks for you, like I know this kitchen and living room, it kind of looks maybe like a 70s edition, not so period appropriate. but there might be wiggle room in your budget if you're looking at houses in this price point. And once again, you go into it with the mindset of, having a little bit extra to maintain these types of historic homes and give them the attention and the care that they truly deserve. Because if you do that, your reward is rooms like this. I mean, imagine waking up in this bedroom every morning with those views going out over that valley, all the glass, bright lights and windows. I mean, this is one of those homes that you could just see yourself growing old in. And then we get to the bathroom, and I know it might seem really off by today's standards, but at one time, this was like the very height of fashion. Having the mint green tiles as well as the fixtures and everything matching. This is super retro, and personally, I love this kind of vibe. And I hope that whoever does end up buying this house doesn't go too crazy with renovations and keeps this just the way it is. Because bathrooms are one of those things that people tend to rip out all the time, but occasionally you find stuff like this, and it's just an absolute treasure that no one has changed this over the years. For our next house, we're going to go back over to the East Coast in Pennsylvania. It is listed for $475,000, was built in 1880, 5 beds, 4 baths, and just over 4,000 square feet. This second Empire style home is another one of those absolute treats. And even before we get to the front door, we can see that it has this fantastic veranda. And let's take a moment to just really absorb all of this woodwork. I mean, the gingerbreading along the veranda is fantastic. And then we open the front door, and it is just so warm and inviting. You have that large knoll post with all that intricate relief work just bathing in the light of that stained glass window at the stair landing. And this is a really fun house. So even though we're going down in price, we're going to see this kind of happen for a little while, where the house's quality actually increases as we drop the budget lower and lower and lower. Yeah, just buckle up and enjoy the ride for this one. We have these half-height bookcases built into the wall here, this beautiful fireplace, both lower and upper mantle, finished out and preserved beautifully. And then we get to the dining room. There's just a simple chair rail and wallpaper, but still, you could imagine what this space really could be if you were willing to kind of put in the work. Not that you would need to, because this is really gorgeous as is. And then we get to the kitchen, and I'm really glad that even though it is updated, they did not go with white cabinets. They chose to stick with the same kind of dark wood to match the rest of the house. So even whenever you do update a kitchen in a historic home, it's kind of important to tie in the existing woodwork, existing motifs. And the same is true for bathrooms too. You don't want it to just stick out and look like it could be in any other house. You want to try to tie it in as best you can. And I think that just keeping with the same wood tones and then incorporating, like we see above the double oven here, they have the crystal knobs. Those are just those great little details that just help tie everything back together. So this next series of pictures is really interesting. We can see where we would have walked through the vestibule down below where the front door is. And then as we turn around and go up a few more steps, we see where that stained glass window is at the landing. And it's just nice to be able to get a close-up shot of these types of details, because the little details are what really makes the house. And speaking of details, this brings us to the bathroom. We have the mosaic floor, there's a mural on the ceiling, and then there's all of this like faux marbling on the doors and cabinets. And while this most likely is not original, there is something to be said about the faux marbling, because back in the Victorian era, if you could not afford real marble, which was most of the upper middle class, you would have an artist come in and faux marble for you. So you might have baseboards, cabinets, whatnot made look like stone. And it absolutely is period correct to do that. And this is just really neat. Now we're in another bathroom with a copper clawfoot tub, the shower. It's little things like this that just really take you back to the time period when this house was actually built. For our next listing, we're heading to Omaha, Nebraska. This Queen Anne style house is listed for $459,000, has 7 beds, 3 baths, and over 3,600 square feet of living space. This is one that is a little bit different from the other ones we've viewed so far. That is mostly in the way that it's being presented. It's not furnished with period appropriate pieces, but rather has modern furniture, which I think is really neat, because not everyone wants to live like they are in some sort of a Victorian era museum, which is fine. You know, your house, your rules, and this just shows that you can really make it your own, and kind of how you can update the space for modern living without betraying its architectural merit, which is something that's really important whenever you do decide to buy a historic home, is just realizing that this type of woodwork can't really be replicated today. Once it's gone, it's realistically never going to be put back into the house. So just seeing that even though it's furnished with modern furnishings and has, modern paint colors, stuff like that, whoever decided to do this also decided to keep the historical charm of the house and preserve that for future generations. So there's this balance between personal taste and kind of what needs to stay original for the next occupants of the house to continue enjoying it as it was meant to be. And I think, people get a pass on furniture, they get a pass on wall colors, because all of those things are going to change with the next owners anyways. And as long as you're maintaining these houses, keeping these beautiful pocket doors, the wainscoting, all of that, that's the stuff that really matters. Those are the true bones of the house that once they're gone, once again, you can just never get those back. And it's not a historically accurate kitchen by any means, but it is kind of a play on some of those older motifs, from the tiled floor to the tin ceiling, the stove sitting off by itself on a brick wall, which is probably where like a magic chef would have been at one point. So it's just kind of fun to see how this has been reinvented, even though it's all modern, it's all brand new. It's just really fun to see those things. All right, so I think we've seen just about everything I wanted to show you in this house, so let's go ahead and move on to the next. The next house we're going to see is listed in Milwaukee, and this is one of my favorite houses on the market right now. In my free time, I do sometimes doom scroll on Zillow, just kind of dream shopping, and I don't put in any price parameters. I usually just set it to like 1930 and before, and just kind of see what's out there. And this is one that I've come back to a couple times really looking at. It's listed for $449,000, 5-bed, 3-bath, and over 5,200 square feet of living space. So let's just start going through this. Also, it was built in 1901, so this is a little newer than the homes we've already been looking at, but oh my goodness, is it a treat to walk through. We can see that it has its stained glass in the windows, it has ornate plasterwork on the ceiling, it has these gorgeous fireplaces all throughout the house. And just as we go through this, we're going to just keep seeing these treasures pop out in every single corner of the house. And I really appreciate that whoever did the real estate photos for this listing went ahead and took some detail shots, because when we look at these in like our normal house profile videos, we don't always get the clearest shot of the artisanry that's involved. But I mean, here you can see just how really delicately these things are crafted, because I mean, this house is just phenomenal. From the floor to the ceiling, we see inlaid woodwork, we see these beautiful pieces of hardware, and then we can see how it just all really comes together. And we can imagine that this is made in a time when, machines are emerging and we're starting to be able to mass produce objects, but then you still have artists coming into the house and spending sometimes years finishing off each and every room to make them absolutely perfect. And it's that kind of quality that you just don't get anymore. This is just such a joy to go through this. All the bedrooms in this house are pretty plain, but they're all pretty open as well. So you can imagine if you were to be the person who bought this house that you could pretty much do anything you wanted with those. But it's just these other details and just how grand this curb appeal is that is the true draw to this house. And hopefully whoever buys this house is buying it because they appreciate these details and want to enjoy it and hopefully preserve it for future generations to enjoy as well. That wraps up the category of $400,000 to $500,000. Now we're seeing our first listing under $400,000 at $399,000 with 5-bed, 3-bath, and over 5,200 square feet of living space. This house is in Indiana, and the listing says it was built in 1869. The Second Empire style house might seem quaint, but we just saw the square footage, so we know the interior is about to blow us away. It looks like you pass through the vestibule, swing open double doors, and then arrive in the entry hall, with a grand staircase bringing you up to the second floor, but I believe these pictures are in order, so yeah. We'll go ahead and start exploring on the first floor here. We see that it still has its radiator in place, oversized baseboards, it has wood paneling below the windows. There are a lot of treats in this house, a lot of wallpaper as well, but if that's your vibe, then by all means, enjoy. And also, I'm not sure how high these ceilings are, but I believe these are probably taller than any of the other houses we've looked at so far, so if you're claustrophobic, this might be a good option for you. And then we get to the kitchen. Once again, people get a pass on bathrooms and kitchens. You've got to be able to live a modern lifestyle. It's my own opinion that it's kind of unrealistic to expect people to still cook on a wood-burning stove inside and just kind of have that be their everyday way of life, but in a house this large, it would be nice to see, maybe one bathroom that's kept kind of the way it was around the turn of the century when indoor plumbing became really popular. And we do see that actually in this picture. We've got the clawfoot tub, and I don't know if it's original or not, But it is nice to see those kind of callbacks. And then this is just so grand. Imagine climbing to the top of your staircase and just looking down. That'd be quite a sight to see every day. So the rest of the house is just kind of like this. It's kind of like what we've already seen so far. So we'll go ahead and skip over to the next one. And now for something a little different. This house is listed for $394,000 in New Mexico. It's 4-bed, 3-bath, over 3,400 square feet, and was built in 1875. We don't see a lot of Adobe-style homes on this channel, and it's not really my area of expertise, though I do dabble a little bit. But either way, I mean, this kind of rustic beauty is just something to really be adored. And it might not be my personal style, but I absolutely can enjoy this. And if this was an Airbnb, I could see myself staying here easily. I mean, it's got that kind of rustic charm, even though it has a lot of updates throughout it as well. And this house isn't the most period accurate, but it does have some really nice features. So once again, this will be down in the video description if you want to continue exploring this house on your own. And now we're going to head up to Fort Dodge, Iowa, which is a beautiful town that's known for its stately architecture. But also, I mean, it is incredibly affordable. If you want to live in a palatial mansion on a budget, this is kind of the place to do it. So this house is listed at $379,000. It has 6 beds, 4 baths, and over 5,700 square feet. It was built in 1903, and it's got pretty much everything you would expect of a mansion of that time period. So let's begin going through it. Starting with the front porch, where we have a tile mosaic rug and an intricate door surround, these huge brick columns. And this is an arts and crafts style home. It's like the mega version of my own home if you did see my house tour about a year ago. This is kind of the giant version of that. So we step into the entry hall, wood floors throughout, huge newel post at the grand staircase, an ingle nook to keep us warm in those chilly Iowa winters. The oversized wainscoting skirts the entire room, and I mean, this is quite the treat. So as we head into the next room, we'll have to use our imaginations because this house is empty, but it really kind of clears the way for us to see all of the beautiful architectural features that might otherwise be covered up with furniture, such as the glass bookcases that skirt this room. And in the dining room, you have these beautiful coffered ceilings with a hutch built in below a stained glass window, double doors opening onto what look like a patio. And then it also has a modern kitchen, which we can just skip through that. I mean, it's great it has it for that price point especially, but it's not really what we're interested in, at least not what I'm interested in whenever I'm looking at houses like this. This bathroom's adorable. Let's go back to the pictures of the stair hall and start making our way upstairs. At the landing, it looks like there's this built-in seating below the stained glass windows. And this would just be such an amazing place to just kind of curl up and read a book. I do a lot of reading in my line of work, making videos for y'all. And it's this is one of those places that I could see myself just kind of hanging out all day and just kind of doing my research. And then we get to modern bathrooms, which is fine once again, at least in my opinion. You might have a different opinion, and if you do, I mean, let me know down below, because I know it varies greatly depending on who you're talking to in the field and kind of within the preservation community, how, we all kind of think people should live in houses like this. And I mean, a bathroom like this, I would personally be fine with this as my own private bathroom. I mean, it's beautiful. Look at that tile work. That's just something you can't really find today. And then it looks like we might be up in the attic here, and it's interesting to see that there's still these oversized wood baseboards, these beautiful old wood doors. It doesn't really look kind of like you would expect an attic in this area to look because it's so well finished out. In the basement, you can kind of see how it's structurally supported by its foundation with these huge stone block walls and the brick archways. So that's a really neat thing to see. I'm glad that they included those pictures. Let's go ahead and move on to the next house. This time we're going to go over to Columbus, Georgia. It's listed for $350,000, 5 beds, 5 baths, over 7,500 square feet, and it was apparently built in 1837. Now, this is one of those houses where the price and the size might sound too good to be true, but honestly, if you were to put in enough work on this one, it could truly be magnificent again. It has parterre gardens, huge fluted columns, wrought iron work. This is one of those houses that is just absolutely gorgeous all the way around, but it takes a little bit of imagination to put it back together. And I'm not 100% certain exactly what happened to the house, and you're going to see what I'm talking about whenever we're done seeing the gardens and actually get there. Because with this scale of a house at this price point, you know there's going to be some elbow grease involved in truly making it your own dream home. And I don't know if anyone's ever dealt with houses that have been through hurricanes or house fires or some sort of terrible natural disaster, what it took to really bring them back to their former glory. But I mean, you can imagine that this would be years of work potentially if you were doing it by yourself or with your partner, or maybe just a lot of money to put back together. But you can see that what has survived in this house might actually be worth restoring. And I really do hope that someone purchases this with the intent of restoring it rather than demolishing it, because what's here is really a bargain for that price. So we'll leave it at that and move on to the next house. This house is in Virginia. It's listed for $325,000, 6 beds, 4 baths, 5,000 square feet, and it was built in 1870. The listing touts it as one of the last remaining octagon houses in the United States, which is a totally fair point to make. The numbers on octagon houses are dwindling as the years go by, as they're demolished for new construction and whatnot. So let's just start going through this. I mean, it has a lot of great curb appeal, and it's not an octagon house in the truest form because it does have these wings that extend on either side of it, which is kind of nice because I don't know if you've ever been in an octagon house, but imagining living in one with all the weird angles can be a bit of a challenge. At least I've heard that from people who have had personal experience. But either way, the people who live in octagon houses, they tend to really embrace it, which is really great to see. I mean, just some really passionate homeowners. And maybe that could be you in this house. I mean, here's a good example of the strange angles that you can find in a room, but they look like they've really embraced it and done the best that they could with it. And then you also have rectilinear rooms throughout the house, such as this library. And there are just some absolutely gorgeous bits to this home. It's a bit hard to see. I believe the sign outside said that it was a museum, which would make sense. But if you were to imagine this more as your own dwelling, it might not be as crowded and you might set it up a little bit differently. Next, we're heading up to Waterloo, New York. This house is listed at $299,900, 4 bed, 3 bath, over 4,700 square feet, and the listing says it was built in 1855. This Georgian house has a lot of curb appeal. We're going to find these large fluted columns, stone relief work featuring festoons and other decorative motifs. Some highlights of this house include the old wood floors, the marble fireplace with the intricate relief work, and then rooms like this that we can see beyond the French doors. This might have been a ballroom, it might have been a music room. Without furniture or more context history, it's kind of hard to tell exactly what we're looking at, but either way, I mean, there's these beautiful spaces all throughout this house. And then we find spaces like this too, where once again, we're not really sure what we're looking at here as far as what the room is, but we can see these beautiful door surrounds, gorgeous windows, and I mean, my goodness, just look at this. This is a lot of bang for your buck, under $300,000. I mean, where else are you going to find a mansion like this that is fairly attainable for just about anyone house hunting in the US? So even though the house is listed for such an attainable price, whoever is buying this is really buying something that should have appreciated with time, but instead kind of went the opposite direction because you do get these artisan features that would just be too expensive to practically replicate today in a house, especially in this price range. So we'll go ahead and leave it there and hop on over to our next house in Warren, Pennsylvania. It's listed for the same price of the house that we just saw for $299,900. It is 4 beds, 3 baths, over 4,300 square feet, and was built in 1890. This is also an arts and crafts style home. We can see that it has the stone first floor, shingles on the second, and to me, this is really charming. This is right up my alley as far as the type of homes that I might consider myself living in. Now I did forget how the interior looks, but just from the exterior alone, I mean, that's very much my own style. So you pass through the front door into the entrance hall. You have an angled nook facing the grand staircase, wainscoting on the walls, and on the fireplace, we can see that it has all this intricate carving. And this is just, once again, talk about bang for your buck with a house under $300,000 that has all of these artisan finishes throughout. And it looks like maybe this was set up as an office or a workspace at one point. We did see an exit sign and then things like this, that like a paper towel holder or something on the wall. But either way, the surviving architectural features here, which it looks like is probably near 100%, is exquisite. I mean, you can imagine this with a little bit of fresh paint, maybe some new light bulbs, and then some furniture to really complement everything, and you would have an insanely beautiful home here. So we'll go ahead and wrap it up with just a few detail shots of this house with the stained glass. And then at the landing, it's a really charming home that should really be returned to a residence instead of serving as an office. And I hope whoever buys it maybe sends me some pictures of what they do with it, because I would just love to see how it's returned back to its former glory and lived in once again. Our next listing is in Ashland, Illinois. It's listed for $289,900. It has 5 beds, 3 baths, and over 4,000 square feet. This Queen Anne style house was built in 1890, and this is another one of those examples of, as we go down in price, somehow the quality of the house actually goes up. So we can see right off the bat that this house is absolutely in pristine condition. I mean, look at how the woodwork just glows in the lighting here. And it looks like not too much has been done to update the house over the years aesthetically. It looks like whoever lived here mostly maintained the original charm, the original aesthetic, and really put a lot of love and care into just kind of preserving the house as is, which almost lends itself to a time capsule. Of course, we see modern furniture mixed throughout, but it's really the house we're looking at and not the furnishings nor the decorations, even though some pieces like this hutch are absolutely gorgeous in this space. And then there's a modern kitchen, and this isn't like updated in the 70s or 80s. This is probably less than 20 years old that we're looking at here. So, I mean, it's very livable. It has shiny new appliances. And it's just kind of wild to think that in this price point, you can get a big house that is move-in ready, that has all this historical charm that we love so much on this channel. So we'll just kind of keep zipping through these pictures, but I will once again have this down in the description if you want to continue looking at all the pictures on your own. And then, of course, feel free to come back and comment if there's something that you saw in one of these listings that I didn't mention. And if you just want to share that with everyone else in the comments, that's totally okay. All right, our next listing is in Broadnax, Virginia. It's listed for $199,000, 4 beds, 2 baths, over 4,500 square feet, and was built in 1907. Now that we've dropped below $200,000, you might have a hard time imagining finding anything that's maybe move-in ready and historic, but this house might be a pleasant surprise for you. Not only is it bricked all the way around with large verandas and windows, but it also has a tiled roof. Now, as we head inside, we'll see that this house has been meticulously cared for, and even though it is at this low price point, I mean, walking inside, you would never even guess in a million years that a house like this could be listed somewhere in the United States for under $200,000. It has a lot of these just really large rooms with a bunch of windows and natural light, really every space that you could possibly imagine in a grand home. And if you were to move something like this close to Chicago, I mean, you'd be talking about millions of dollars for a house just like this in the same exact condition. With the same type of like updates throughout. So, I mean, if you're willing to compromise and kind of move away from the bigger cities and just kind of go out there and do your own thing, you can really live it up and have a home of this magnitude that might need just a little bit of TLC to get it to how you want it to be. So the lowest we're going to go on this list is $85,000 in Washington, Pennsylvania. It's 3 bed, 2 bath, 2,300 square feet, and was built in 1900. Now, I'll tell you right up front, this house does not have a lot of historic charm left in it, but what you're getting for the space and the quality of the house, I mean, obviously it needs a little bit of TLC, but you still have stained glass windows, you have the old fireplace surround, and then if we see through this opening here, it has the grand staircase, which, once again, a house at this price point of this age, it's going to be really hard to find these types of things still intact and in such good condition, even if the house does need a little bit of work from what we can see in these photos. This could really be gorgeous if someone put a little bit of TLC into it. And finally, we have an honorable mention, a converted church in Pennsylvania listed for $4,999. It has 8 bathrooms, over 15,000 square feet, and was built in 1899. Now, unlike a lot of churches that we've seen converted into homes, this one does not appear to have a large steeple, and it actually looks like a grand mansion that you might find on the outskirts of Philadelphia, somewhere in the countryside. So let's go ahead and go through this, and we'll go through it lightly, just understanding that, to make this a house would require quite a bit of work, but it does appear to have everything you would need to be able to live there while you converted it, including a kitchen, stained glass windows, and all the little things that kind of make it worth your while. And we can see it looks like someone's already been living here. There's a mattress, a full bathroom. I mean, it's an interesting way to live, an alternative way to live, but if you want the space or need the space and you have the budget to heat and cool it, pay for the electricity, which I'm sure that bill is just absolutely insane. But, I mean, for $499,000, you really can't get anything larger and nicer than this in the US. At least nothing that I saw for sale on Zillow. And believe me, I spent hours scouring the internet to put together a list large enough for a video like this. But I mean, this could just be a lot of fun. Maybe it's a big family, or you want to like run a club out of your house. I don't know. It's just one of those things to kind of sit back and dream about, like, what would you do with so much space in a converted church? But I don't know, would you ever live in a converted church or some other type of alternative housing? It's kind of fun to think about what some people can do and how creative they can be to turn these old spaces like this into something new. But yeah, that's all I have for you today, and I hope you had fun coming along with me on this tour through Zillow as we looked at houses under $500,000. Just know that if you find yourself really wanting to live in one of these old Gilded Age or Victorian era mansions, that no matter what your budget is, if you look hard enough, you'll probably be able to find a house that suits your needs and desires, but you might have to make a compromise and move halfway across the country to make it work. Anyways, let me know what you thought about this video, if you want me to do this again, or if you want me to just stick to the house profiles. Make sure you're subscribed, and I'll see you next time on This House. Frank Lloyd Wright designed this prefabricated house to be built for only $20,000. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are looking into the cost-effective and stylish prefab number 1. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In the mid-20th century, a pioneering collaboration between two extraordinary men sought to revolutionize American housing. Frank Lloyd Wright, the legendary architect known for his innovative designs, and Marshall Erdman, a visionary builder, came together to create Marshall Erdman prefab houses, a bold experiment in making high-quality architect-designed homes accessible to the average American. Frank Lloyd Wright, born in 1867, is often hailed as one of the most influential architects of all time. His career, spanning more than 70 years, was marked by a relentless pursuit of innovation. Wright's philosophy of organic architecture emphasized harmony between human habitation and the natural world, a concept that shaped some of the most iconic structures in modern architecture, including Falling Water and the Guggenheim Museum. Wright was not just a designer of grand, bespoke homes for the wealthy. He also had a deep-seated interest in democratizing architecture. He believed that well-designed homes should be within reach of the average family. This belief was the driving force behind his Usonian homes, affordable, practical housing that embodied his principles of simplicity, functionality, and a strong connection to nature. Marshall Erdman and Associates was founded in 1946, and Erdman quickly made a name for himself by introducing innovative construction methods, including the use of prefabricated components. Prefabrication, or prefab, involves manufacturing building components off-site in a controlled environment and then assembling them on-site. This method offers several advantages. It reduces construction time, lowers cost, and allows for better quality control. Erdman's commitment to innovation and efficiency made him an ideal partner for Wright's vision of affordable, well-designed housing. The partnership between Wright and Erdman began in 1954 when Wright discovered that Erdman was selling modest, prefabricated homes. Wright, always eager to push the boundaries of architecture, offered to design a series of prefabs that would be both affordable and architecturally superior to what was currently available. By 1956, Wright had completed the designs for 3 types of Usonian-inspired prefab homes, which would be built exclusively by Marshall Erdman and Associates. These homes were designed with a clear focus on cost-effectiveness and ease of construction. The prefab packages provided by Erdman included all the major structural components, while buyers were responsible for the foundation, plumbing, heating, electrical systems, and finishing touches like paint. The approach allowed for a high degree of customization while keeping the overall cost low. One of the standout designs from this collaboration is the Donald C. Duncan House in Polymath Park, Pennsylvania, which would be built in the series known as Prefab Number 1, going for as little as $20,000, or the modern-day equivalent of about $230,000. This L-shaped, single-story home was designed to be both functional and aesthetically pleasing, featuring a pitched-roof bedroom wing and a flat-roofed living area centered around a large masonry fireplace. Wright's design incorporated standard, readily available materials like Anderson windows and Pella doors, along with plywood and masonite to keep costs down without compromising on quality. He even intended to inspect each completed home, applying his signature red brick only to those that met his exacting standards. Wright's prefab, such as this one, featured an open floor plan allowing for flexible living, as was becoming the trend at the time. Even with such a compact footprint, the home was designed to boast a formal dining room that integrated into the living area. And beyond that, and unlike most new builds today, the kitchen was kept separate from the living area, with an additional family dining area tucked away towards the rear of the house. In the bedroom wing, you could travel down a long gallery to find 4 bedrooms, each one designed to be just spacious enough to hold furnishings such as a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Although the collaborative prefabs were not produced in the vast numbers Wright initially envisioned, these homes would remain a significant chapter in the history of American architecture. They were among the first serious attempts to bring high-quality, architect-designed homes to a broader audience at an affordable price. Today, these homes are celebrated not just as architectural curiosities, but as successful examples of how design and practicality can coexist. They serve as a reminder that great architecture doesn't have to be the exclusive domain of the wealthy. It can and should be something that everyone can enjoy. What did you think about prefab number 1? Should this trend have caught on, and do you think something like this would still be livable today? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House.